Debate, Uncut, and After Show. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, though, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to BG, Survive the Spin, FE Patriot, Steve, On the Level, Thomas van der Zander, Your Name, Gary Hughes, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Sensual Goat, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Barely, Twadwazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMels24, Unimento, Iron26, Endless, Golden McKinnon, Retro Bill, Level Plain Poem, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W., Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Charian Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand across to whoever is in the Flat Earth Debate Discord server and G+, so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
The whole pilot uniform. Vicious killers right there you're looking at. Right.
Hello?
Hey.
Yellow, blue, and pink.
How's everything going?
Hey, good morning.
Everything's going forward.
That was a great ball bust this Saturday, huh? Woohoo!
Yeah, sure. What happened? Does anybody know what happened on Saturday? It's QE, all
Lost
right?
his internet. He lost his internet, didn't he? I don't know. That's the last I heard. Neil, what happened?
Yeah, I guess he lost his internet, but he was off mute, and Flatsy had to put him on server mute because he heard a lot of background stuff. He was flipping on somebody about the internet. Then I heard him say, shut the effing door. He's the same way QE home as he is with us, so. But that stinks, man. I was looking forward to that. You know what I think happened? You want to know?
No, I got. Yeah, hell yeah.
I think Sky Grifter, the Ether Boy, had something to do with it.
They control the airways.
Exactly.
Well, Kiwi shouldn't have any internet problems because Lite is already there.
I think what happened was his whole neighborhood was having issues. It was one of them things. My Yankees are in the World Series. Woo-hoo! The heck is Nathan doing?
Professor Dave joined. Professor Dave. Isn't he on? I think he did. Yeah, he made a big video. I didn't watch all of it.
He's not a professor.
Yeah, that's what they were even talking about. You had Will Duffy covering for him about, well, just because he calls.
These guys, they never learn. Listen to what this guy writes to Brian. If you think that a freely falling object has weight, try measuring it with scales. Or just take some to a lift, stand on them, and see if your weight decreases as it starts moving down and increases as it stops moving down. That's what this type of stuff that people write to Brian.
So what's the point of calibrating the scale?
So calibration, what is that?
Oh, well, if that was true, all the people selling gold would use a lift. If it weighs more,
Exactly. If it weighs more, it's going to go down in the medium of air.
if it weighs more than what? When you say more, you're comparing to something, isn't it? It weighs more than this.
More than the
Well,
medium that's around it.
Oh,
hold
I
on. Let me
see,
see
the
how
medium.
Brian answered him.
Dude, it's my favorite comment that I ever got from a Glober, and this was years ago. He said, if Earth is not a sphere, if Earth is not a globe, how is there global warming, you effing idiot?
No
All
way.
right. All right. How about that, dude?
All right. So
Is that why they
Brian
changed
said,
from global warming to climate change? Because it's flat.
no, now it's climate emergency. Get it right. It's climate emergency. Be very
Isn't it for
afraid,
real?
people. Be very, very afraid.
Be back in 2 minutes, guys. Like, pretty sure coffee. Be right back.
Hey George, I had brought up. I remember talking to you in passing or whatever. You mentioned the circle of equal elevation for the sun.
Yep.
How perhaps it's even greater than the Great Circle. But in
Mhm.
speaking with Brian and Nathan, they said that that's on a different system, and I guess you can't have a circle of equal elevation greater than the equator.
Well, you have a convolution there. What I said was There is a claim by the ballers that you can see Polaris 1 degree south of the equator. If you can
That's
actually
the
see the
equator.
Polaris 1 degree south of the equator, yeah, if it Polaris is just on the horizon with the perfect weather conditions, that's what the article says. Now, if it's visible 1 degree south of the equator, that's 70 miles or 60 nautical miles more, yeah, further away. So that circle of equal altitude is bigger than the radius of Earth itself. Because it should stop at the equator. We all know that it stops at the equator. But if they are claiming you can see 1 degree south of the equator, it's like shooting themselves in the foot. Now, using the sun is a different story. You can use the sun from the north, you can use the sun from the south of the equator. Now, those circles of equal altitude around the sun, they're in the same plane, regardless if you're in the north or in the south. It's two circles of equal altitude, one from the south, one from the north. Because if you're using the sun, your circle of equal altitude will go all the way from wherever you are in the south, for example, north and back south again. It's a circle. You need to curve it around. If you're in the north, it's the same thing. I use this to debate Bacon because there is no hover sign to be used, just an elevation angle to the sun.
I think it's very interesting.
What's the equator?
What?
The sun's path overhead?
What is the equator?
It's the imaginary line from elevation angles to Polaris.
Well, it says here that it's the equator is an imaginary line that divides a planet or other celestial bodies into a northern and southern hemisphere. So this is imaginary talk.
Yeah, they should be saying equatorial plane because that's what the celestial sphere says.
The celestial dome. Oh, there's the equator. I see it right now. Nathan has it on picture. Were you guys here the other day for 10th Man's presentation?
I was for part of it, not the whole thing.
It's really good how he got that artificial intelligence to answer questions. So what the artificial intelligence is saying, Earth is flat.
That's an oxymoron, isn't it, Neil? Intelligence cannot be artificial.
But AI says, and I don't mean AI overlord, that treacherous traitor, well, and Brian, effing retard. What's wrong with that dude? Better not come across my path. And that'd go for anybody if you said it to anybody, not just Brian. What the heck is wrong with this dude? And that's what I found pretty funny the other day when Wicked asking Adam about his Christianity. Well, Adam never claimed to be a Christian, number one, but had private conversations with AI and never once challenges his Christianity. And believe me, it can be challenged just by some of the things I've heard him voice here, like the other night with Brian.
Okay, let's hear it. You got receipts, Neil? You're gonna say that AI is not a Christian? Tell us about it.
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying how come Witsit never challenged him. Instead, he challenged Adam, who Adam doesn't profess to be a Christian. But he challenged Adam and asked Adam these questions. But did he ever once challenge AI? I've heard AI say some vulgar things while speaking about the things of God. I don't judge anybody's Christianity. I'm just throwing it out there to show the hypocrisy.
Politics server on the weekend. Late at night for me. It was quite late, but yeah, I still managed to have some interaction, even though my wife was telling me off was too late. Yeah, ballers. Stick them to the measurements of Earth. Stick them to the horizon. Was that you say curvature at the horizon? The horizon, by definition, is horizontal. I said zero slope. How can you see curvature on the zero slope?
How do you have a horizon on a ball todd, as QE says?
Exactly. The horizon, by definition, is horizontal. Spheres that don't have horizontal planes. Oh, there is no plane. No, there is a plane. Horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Well, the only time I heard someone say how do you is that they cut the earth in half. Well, from inside the earth, you can get a straight line,
Yeah, chord.
not
They call it the
propel.
chord. Yeah.
Hey Neil, I forgot to ask you, bro. The other day you said like in a Skype, you said you were upset with me. What's up with here? Is that because we let him speak in the Discord, or is there some different reason that I don't know about?
I don't know. I'm not talking to you. I was really pissed
We-
off that you had him in there, but I see what you got out of him, so I guess it worked out.
It's all good, like, and plus, honestly, he didn't break any Discord server rules, so like, there's nothing we can do about it, you know. But like I said, Nathan and QE can ban anybody from their show with the touch of a button.
No, no, no. Don't get me wrong. I never said ban him. I just wouldn't give that guy the time of day. Let him come in here and I'd ignore him.
Yeah, but
Let
check
him
this,
sit
dude. He
there for
actually
4 hours.
agreed with me.
But I was glad that you did it because you got the receipts thing out of him. Great.
Yeah,
That's
man,
beautiful.
exactly.
Who are you talking about?
But Witsit was here like
Shit's at
was
20.
it Wednesday? Day after the
Oh
the
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I
sometimes
interacted with him a bit as well on the Wednesday, but I missed the show the day before, so I wasn't quite aware of the conversation on the show on the previous day.
yeah, it was a big drama the day before, bro.
Yeah.
But sometimes
Well,
Yeah, it was a lot.
with these
And that's not
feel
the
like the
only
more
thing because I said something. I got reprimanded because I said, what are you doing here? Kick him the F out. I got reprimanded.
oh yeah, so that somebody muted you. I don't know who did that, but yeah, man. Sometimes the like with bullshitters like that, dude, sometimes the more you let him talk, the more he's gonna talk nonsense and the more he's gonna contradict himself. Which he did again, right? He said it again. He defined ether as the background medium and all that. And I asked him, dude, what is the point behind all this push of ether? What are you trying to achieve? He said to prove the earth is not in motion. And then everybody jumped in. I couldn't continue conversation because everybody wanted the piece of him. Blah blah blah.
I
And
can
then
imagine.
another thing I asked him, like, um, um, I'm like, since you understand that this is non-experiment and affirmative consequence and begging the question and all this, like, and you're trying to reach Candace Owens, like, dude, why aren't you telling her this information? That this is not an experiment, it's nonsense, it's just a this. He's like, dude, that's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm trying to do. That's exactly what I want to do. I want to tell her that these are all logical fallacies and measurements and blah, blah, blah. Like, really? All right, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens when he reaches Candace Owens. Because he literally told me that he's gonna tell her that it's all nothing but logical fallacies and non-experiment. And then I'm like, dude, so why do you want to go to, what's the point of going down there? He's like, bro, like if somebody pays $40,000 for your trip to go to a place where very few people went, why wouldn't I? And that's his answer
That's a
behind it, right?
different story. If you're
So
going to go there and laugh at them while it's happening, fine.
exactly, bro. But he contradicted himself. Like now he knows it's not an experiment. Like he says he knows these are logical fallacies, yet he's still gonna go down there to see, right? So sometimes you just gotta let him talk, dude. You know, because he
Well,
does
the
nothing
reason
but
I got
contradict
pissed,
and double
the
speak.
reason I got pissed too was because as soon as I went in there, I heard him saying Nathan's lying about him and that they misrepresented him. Nobody lied about him. His own video proves that, and no one misrepresented him there.
I agree, man.
I came in on Wednesday looking for closure. He was still in bed when he logged in, chatting with us from bed. I guess he haven't slept much on that night. We're still hot from the day before.
Yeah, dude. But I checked out, like, I mean, anybody can check out someone's history in the text. And dude, I didn't even know he was spamming the Ballbusters chat. I, I don't know if I'm exaggerating if I say at least 100 of the same texts that he posted in the Ballbusters. Like literally spamming, like the worst spammer ever. It's still in a text chat. Anybody can look it up. Just type in the Vincent up there in the people search and read all his texts on
What was he
freaking
saying?
real. Just spamming the chat with this, like what he said and what he didn't say, blah blah blah. Like check it out, man. Like type his name up there. You know, calling everybody names, stupid, low IQ, I mean, like a child, dude. You know, saying like, "Why are you guys mad? You guys are all mad and angry." You know, and I'm content of just being chill. And then the next text is like, "I'm mad." I think I posted in Skype, yo.
If he was
And then again,
content about just being chill, then he would never, ever try and defend himself. When you're in the right, it needs no defense.
Oh, well, it has less responsibility now because he's not representing me as a flat earther.
definitely not
Exactly.
me.
That's the point. You go on as a
So
true
there you
earther, go
go.
wherever you want to go, but you take that flat earth tag off of you, boy. Like Nathan said, the hell out of my community. Don't come back.
He claims he's gonna go on the biggest stage in the world, and he's gonna be the one representing the flat earth, and he's gonna bury this place with receipts. Okie dokie, what's it?
He can be a flat earther. There's many flat earthers out there, but he's not representing me. Definitely not. He's not up to the plate.
He's a true earthman.
Yeah, I like that one.
Coming with receipts, baby. I'm a very QE. I'm a very flat earth
That's what
debate.
he's gonna
Bury all
bury this
you
place.
losers. Look how many
No,
people I got. 90% of the community side with me.
yeah, gotta love the percentages, right? He's like 90% of people who come to this topic are all down with ether. And he's priding himself on that, dude. Like
Well,
really?
look,
So I'm
I
like, dude,
bought it
what's the
too.
point?
Listen,
I'm
I
like, dude,
bought
what's
that
the
whole
point behind
thing.
it all? Like, I really asked him, why are you pushing this? Why did you slow down with the FE information? Or why are you pushing ether so hard? What is the point behind all of it? And he took about a second, right? He's like, to prove that the earth is not in motion. And that's when everybody like started like jumping in and all that. But he was talking about some experiment that Einstein did, and gotta know, man.
Yeah, but according to him, ether only exists in a vacuum chamber.
He said, basically.
Yeah, he
Background,
needs a vacuum chamber. He's not talking about the sky. He's talking about the vacuum chamber. Yeah. And if you remove some of the particles from the air, from the vacuum, there is still an area. The ether is between these particles inside of the vacuum chamber.
George,
Obviously, the sky is not a vacuum chamber.
background medium. Background medium is his explanation for what ether is. I asked him specifically on Wednesday, bro, can you please define ether? He just said background medium. And then when he goes into detail, I guess with Brian and these guys, he was like the space between air molecules and all that stuff. Background medium is his definition of ether. Now you go unpack that. What does that even mean? One,
Yeah,
It's
Brian
still
had him by
claimed
the
to be
balls.
uncontained area or volume that gases are not expanding into, like the vacuum chamber. The chamber, yeah, is stopping the gases. When he realizes the sky being a vacuum, that's a problem.
What's a medium?
so
Give me some examples of a medium. Quick.
yeah, the air can be medium, water can be medium, anything can be medium.
Okay. And we know what all of those are. And they constantly use those to describe this ether. And Nathan called him on it. And he called AI on it. Ether is not a guitar string. It's not freaking water. And it's not whatever else the hell he said. Now,
No,
ether
there's
is the medium.
so much nonsense that came out of that dude's mouth about this ether stuff that I truly believe that right now what's going on is like he is experiencing backfire effect, cognitive bias, which is like when you push somebody when you contradict someone's belief with the actual facts and you show them that they're wrong, like they almost get more fanatical about it and fight back. I think he's at these stages right now because there's no. What are you gonna say right now, dude? After all this nonsense, after a couple of years of pushing me to and being wrong about everything, and right, the only thing you can say is like, okay, guys, I was completely wrong and I was talking nonsense, and can we all forget about this and can we just move on? Never talk about Ether again. That's the only thing that would that I would accept right now.
We're not, claiming pseudoscientific, unverifiable, crazy claims that can easily be debunked.
Come back. You told me what proved it was the traveling through it.
The difference in travel of light.
That can easily be debunked.
Now you're saying it doesn't travel.
I've said light does not travel.
So that doesn't prove it then, does it?
No.
Liar.
I've said light does not travel for many years,
So it's
long
not
before.
traveling through a vacuum proving ether then, you lying scumbag.
That can easily be debunked.
The difference in travel of light.
I've said light does not travel.
That says it all right there.
Scumbag.
Well, he said, can someone please explain to Oakley that there could be movement and not travel?
Yeah, QE called him on that contradiction, didn't he? Said, yeah, that's a contradiction. So,
Yep.
Walking talking contradiction. This guy.
again. Didn't hear you say again.
I think Mush said he's a walking contradiction. What'd you say about QE? I didn't hear that.
Every time he tried to contradict the idea that you've got a description of a word that means moving, and then say that I'm not saying it's moving, I'm just using this other word, Huey would say, yeah, there's your contradiction right there. And he'd go, yeah. At one point, he said, I can't believe I'm having to use this contradiction to make my point. And then he reiterates the same contradiction. We're all like, no, that's where I got really cross with him, because he was smiling while he was doing it. Like, I can't believe it. I think he said, I can't believe I've got to use this double negative to elucidate my point. In other words, I can't believe I've got to use a glaring contradiction. Double negative being the glaring contradiction. Yeah, you can't quite believe it, but you'll do it anyway.
Yeah. How are you?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You all had a good weekend? Nice relaxing break for you all, hopefully.
Yeah, Ball Busters was great. I looked forward to that. It was an awesome show.
Yeah, I was down at my folks and I tuned in thinking, I'll tune in and jokingly say you may begin an hour and a half into the show, which is the point that I got to tune in. And I tuned in, I'm like, oh, they've already finished. That seems weird. Short show. And then it played out for 6 minutes and I'm like, where's the rest of it? So I left a few messages in Skype and I don't know, 24 hours later, QE got back in touch and said, no, I had internet issues, which I'd kind of figured by that point. So yeah, he lost his show halfway through, or not even halfway through, 6 minutes in, like right at the beginning. So before he'd even finished the clip that he was playing at the beginning of the video, the live stream had ended, which is a real pity. But there we go, such is life sometimes. Hopefully QE will don us with his presence today to let us know his internet issues and woes have been sorted out. We shall see. In the meantime, go on.
No, you're misunderstanding what's happening. Boy Zero has power over the ether, and he caused this.
Yes, if you say so, Neil. Boy Zero, the Sky Grifter, is basically Thor, and he's put electrical discharges into the network to bugger up the fiber optic connection to QE specifically. Of course, It makes perfect sense. Any evidence of this garbage?
Yeah, we couldn't have a show Saturday.
Not everything is the fault of somebody grifting for ether. Just grifting for ether. He's just lying because he's been caught out on his own false standards that he used to perpetuate this bullshit about ether with previously. We've called him out on his contradiction and he started lying about the standards that he now uses, like he's never claimed those things. That would be light travelling versus light doesn't travel. Now, if you're using that as a standard, then you need to be pretty clear if you're claiming it proves things and other people are repeating it in your name, which they are. Now, if that standard's changed, it's fine to be wrong, but if you then start lying about it, we're going to have a problem with that. And that's basically the main problem here. The lie, the bigger picture lie, is ether. It's just a big scam. There is no ether. It's total nonsense. But there's a lot of flat earthers that believe in this crap. And we point out where your charlatan gurus are lying to you explicitly. And when they're caught in the lie, do you know what they do? It's a real shock. They lie more. So what do you want? There's a few very small handful of people that are a little bit annoyed at me that I'm outing their guru as a scammer and a liar. Tough. Deal with it. Yeah, you've been duped. Second time's a charm, right? Yeah, if you feel more stupid this time than when you found out that you'd been lied to about being on a globe, don't worry about it. Everyone makes mistakes, and you're vulnerable. If you're one of the people moaning at me because I've outed your guru as a liar, which he is, easy to demonstrate. I'll do it in a couple of minutes. Just before the live stream started, happened to hear a nice clip of Whitsitt saying that he wasn't going to be using pseudoscience that's easily debunked. All right, well, I'll cut to you saying that we're proving it with the distance and the variation in the travel of light. Versus now, I haven't said light travels. If the guy's a liar, we're outing Whitsitt as a liar. Whitsitt peddles ether. That's why he has to lie, because ether's a lie. Now, it's a poison in our community, and I don't mind the very small number of people that go, I can't believe you're pointing out that he's putting poison in our drinks. I'm really sorry for you guys. You're victims. Any other nonsense about ether over the weekend as we're dealing with it right now?
Well, I think Mighty Mush put the question to him, why is he doing all of this? Why is he moving away from flat Earth and talking about ether so strongly? And he said because he wants to prove that Earth is not moving.
It's a negative claim. You don't have to do anything. Prove that Earth's not a unicorn. I'm good, right? I don't think I need to do that. If you want to say it is, you need to prove it is. I don't need to prove that it isn't. Moving, that's non-positive. If someone asserts to me that Earth's rising up at 9.8 meters per second squared, then they better damn well prove it. What's that? I've got to prove it isn't. I've got to prove it's stationary. Non-positive claim. I don't need to do a damn thing.
That's another lie, what he just said there. This has nothing to do with him wanting to prove that the Earth is not moving. That's easily done with other means, air travel and other things like that. Has nothing. What he's claiming there has nothing to do with that. That's just him trying to use that as an excuse to keep on punting this rubbish he's punting. That's all that is.
Yeah, I agree with that.
A couple of people are still unaware when we're like, why are you so angry? Why are you so triggered? Why are you so sweary? Why are you so angry? Why are you fighting with flat earthers? You're like, what we are doing is pointing out a charlatan within our community. Now, there might be plenty of people, like triple or quadruple the amount that there currently is that are exposed to me, personally, this channel, that are poisoned by this. But the ones that happen to come across us go, why are you infighting? Why are you being so nasty? Why don't you let Whitsitt speak? You're like, hello? Wood? Trees? Scammer? Being exposed for his grift and lies, but you're going to moan at me because I'm taking a tone with him. You're having me on. These victims are quite sad. It is pretty pathetic, the reaction we've had to exposing this grifter with really overt lies.
Yeah, I mean, the Mark Twain statement has never been more true than it is in today's world. It's easier to deceive people than to show them they have been deceived. You become the enemy.
Well,
Because it
then
means they have to face themselves.
Then why don't you take the bet, Brian? Why don't you take the bet? That's what you got from his little followers there. Bet. $50,000 bet. That should have opened all your eyes how much money he's grifting from you is that he could bet $50,000. Not that he has it.
Well, at present we have Will Duffy approaching me about the bitch data, just so you know.
Well, before we move, let's just play him a clip. It's only 30 seconds, and then we'll move on to Will Duffy. Just pop yourselves on mute.
We're not, claiming pseudoscientific, unverifiable, crazy claims that can easily be debunked.
Come back. You told me what proved it was the traveling through it.
The difference in travel of light.
That can easily be debunked.
Now you're saying it doesn't travel.
I've said light does not travel.
So that doesn't prove it then, does it?
No.
Liar.
I've said light does not travel for many
So
years,
it's
long
not
before.
travelling through a vacuum, proving ether, then, you lying scumbag.
That can easily be debunked.
The difference in travel of light.
I've said light does not travel.
There you go.
I mean, he clearly stated that, and he has done several times, that he's not claiming scientific evidence. That means he's not claiming that he can prove this scientifically and gain scientific evidence through scientific method. Then that means he is claiming pseudoscience by definition.
Yeah. So what he goes out and peddles to people is that he's super scientific. We're not peddling pseudoscience. We're not peddling stuff that's easily debunked. Really? Your own claims are easily debunked by your own words, you double-speaking scammer.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey, Nathan, I got a question.
Feel free.
Whenever your book comes out, can you make sure the hard copy says Witsit edition?
Hard copy. What?
That's my joke.
I don't think I was ever exposed personally to this particular quote, but from what I understand, Witsit said that he read a lot of hardback books, making him smart,
He
right?
prefers hard copy.
Say again?
He reads hard copies. That's what he prefers.
I see.
Just make sure it says Witsit edition on the hard copy, please.
Yeah, I'm good. There won't be that much, if anything, ascribed to Ether or Witsit in the book. This is an internal affair, right? An internal blip, a smear on the flat Earth community. At large, people think about flat Earth as it is. Yeah. On the anti-flat Earth side, they want to destroy what we debunk about the globe, which we shouldn't be doing. We're flat Earthers, but nevertheless, that's the situation as it stands. And then the perceived to be majority flat Earthers get you into flat Earth by name only, and then start talking about ether. So it's a scourge on our actual community that do talk about the nature of Earth, how it's measured, how it's flat, which is what flat Earth should be. Now, shockingly, pointing out the nature of Earth having never changed from its flat Earth measurements then till now are the ones that are the most heavily suppressed, and the ones that punt total crap and have to lie when they're caught out in their nonsense standards that don't make sense anymore by their own admission. They'll lie to you. And a lot of people are holding these people up as gurus, and these same gurus are calling us, periodically, scammers. They're calling us the scammers. And the justification is because they're saying, these scammers say science proves things. These are the same people going down to Antarctica to do a quasi-experiment, saying they haven't got pseudoscience, and then peddling the light movement / I've never claimed light moves as proof of ether. This is a shambles. Now, what's the solution? Well, we should be in their position. We should be promoted above the scammers and the fraudsters and the bullshitters within the community, but we're not. We're suppressed. I'm doing it in a la-la-land way because there's no way anyone's going to hold me to, you saying that you should be in their position. No, what, at the bottom of the pond, because we're all unilaterally suppressed. But I'm saying, who should be at the top of the tree? The people talking about some side subject, true Earth and ether, or somebody who's talking about how Earth's measured in the subject of flat Earth. It should be obvious, but it really isn't. Why? Well, from day one, when in a conspiracy mindset, you get to this subject and are told the way to control the opposition is to lead it. Who's leading this opposition to the globe narrative? Who's really leading it? Is it flat earthers talking about Earth measurement? No. It's scammers and fraudsters calling everyone else scammers. Now, rain of fire comes down upon us when we point out actual scams. Meanwhile, the standard that we say science proves is worthy of deeming us scammers to the majority of the community. Yeah, open your bloody eyes and know who's leading this opposition. We're the opposition. Who's leading us? Now, if you got half a brain, you wouldn't have the people who actually know how to debunk your argument lead that opposition. So who is leading us? Yeah? Is it people on Netflix claiming with some absolutely useless crap that will never be practically applied to anything? Oh, whoops, it proved the globe. Or whoops, it proved we spin. They're our leaders. Yeah, open your bloody eyes. Now, people want to get on our backs because we say we're actually on the cutting edge. We are. We demonstrate how Earth is demonstrably flat, measured so. That is the essence of flat Earth. It's the only thing that matters. Where are we on the list? Right at the bottom. below all the other crappy flat earthers that get a semblance of promotion through the algorithm. Why? I don't know. They're certainly not as heavily suppressed as us.
We're about to prove that as soon as Brian gets back in. I'd like to hear about this pitch data.
So moving on to Duffy.
Yeah, the other scammers. Well, Duffy, sent me a message last night. There's a question about he must have watched the video I made for him. Number one, he said that he had a requirement of me conceding to something, right? Conceding that a globe map was wrong. That was his requirement. He didn't know that at the time. That for him to watch my video originally, but it turns out he had watched it. He actually went and watched it, right, without me doing that. So his standards obviously has dropped. And I respond to him saying, he was saying, like he said to me, he said, well, what was the pitch data? What would you expect the globe to predict? One second, I'll get the, give me a second. I'll read them all out to you, right?
Yeah, I read it this morning.
Yeah, but I'll read it out to the audience so they know, right? Are you saying in number 5, which would be top number 5 in my list on my video addressed to him, that if the pitch data shows what you think the globe predicts, that means it has been altered? Question mark, right? To the final experiment. We already got the pitch data, Will. It proves the flat earth as horizontal is never broken, as I knew it wouldn't be, because I understand the lift effect. And I said, here's the presentation. I say the pin comment for the response video to the responses to the presentation.
Can I just rephrase that? Because unfortunately in text you can't put the tone across, can you? You just can't get the tone. The intonation in your voice just isn't there when you're writing it in text. We've already got the pitch data, Will. Just wanted to put that in, with the correct tone.
Yeah, the data. We already got it. The thing that Will didn't seem to have any interest in. Blah blah blah. I finish off this comment with, oh, and by the way, the globe is just a belief in your mind, Will. It doesn't have predictive capabilities. Beliefs can't predict things. They're not sentient beings. I get a response from Will, right? So 2 hours ago. The globe predicts countless things. For example, it predicts eclipse paths and a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. You can't deny this, right? And he carries on with, since neither you nor I are pilots, I found a pilot who will discuss pitch data with you. How does that sound? Question mark. My answer to him, the globe doesn't predict anything. It's a thought experiment. And eclipses are flat earth, seen as the Babylonians and the solar cycle. And there's nothing to discuss. The pitch data proves it's flat. You don't need to be a pilot to know what a horizontal line is. Maybe you don't understand horizontal lines, but me and the rest of the world sure do. Question mark. And by discuss, what you actually mean is debate. And by pilot, you mean Wolfie. Sure thing, I'll do that. My debate fee is €5,000, as I don't like having my time wasted. I used to debate for free, but Wolfie changed that by wasting my time. You could certainly get €5,000 together, Will, as not only are you a wealthy individual, but your globe community is filled with people who have money and would contribute. Question mark. Well, treating me like I'm stupid is not an attractive quality, but besides all that, I really hope that you get that money together, as I would crush Wolfie, and he knows it. He also knows, as you do, that the pitch data destroys your Antarctica grift, which is why you are going to get that money, as my time is not free and I don't like being treated like I'm stupid. Well, smiley face.
Just one word I'd change in that. You said destroys, like it's future tense. No, it destroyed the Antarctica quasi-pseudoscientific claim to be experiment, known as TFE. We put it to him when he's obviously read this email, gone through the video because he's got a bit of time on his hands, and then go, oh, right, so you're saying if the pitch data does show globe, it'll be altered. No, we've got it. It's not globe-shaped at all. It proves Earth's flat. Game over. Done. We've undermined TFE because you're going to get down there via a plane. That's why Brian put it to you 2 months ago. In the meantime, we've already undermined your entire premise. Not that we needed to. Your premise was based on an antipodal assumption. But we've undermined the antipodal assumption. That's it. There's nothing left in your TFE. When you affirm the consequent, and if I say, I'm going to the bottom of a ball, then I'll see 24-hour sun, you're not going to the bottom of a ball, Will. Your antipodal assumption's debunked by this pitch data. You clown.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Hey, Chocolate. No, I absolutely agree. The sentiment I'm trying to get across, the sentiment I'm getting across to him is if he wants to treat me like I'm stupid and behave like I wouldn't understand how the pitch data could work on the globe or any other rubbish like that. And Wolfie will explain it to me. You know, this absolute rubbish. Like, you're not treating me like I'm stupid. Now, there is another play he can make, which might force me into a different position. But that's all I'm saying at the moment. I'll tell you about that play if he makes it.
Who cares? You don't have to lay out the chessboard for us. You do whatever you want, Brian.
Yeah, no, it's just I know the kind of nonsense. He's a completely dishonest person, this Will. Right? In all my interactions with him, he's been dishonest.
Of course, he's claiming I've had interactions with him, discussions about free trips that didn't exist. Total liar. No such communication exists. He's a liar. Will's an outright liar. He's lied about communications he's had with me. None exist.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about it. Like the pitch data destroys his grift. Now he wants to address it. That's the problem. Now he needs to address it because it destroys his grift.
That's correct.
Yeah, could have got involved. So he could preemptively have said, well, we need to describe how this flat earth proof horizontal reference to angles above the horizontal work on a globe before we got the data. But we weren't interested. Now, the reason he's interested is because exactly what I said earlier. It's undermining the premise that he begs the question of. If you're going to assume antipodal positioning, you need to assume that plane changes its orientation as it arrives in Antarctica from where you began. It doesn't. How would you set out to prove that you've changed your orientation with respect to your original position, making you antipodal on the bottom of a ball to start your observation? Beg the question, in other words. Well, you'd need the pitch data to show that the plane changed its orientation, and it doesn't. We've already debunked his crap experiment that isn't an experiment by way of taking it at the root of its begging the question fallacy and showing how that begging the question of antipodal assumptions does not fly, figuratively and literally.
Well, what he's going to do is come back with some nonsense, and he's probably going to try and find someone else to replace me. And that someone else will be somebody who he knows will jump at the chance, right? Not giving it any thought, or me any thought, or it will be somebody who is already in conversation with him to do this and to agree that the pitch data would work on a globe at the end of the debate. That's what he's going to do. That's what he's going to do, because that's what Wolfie does. They're going to find a proxy. That's what they're going to look for now, as a proxy. A proxy who they are already in control of.
Like a stooge.
A stooge. Yeah. Who will agree with whatever Wolfie says. Now, that's my prediction. Now, if he comes back with a different pilot, great. But, if he comes back with Trevor Austin or something, great. But Wolfie, I know what Wolfie is. I'm not totally stupid. This is purely him and Wolfie having a little, thing in the background. And as I said, they will find a stooge. Brian Leakey or someone, because he's a total stooge. Every time anything comes up, people like Brian Leakey are there. The final experiment, nonsense. Ether, upward rising Earth. Here they are defending it all. So that's going to be someone like him.
As you've mentioned him, right? Brian Leake, right? So while I was listening back to Brian specifically moaning, so I'm sure I mentioned this previously, been in quite a severe car accident or motorbike accident. That's why he had a big bandage on his nose when he was involved in that. And he had his excuses. Look, no one told me my mic was messed up or I sorted it out. But he also started talking about various different people that he's obviously friendly with. Chris Crum. He was like listing off the stuff that Chris Crum had done. So there's obviously a whole community of people that have bought into this, including Chris Crum and Leake. So I've been getting in touch with Leake, going, look, come and have a chat with us, right? Because I don't want him to be our enemy. Now, when he's doing stuff that obviously is egregious to the cause, it's going to get highlighted, and there's going to be a tone from QE that's going to be rubbing anybody the wrong way if you're on the wrong end of him. Me too, to a certain extent, or a larger extent. Who cares? The point is, I have no grievance with Brian beyond things that he might say that are wrong. But that isn't anything to do with him personally. It's just the things that he says that are wrong that could be altered if he knew better. But he doesn't know better. Now, he might hear this and go, how dare you? And it's like, I don't care. I just want to break certain things down for him so that he's not thinking, look, I've been in this subject forever and this subject of TFE is important and you guys are just demeaning me, calling me brains are leaking. Well, okay, you can focus on those things, which are QE's way of making humorous light of errors that he sees as egregious. Now, I would rather take a different tack with Brian personally and say, come on the show. Let us break down why TFE isn't important. Now, we're still going to break down the aspects of it that people deem incorrectly to be important. That doesn't alter the base premise, the fallacies it's based on. More importantly than any, the affirming the consequent antipodal assumption. That's the main crux of what this does. If I assume I'm on the bottom of a ball, then I'll observe 24-hour sun. I observe 24-hour sun, therefore I'm on the bottom of a ball. Now, we've already undermined that pitch data. Now, further to it, we didn't need to undermine it at its assumption. It's an assumption. It's a begging the question fallacy. To assume your outcome, to assume you're on the bottom of a ball before you do anything, and then say, because I've watched the sun do something, I'm on the bottom of a ball. No, that's the affirming the consequent fallacy. So we've already destroyed this before it was even getting its first foot in the water. Before it dipped its toe, we debunked it. The second we heard about it, it was debunked. Because it just breaks down the lack of logic that it does not stay consistent with. So pointing out the fallacious reasoning was already undermining it. But like with anything, the Black Swan is no different. We're going into their paradigm to debunk this with pitch data. Okay? So if we assume we're on the bottom of a ball, so we're going to be going to the bottom of a ball, then how would we demonstrate that? Well, we're going to travel by plane. Let's have a look if the plane ends up on the bottom of a ball. It doesn't. What does it do? What does it show? What's the data? The data proves Earth's flat. That's it. So we'll take the bit that we were utilising to undermine TFE as a standalone flat Earth proof, which is what it is. It doesn't just stand to undermine affirming the consequent fallacy. That's unnecessary. It's totally surplus to requirements. Meanwhile, nice flat Earth proof, though, isn't it? Yes, it is. Oh, well, Will's got in touch after the fact. Yeah, shocking, isn't it? Not only shocking, predictable. Yeah, once someone's undermined you, you go, oh, whoa, 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 whoa. What do you mean you've got a tunnel digging under me? Well, we did tell you. We tried to get you involved in the tunnelling process. We tried to join forces with you. You just ignored us and laid down conditional acceptances. What happened to your conditional acceptance? Now we've undermined, past tense, your TFE garbage. You're not travelling to the bottom of a ball. You're travelling flat. Pitch data proves it's good enough for the NTSB. It's good enough for me. What's that? You've got a pilot? I'm pretty sure the NTSB would override any pilot you could wash up into this discussion that's already been settled. We don't need a pilot. We know it's flat. So do the NTSB, so do all the flight data recorders, because they're showing it in black and white. It's actually purple. Anyway.
Yeah, but hang on, Nathan. I've got to point some stuff out here. If I tell you someone's a fraud for a good reason, now, I was contacted last week by someone in my comments. They said to me, how would you pull apart this upward rising out nonsense? That's what they said to me. They said it's a heap of nonsense. This person said they were around for a while in the background, but they are flat out, but they haven't really joined in on it. They said, how would you pull apart this nonsense? And I said, I already pulled it apart. And I brought up the thing about the weighing scales. And they said, could you make a video on that? And I said, all right, I said, if you want me to make another video on it, I will. I made a video on it before, but it was a little bit confusing for people. So I added a few different topics in at the one time. So I said, if you want to make a specific video on this, and he said, yes. And I made it, right? Now, what I point out what I point out cannot be debunked, right, by any of these people pushing this upward rising out, right? There's just no way out of it, right? It destroys that paradigm and that idea outright. I don't care what things they have to show, falling bottles, that and else, has nothing to do, whatever that is, has nothing to do with an out rising upwards. Everyone, it's totally understandable by anyone. All you have to understand is what weight is. It's that simple. Who comes in trying to defend it? Brian Leakey.
Yep.
Right, yeah. If I tell you someone's a fraud, he's a fraud, they're a fraud. AI Overlord is a fraud. Brian Leakey is a fraud. Have I been wrong about who I pointed out ever in the past?
Never.
Yeah. And I don't think I ever will be, Neil. Yeah, Brian Leakey is supporting Ether, he's supporting upward rising out, he's supporting the final non-experiment. He's always there. He's one of these people. There's others, but Brian is one of these people that's always there on the wrong side of the track.
Victims.
No, but Nathan, when you break down the affirmative consequence, it's easy to understand. How come I understand it? He don't understand it. You got to bring him aside and bring him on the show to break it down for him. He knows what he's doing. Once in a while, you have to listen to us.
Okay, Neil, well, that's very inclusive of you. Regardless, there's plenty of people who are victims of this, and if Brian Leakey's the head of the spear for some perpetuation of this nonsense that's headed up by ether perpetuators like Whitsit and the rest of that crony crew, then so be it. But he's still, like I said about Chris Crum, affiliated with plenty of people who have obviously or are all fallen victim to this scam. Well, if I can appeal to their illustrious leader, Brian Leake, I'm sure he wouldn't claim to be, and he'd just say, yeah, I am into these things. Does that make me a shill? Does that make me a fraud? I would say no. I would say it makes him a victim. The fact that he's higher up the hierarchy of victimhood, so what? Doesn't mean I can't appeal to him, man to man.
Not a victim, he's a pusher.
He's not listening to us, Neil.
He's a pusher of it.
Maybe that's because we insult him and call him brains are leaking.
No. Why would he get that name? Because he's pushing the nonsense.
Okay, well, in either event, I'm not going to be led by who I appeal to. It's just, he's out there, he's doing it. Why not? Like he says, listen to what he's saying. I've been out here 10 years doing this. So you go, why not listen to him? Okay. So you demand respect. Fair enough, I'll give it you.
He demands respect because you've been out here 10 years. That's even more of an indictment. Are you freaking retarded? You've been out here 10 years and you're still promoting things like Ether and freaking upward. Can you make a video debunking it? What kind of stupid question is that?
No.
Anyway.
Nathan, if you continue down this road, people are going to start thinking you're a shit.
Yeah.
Because how much evidence does somebody
I am a
need?
shill. Smash that super chat to support this channel. Hit me up on PayPal.
I'm trying to help you.
It's a joke now. See, Nathan, do you remember when me and Neil were trying to get you to take the whole Bob Nodell thing and Ether thing serious? And it was all a joke to you. When we were trying to get you to take something serious.
I seem to remember that. And he started mocking me with ghosts, remember?
Yeah, and I got mocked as well. When we're trying to get you to take something serious for a good reason.
He's saying, but it's not that I'm not taking something seriously, right? It's not like I don't participate in the criticism when Brian Leake specifically gets something wrong. I will. And that's not going to change. It doesn't mean I can't reach out to him proactively. I can. You're saying, well, you need to take this more seriously. What? Not reaching out to people proactively when I see that they do seem to be reasonably well networked with people we do not know.
It's not about Brian Leakey, right? He's just one sector of it. It's about you being in this for almost a decade, just basically like in the next couple of months, it'll be a decade for both of us. And you still can't see when somebody's obviously a proxy, when someone's obviously always defending the wrong things. That person and people like that person, there's no ifs, buts, or maybes about it. They're not genuine people.
I don't know if I agree. I don't know. People are people. People used to do this all the time with me when people would talk to me online back when I was dating. And you'd have people giving you all sorts of advice about who wasn't real. That's not a real person. And I'm like, for the most part, it's just a dude sat at the end of a keyboard. Now, yes, I appreciate there's AI now, and there's plenty that can pass the Turing test. But it doesn't alter the fact that, for the most part, there are actually people at the end of these keyboards. Brian's just a dude. So he's not a real person, or he's got ulterior motives. I don't buy it. Now, could I be proven wrong? Yeah. Does that mean that I'm not going to at least try and reach out to him proactively and say, look, what's the worst can happen? He joins the show and clearly demonstrates himself to be very shilly, let's just say. Well, that's going to get called out on the show, isn't it? If he was to attend. Take me up on us
That's
attempting
just it, Nathan. He will not join the show. I will lay dollars to donuts that he won't join the show, because then he has no excuse.
Well, they need one. If you're saying they're shilly, they don't need any excuses.
You're wasting your time, Neil. Some people
No.
just... No.
Exactly. If he joins the show...
Absolutely wasting our time. Listen, I'm going to listen to all these other people instead of listening to the panel members who were all right all the time in the past when I didn't listen.
I'm not saying I'm not listening to you. I'm obviously listening to you. You've got my ear right now. Don't pretend I'm not listening to you.
Listening and hearing are two different things.
Oh, here we go.
Exactly. It goes in one ear and out the other.
Yeah, don't give me the white man can't jump
gets
crap.
digested.
I'm hearing you, right? I'm hearing you. And it's making me reflect on it in ways that I hadn't before, which is presumably what you're trying to achieve. I have to acknowledge that fact, and I can brace against it initially and justify my reasoning behind my proactive endeavours to reach out to somebody who you say is a creature of habit going through the same mistakes over and over again. Oh, well, that's so unique in humanity. What are you talking about?
It's not, as I said again, I'll point out again, it's not specifically about Brian Leake. He's just one person.
Oh, fair enough.
I'm talking about when we said it to you about Bob. You didn't listen. Darren, you didn't listen.
Yeah, you did draw a comparison, and I quickly brushed past it, so I might as well acknowledge it.
Yeah, well, it's an ongoing. See, the problem is that's an ongoing trend.
It's an in-joke. If I don't, I've got to enlighten the audience, and it means I've got to eat humble pie to do so, Brian. So I'm sure you'll be delighted as you sit back. Anyway, Brian and specifically Neil, as they're the only ones here that I can reference in regards to this, told me at QE's behest, they were following orders, being subservient, that it would be a travesty if we did not address in a very proactive, hard-hitting way at the time, ether. And they were saying it's a poison, it's going to poison the community. Eventually this will come back and bite us in the ass if we don't hit it hard and hit it now. And I was like, nah, people can believe whatever they like. It's a fringe. If a load of flat earthers got into ghost stories, who cares? It's fringe. It doesn't matter. How wrong was I? Okay, so Brian saying this has happened before with something that we've told you, take heed, and you didn't, and now here we are, having got to backpedal about our wrong position, me in this instance, and gain back ground that we could have easily taken without it needing to be gained back, right? We didn't need to do any of this if we'd have just stomped on it immediately. Now, by the time it actually was getting stomped on, ether specifically, not just the pseudo-scientific quasi-garbage that I dealt with on Globebusters 6 years ago, because that was just the tip of the iceberg. Ether head-on, yeah, Brian and Neil were going, no, we need to deal with this, and I was shutting them down, especially Neil. So I've got apologies. If you like Neil, you can have them. I was wrong, you were right, when I was saying, no, I don't want to hear this. It's not that big a deal. I was wrong to say so. If that's what you want to hear, I'll admit it. Here we are now. I'm not going to take ownership of this problem. Hell no. Me not taking proactive measures preemptively, I'm not going to say, well, therefore it's my fault. No, the scammers and grifters in our community that want to peddle nonsense and lie about it. Now, could I have done something about it? Would it have necessarily even helped? It might not have made a blind bit of difference. But I will take credit where credit's, or give credit where credit's due. You called this, and I braced against you calling it. Now, me aligning with you may have made no difference, just so you both know.
For a start, This is not about us or our egos or getting apologies. This has nothing to do with that.
I'm
Right?
not suggesting it is. You were just right.
No, hang on. And on top of that, although QE was saying it to you years ago, he didn't instruct me or Neil to do anything. That was
Exactly.
purely me.
I know. I was only joking.
Where he got that idea from?
I was joking. I was joking, demeaning you, calling you subservient. It was a joke.
Don't know that. We're trying to point out to you. Look, you can talk to Brian Leakey all you want, right? That I'm not saying don't do it. I'm not saying don't do it. It's your show. You can do what you want. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying that there's just too many times. Like there's absolutely no way I could ever give my trust, ever, to Brian Leakey or let's say AI Overlord or any of these people. Absolutely never.
Okay. But when I get accused of trying to divide the community,
somebody,
right?
How many times does somebody have to show themselves to be inept? Yes. He's not that inept. He can do mathematics that are beyond what I can do most of the time. Yet he's completely fooled. Have you heard his accent? Do you think that people who come from where he comes from are all naive?
That's the troubling part of it, Brian.
Yeah.
The way he is in math, and you're going to tell me he can't figure this out?
He's not naive. Like, he's just a naive flower blowing in the wind. Yeah, right.
Okay. Either way, there's people who are influenced. He's networked up, and in times where I'm accused of trying to divide the community, and I point out, no, I've proactively reached out to these people on these issues, and I've been scorned for it. And that's not me trying to divide a community. That's me trying to point out something that's in error, something that's not useful, something that's egregiously wrong in this instance with Ether. Well, if people want to see that as me dividing the community, I go, no. I will proactively reach out to various individuals in the community, especially if I see that they have a reach, an audience, people who respect them. Then, I'll give you that respect. Now you're saying, no, he's demonstrably wrong more often than not. Yeah, that's why I'm reaching out to him. You're simultaneously giving it as a reason not to reach out to him. Fine, we're never going to see eye to eye. Now, could it be the case that I'm banging on the wrong door and this is a lost cause? Possibly. Certainly was when I was banging on Jaren's door, but if someone comes and says you've tried to divide the community, no, I've tried to explain certain aspects of celestial navigation to Jaren that he didn't understand. Tried to explain the Black Swan to Jaren because he didn't understand. I've tried to explain science to Jaren because he didn't understand. That's not me trying to divide the community. This is no different. And there's plenty of other examples where I do such things. Now, I would hope that just doing what I feel is right is what's built a bit of a community. That people go, no, I actually, on the most part, for the majority, because you kind of get everyone to agree all of the time, people go, no, I would do that too. Or I am pleased to hear that you've contacted Brian in this instance, proactively, and said, why don't you come on the show and have a chat with us? On the other hand, there's going to be a lot like Brian that go, no, the guy's a shill. I'm not saying you said he's a shill.
I see your point, Nathan, and it does. I've always felt that you try to bring the community together more than never try to divide it. I don't know where they got that from. It's that people are going to choose their camps, and they're going to stay in them, and that's it, no matter what, because it's pride.
Most of the time, I've got a balance between the two hats. The YouTube hat that wants to grow the channel, and the Flat Earth hat that's purely for the greater good of what, as a society, we see as the nature of Earth through indoctrination and brainwashing. In reality, the nature of Earth isn't changing anytime soon. It's always been flat, and nothing's really changed. It's still dealt with functionally flat. So, doesn't in one sense, doesn't matter what we do. The Earth's always going to be flat. The fact that we've got a control structure that's specifically about that aspect not being that aspect, and I use my words carefully, well, that's just the way our times run. In times gone by, I'm sure the society was controlled with other different aspects. Not necessarily the nature of the flat ground that we dwell atop. But that's where we find ourselves. If we're super concerned that, oh no, flat Earth might go away if we're not constantly pushing back against the powers that should not be. It's like, nah, eventually the powers that should not be won't be able to sustain what is a massive lie. That won't continue forever. So, I mean, I could really do nothing. So it's just striking a balance between what people perceive needs to be done. And that is always social. It's never really to do with the ground. Let's talk about the ground for 30 seconds. Earth's measured flat. On screen now, elevation angle. Brian, what did you recently pick up from flights that could assert the same thing?
Pitch data that shows the plane is flying with an above horizontal pitch for its whole cruising altitude.
And as they negotiate the ground, the charts and such like, they're all globy though, right?
No, all the charts, all the data shows that it's flat.
So in summary, we're measuring the ground flat, we're charting the ground flat, we're creating maps with the celestial angles from a flat ground so we can fly around on it, and the data that we collect while we're flying on it is all flat. That was quick. That's pretty good summary, wouldn't you say? That took about 2 minutes. So everything else outside of that demonstrable, unquestionable, unarguable fact that Earth is flat, we've got a community separate to those facts. Now, that community might believe in other things that are beyond their realm of understanding, or been sold nonsense about what's beyond their realm of possible understanding also. But none of them have got anything to do with the way that the Earth's been actually functionally utilised forever, and always will be, flat. It's just side stuff that people think is important. Well, it's not. You know, whether or not Brian understands that TFE is not really an experiment, who cares? It's measured flat. That's it for the subject above this door in this classroom. That can be satisfied in 30 seconds. Oh, we're going to get told off by the head cheese. Hopefully he's not been listening. I hope it's Brian that's done something egregious. Hello, QE.
Hello.
Were you listening in, hearing something that was egregious that we'd done?
No. What you do now?
No, nothing. It's just sometimes you come at an ominous moment.
Stop. Nothing. He's trying to reach out to Brian Leakey like there's some hope for the guy. And me and Brian are trying to warn him that he's constantly on the wrong side of the freaking fence.
Me?
Brian Leakey.
Brian.
Oh, fine.
What is it? Be kind to dumb animal week?
I knew that was coming. I freaking knew that was coming.
It's hopeless. No, don't waste your time. But you will, because you have this empathetic part about you that cringeworthy.
I've got this cringeworthy empathy where I want my community to grow and want people who may have influence within that community to appreciate our arguments and do better with them. That's a terrible thing.
You're wasting your time with this one. He's dumber than a friggin' bag of hammers.
Okay,
dude.
let's try it a different way. Let's just try and spin this. Okay. What's the most effective tool we have when we're showing people how effective the argument actually is? What's the best tool for doing that?
What are you talking about?
You're going to show someone how a point we make undoes zealotry. What's the best tool to show that to an audience member?
I don't care about this philosophical appeal here. Brains of Leaking has had plenty of chances, right? I've tried to explain things to him like at a first grade retard level for years, right? It's hopeless. But go ahead if you want to do it. It'll be pretty funny.
Well, if nothing else, what I was trying to drive at was that if it's braced against or not understood, me attempting to explain it to him could be of benefit to people listening.
Go ahead.
Do what you want.
Oh, thanks.
Do what you want.
Thanks. Oh, thanks so much.
Well, no one here is telling you what to do, so don't turn it into that. We're trying to advise you, and you're doing your best to philosophize your way around it. So
spin. It's called spin.
Yeah, spin a different story.
Yeah, spin a story that
QE. What's that?
I was just saying, spin a story that you all tolerate because you're obviously intolerant of this, which is fine. You're entitled to your views.
Go ahead.
What is it that Brian is not getting? That Nathan is trying to reach out to him for? Like what?
TFE specifically. That's that. My main endeavor is to explain the affirming the consequent fallacy. More specifically, the antipodal assumption. That's really all I want to achieve with him.
Isn't that sad, Chocolate?
And
That
wait,
after
wait.
10 years,
You're saying he doesn't understand that?
Would he be
At this
on a
stage?
quiz to get a free ticket that doesn't exist if he did understand that, Chocolate? That's the point. He's on the quiz
Hey.
fighting for how important this is and telling us we're not getting how important it is and should be taking it seriously. I'm like, here's a man who needs to understand how antipodal assumptions work so he doesn't care anymore. Oh yeah, can't believe I thought that was important. That's the place I want to take him to.
not that you thought it was important, that he hasn't gotten it by now.
Understood the
Nathan,
insignificance.
Nathan.
Yes.
Nathan, only last week. Go on, Chocolate.
Sorry, Brian.
You go,
I
Brian.
was just going to say, I mean, it's very possible to understand it and still want to participate in it. That doesn't, just because he wants to participate in it, doesn't mean that he doesn't understand it. But
Well, if he's saying how important
yeah,
it
if
is,
he just does it, then he just doesn't, I guess. I don't know. It's crazy at this point. He's been in this a long time.
No, he doesn't.
The consequence
No,
of
he
this.
doesn't understand it. No, he doesn't.
There you go. So I see it's a worthy endeavour from that point alone. Go ahead, Brian. What's my problem?
You got a couple hours?
Very funny. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I've got a couple of hours. QE's take on Brian Leake and my take is different. QE's take is that Brian is not very smart. My take is that Brian is smarter than he lets on to be, and that he's a fraud. That he's a proxy for the other side.
You're finished.
Getting rumpus.
You're finished. I
know that's what someone would do. Yeah.
Oh, you're way off base on this one. Bring him on.
But this is going to do my cause really a lot of good, isn't it? Arguing about whether or not he's too dumb to understand stuff. Well done, lads.
I'm not trying to do anything. I didn't say. I said that he wasn't stupid. That's what I said. So don't say, lads. You need to point specifically at QE here.
Okay. He's either a megalomaniac plotting and playing stupid like the guy in like Kaiser Sose.
No, he's not playing. He's not playing.
He's not Kaiser Sose.
no, he's definitely not Kaiser Soze.
Anyway, let me fill the QE in on the bit of news. Will Duffy's been in contact.
Really?
Remember the Remember the video I made addressed to him that when I sent it to him via email that he said he would require me to concede to whatever rubbish, right, before he'd even watch the video.
Are you doing a crap job? Just let me fill him in. Imagine you're Duffy and you've reached the point where you're recognizing that Brian is asking for something in the future to do with confirming his antipodal assumption, and that's pitch data. So he's being approached saying, if, future tense, we can get the pitch data. He's responding in that context. Go ahead, Brian, sorry.
Well, I don't know where I'm supposed to go ahead from now because you took over what I was saying. So where do I start now?
By telling him what he said in the second response.
Okay. I'll read them out again. That's the easiest thing to do, right? Okay. So, Will Duffy approaches me last night there, or during the night, on my video concerning, or addressed to him. The final experiment. Are you saying in number 5, that'd be point number 5 in the video, that if the pitch data shows what you think the globe predicts, that means it has been altered, ? That's his question to me. I respond with, we already got the pitch data, Will. It proves a flat earth, as horizontal is never broken, as I knew it wouldn't be because I understand the lift effect. Here's the presentation. See the pin comment for the response video to the responses to the presentation. Oh, and by the way, the globe is just a belief in your mind. It doesn't have predictive capabilities. Beliefs can't predict things. They're not sentient beings. He replies with, Brian's logic. The globe predicts, this morning, the globe predicts countless things. For example, it predicts eclipse paths and a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. You can't deny this, right? Then, next paragraph, right? Yeah. Next paragraph. Since neither you nor I are pilots, I found a pilot who will discuss pitch data with you. How does that sound? Question mark. Right? At the final experiment, my response. The globe doesn't predict anything. It's a thought experiment. And eclipses are flat Earth, see NASA, the Babylonians, and the solar cycle. And there's nothing to discuss. The pitch data proves it's flat. You don't need to be a pilot to know what a horizontal line is. Maybe you don't understand horizontal lines, but me and the rest of the world sure do. Question mark. I continue on. And by discuss, what you actually mean is debate, and by pilot, you mean Wolfie. Sure thing, I'll do that. My debate fee is €5,000, as I don't like having my time wasted. I used to debate for free, but Wolfie changed that by wasting my time. You could certainly get €5,000 together, Will, as not only are you a wealthy individual, but your globe community is filled with people who have money and would contribute. Will, treating me like I'm stupid is not an attractive quality, but besides all that, I really hope that you get the money together, as I would crush Wolfie, and he knows it. He also knows, as you do, that the pitch data destroys your Antarctica grift, which is why you are going to get that money, as my time is not free and I don't like being treated like I'm stupid, Will. Smiley face. Now, he actually replied. Right? Oh, here's his reply. I'll read it out live. I charge €5,000 to schedule a debate. So if you pay me that, I will schedule a debate between you and Wolfie. And then I'd also pay you €5,000 for your debate fee. Sound like a plan? I'll respond to that later. So his charge to schedule a debate is €5,000. He just basically offered me a debate.
No,
so
you reply going, I found someone who'll oh no, brilliant. Thank you for agreeing to my fee of £5,000. Fortunately, I've found someone who'll host it for free. So we don't need to pay your £5,000 fee. When are you going to pay me?
Yeah, exactly. I can say that to him later.
Just for clarity, did he say that the globe predicts 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
Yeah.
Okay, when did the globe predict that for Antarctica?
But globes don't make predictions. Globes don't make predictions.
Yeah, I know, Nate. Thanks. I'm just trying to say, I don't understand how they claim that the globe predicts something that hasn't happened yet, and that they're literally named something the final experiment to go find. How did it predict it?
I have no idea.
This is nonsense. Are you serious right now? Like,
they're confusing. There's two different things being confused. It's a necessary condition for their fantasy, as opposed to a prediction.
Let's debate flat lines, straight lines, and horizontals. That's what I want to do. Yeah, that'll be $10,000 for that one.
I mean, I've debated for a few £100.
You'll host that debate for free, Nathan. Yeah?
I'm a total whore by comparison. I'm a cheap whore.
Sorry, Chocolate, very quickly. Nathan, you'll host that debate for free, wouldn't you, between me and Wolfie?
What, like we're doing daily? Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, but you'll be willing to, set up a particular situation where you're the moderator and there's only me and Wolfie.
Yeah, I could do it on the politics server, and I need to speak to Righteous about this, but there is means of us.
No, you could do it. Don't worry.
Yeah, it could be done.
You could do it for free. You could you could be a moderator and set up a debate between me and Wolfie for free.
To take out of the £10,000 pot.
Yeah, all I need is the €5,000 then.
Yeah. So instead of it being a £10,000 pot for Will Duffy to get $5,000, somehow this has now been introduced for some reason. I don't know why, but we don't need to pay that. Yeah, there's other means of doing it for free. And given that I run a daily debate show with no charge, it could easily be hosted here because there's a daily platform to do that. Yes, that's right. But you'd still need your $5,000.
Will you do it for free? I just need you to say yes.
Yes, I've said it about 5 times.
Okay, that's grand. So I can now tell Will Duffy that you do it for free, So all he needs to do is get the 5,000 together to pay me for debate with Woodley then. Because what he's looking for to do is me give him 5,000 euros and then him give me back the 5,000 euros I give to him. So I
Oh,
get nothing for my
wow.
time.
That was so
That's what
clever
he's
of
becoming.
him.
Yeah.
How incredibly clever.
I'd put his intelligence level right around Brian Leakey.
Why would you be paying
Maybe
him
a
to
little
host
bit.
a debate? You're saying you
Perhaps
pay
a
him the
little bit.
extra $5,000? Why would you be paying him? You need your fee. If he's saying he needs his, okay. It's got nothing to do with you. You don't approach someone and go, hey, Michael Jackson, can you come and be on my show? Yeah, I'd love to be on your show. Oh, really? Well, we'll pay you 10 grand. That's wonderful. Yeah, but you've got to pay me to host it. Yeah, go fuck yourself.
Duffy's dumber than a stump. Right around Brian Leakey level. I don't even know why you're dealing with this idiot.
I would have to agree, Brian. I've warned you so many times about Duffy. Kiwi and I have tried to warn you about this, and we're never wrong.
Just bring Duffy on here. Don't ask him to at least personally invite you, because he hasn't done that.
He's just lied about it. He's got his other stooges like Mattoon lying about it, telling his audience that Nathan did something in communication with Duffy in regards to this experiment that I've apparently turned down. All right, is McToon going to show those emails? Where's that been communicated? Let's see that. Yeah, it's just a lie. Duffy just lies.
Nah, he's just dumb. He could be a liar too, but he's
a liar.
My cat's litter box is smarter than he is.
He's made out to his audience.
Same with all of them.
He's made out.
Haven't you been around here? Haven't you guys been keeping up on current events?
Okay. He's claimed he's had communication with me and he hasn't. That's a lie. There's no ifs or buts about this. He's a liar. You want to hear my latest clip? Yes, Nathan, we're all really keen to hear that played again. Talking to you, QE.
Yeah, go ahead. That's
fine. Robot Polisher brought out a video that was promoting the fact that lots of people are suggesting that globe earthers get annihilated by flat earthers, and then he put together a clip with lots of reasonably high profile names, Neil deGrasse Tyson being one of them, talking about how they wouldn't want to debate us. Then he intersects that with Witsit. Roll clip.
We're not, claiming pseudoscientific, unverifiable, crazy claims that can easily be debunked.
Come back. You told me what proved it was the traveling through it.
The difference in travel of light.
That can easily be debunked.
Now you're saying it doesn't travel.
I've said light does not travel.
So that doesn't prove it then, does it?
No.
Liar.
I've said light does not travel for many years,
So it's
long
not
before.
traveling through a vacuum, proving ether then, you lying scumbag.
That can easily be debunked.
The difference in travel of light.
I've said light does not travel.
Nice.
Yeah, there's been plenty of people in comments of the videos. Not the short, that's 60 seconds. Because in the short, it's so egregious and so glaring that it's really hard to argue against him lying about what he has claimed to prove ether and now decries and lies about. It's so glaring in the short video, but that's still 60 seconds. And I'm like, why are people still saying what lie? Or, defending him by suggesting that we've treated him badly, which is all I seem to get. I'm like, okay, if you're going to question whether or not there's something overtly wrong here, reason for us to be pissed, then I'll break it down in a 30-second video. Not only break it down in a 30-second video, but with his platitudes, towards the scientific endeavours of Witsit. We're not doing pseudoscience that's easily debunked. Light travels. Light doesn't travel. I've never said it travels. I haven't said it travels for years. But it travelling in the distance and the difference is what's going to prove ether. This guy's a complete charlatan. Yeah, there's plenty of people out there that still defend him like he's our guru, like he's our saviour. The saviour of flat Earth is a liar, if Witsit's it.
Welcome to Shangri-La.
I mean, I'm more emotionally charged about it because I've spent years listening to these assholes tell their audiences that I'm a scammer. Why? Well, because science proves things. Oh, well, let's go down to experiment in Antarctica. After telling everyone that Nathan's a scammer because he's out there saying science proves things. So we'll go along with a quasi-experiment. In the face of us, A, telling our audiences that Nathan's a scammer because he says science proves things, and because we want to go and prove things with this experiment. You're like, my God, this could not be any more egregious. I've got a good reason to be pissed at these people like Witsit. Yeah? They're frauds. And they're in our community not talking about the subject at hand. They're not talking about flat Earth. They're not talking about Earth measurements. They're not talking about mapping. They're not talking about stars. They're not talking about flying or sailing. What are they talking about? They're talking about ether. The cosmic background radiation. That's what they're just talking shit. And it just frustrates me, especially when they're calling me a scammer. They're the scammers. Yeah? Now, you can hear it in the tone of my voice when I'm getting really angry with Witsit because he's caught red-handed doing it. Yeah? Now everything's calmed down a bit. I can just say, yeah, I'm pissed because we've got scammers in our community. And what are the scammers doing? Oh, well, they're poisoning the well for the people who actually do put really high-quality information into the community. Like all the good arguments that everybody actually uses. Where do they all come from? I was about to say me. They all come from QE and Brian and 10th Man via me. Even that bit's not true. But you know what I'm getting at. What happens if they're taken seriously? Yeah, we're all, okay. All right, the jig's up. We were scamming you the whole time when we showed you the flat Earth measurements. Yeah, they caught us. It's time for us to disappear. What then? What are you left with? Talking about frigging ether all day long? Is that what you really wanted? Yeah? So take heed. I said it at the beginning of the show. The people who want to lead the opposition are going to be the ones leading it down some crappy rabbit hole. In this case, ether. So pay attention to what people are actually selling you. Pick 5 things that we sell you on Flat Earth Debate that you couldn't go away and immediately verify by a cursory search. Something that we're speculatively telling you might be true. Name 5. I'll tell you something for nothing. You won't get to... You'll get to 1 where Brian has said, or Neil has said sarcastically, I think these people are actually cutting off QE's internet. You're like, no. If you can't take that as being a joke, bloody hope that was a joke, Neil. Witsit was blamed for your internet on Saturday, QE.
Oh, really? Did Neil do that?
Yeah, but we're doing it in jest. I'm not suggesting that Witsit's the background medium. You know what I mean? He's really funny. Electro and he's travelled down your wires because he's mastered the ether. He's just not telling you that he knows all about it. He can travel down the fibre optics now. He's basically Electro. All hail Witsit.
This internet thing is insidious, man. Late Saturday, just short. Late Saturday, it came back up with, upload in the 5760 megabytes per second, right? And I'm sitting there, all right, go to bed, wake up in the morning, Sunday. It's good to go, man. No problems. Every time I check it, I'm checking speeds like every 25 seconds. Then I get to yesterday evening and I'm back down to 1. I said, you gotta be kidding me. So they're coming out today to check it out later this afternoon. Something's going on. But that's it. Short story.
It's almost as bad as my situation. My game keeps crashing. 50% of the time when it loads, it just crashes. Really irritating. I can empathise.
So we'll see about Tuesday. Hopefully they can figure it out. But it's good to go right now. Like I said again, I tested like 10 times this morning. Good to go. No issues.
Sound great now.
Yeah.
Did
you listen to the show before I deleted it?
I listened to the 6-minute clip, which is all that was there.
How was it?
It was just the clip that you opened with.
How did it sound?
Sounded fine. There was nothing wrong with it in terms of how it was. What YouTube can deal with complete garbage, and at the end of the rendering process, it'll sound fine, even if it's choppy and nasty and breaking up and people have got the whirly whirl in the live stream. So long as it goes to render, what you get will be good.
I'm looking on here. OBS, I was 99% of the input wasn't getting through. I was losing frames 99.8%. Dead red line.
Yeah, that's right. Eventually it'll cut you off. It'll give you a low warning and then just cut you off.
Yeah, that's what it did. It was really bad. So hopefully, like I said, hopefully they'll figure it out. Be good to go for Tuesday.
Fair enough. I was going to cover a video today. All I've done is cover the clip I made just before we started the live stream. You can see that on members only if you want to happen to see it. It's not really got very much visually interesting going on beyond the backdrop of QE's live stream when QE happened to have Witsit on there with me yelling at him for being a charlatan and a fraud and a liar, and demonstrating how he's a fraud and a liar, playing clips of him being a fraud and a liar, and him lying about it. It was quite opening of what I thought would be the audience's eyes, but what it resulted in was lots of Witsit's victims lining up to tell us how badly we treated him. I can't quite...
Oh, really?
Have you not read the comments under some of those videos?
No.
Man, it's
I haven't seen the videos,
man, victims. Stockholm Syndrome, victims, all lining up to tell me how badly I've treated him and question me on why I'm trying to divide the flat earth community. I'm like, here's a timestamp of Witsit's lie about ether. What do you want?
I bet you none of them.
It's the same thing they did on the show. Remember the White Knights? Remember how they got
same exact thing.
They just converted. Yeah, I put it right to him. I said, "Well, wait a second. Listen to this little short part, and you tell me." And then they brought up, why caterpillars crawl sideways. So that's what you get. That's what you're gonna get.
Or they demean themselves. Oh well, I must just be stupid because I'm not getting it. Okay.
Yeah, the most egregious part isn't, Witsit or any other bumbling idiot pushing nonsense. It's the people that are Jedi mind tricked by it. That's the egregious part, and you can't fix that. I mean, they're gonna get grifted. There's nothing you can do about it. Witsit's not going anywhere. He's got more grifting to do. It's not going to affect him one iota.
Yep. Have you ever watched the scam baiting shows? Jim Browning, people like that. Jim Browning specifically will get people on the phone where they're in the process of being scammed, and he will lay it out for them in black and white. You are being scammed. Do not go and buy the scratch cards. And they will argue with him. No, I need to get the scratch cards because I've done a mistake when I've done a refund and I've given them too much money, or whatever the scam is. I'm mixing up scams here, but it doesn't matter. Yeah? They'll argue the toss with someone who's trying to save them from being ripped off. Yeah? It's the guy who comes up to you while you're playing 3-card Monty and goes, this is fixed. You are screwed no matter how you play. And the guy turns around and says, I just watched someone win $50. I just watched it. And you go, no. He's in on it. He's his mate. No, he's not. He just turned up for they're arguing with you. Yeah? I watched him turn up. He was nothing to do with him. And he walked away. He's disappeared now. He's gone. Yeah? That's what they'll do. Brian said at the start of the show, it is easier to scam someone than to convince them they've been scammed. It's Mark Twain, I'm paraphrasing.
Yep.
They've been live for an hour and a quarter. Doesn't time fly? I was going to cover a video that we'll probably end up covering tomorrow now. The math that proves the Earth isn't flat, but I'm not going to do calls to action. I'm going to round out and ask people to stay tuned. Whoops. Moving my screen around. Any last comments before we round out this live show?
Yeah, do the video now.
Do the video now? What, 4 more hours live? No, we'll cover it tomorrow. We've got Brian Leake. Song was very nice. Has everyone enjoyed themselves in the live stream? Let me know in the chat. I know you're all going to say 4 more hours, but we're not going to. How many people are watching? Let's have a little
Oh
look.
yeah, I got a little something else. I've tracked down my web designer, and we're starting to do a couple redesigning things. So,
Oh, so under maintenance is the Globe Terminator, right?
I guess you could probably say that a little bit. Yeah, I would. Yeah, yes.
Oh, well, that's exciting. So good things to come on the globeterminator.com. Look forward to seeing it. Anything else? No? Well, with that, I'm going to say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Programming Streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
Well, perhaps Brian Leakey, Brains of Leaking, will come on the show, and then it'll be better than doing the video.
Were you aware that he got into a bad accident?
Who?
Ryan Leakey. That's why he had that bandage on his face.
Oh, Adam said he cut himself shaving.
I think Nathan was saying something about a bad accident.
I wouldn't even believe that. I wouldn't believe that he says.
I'm sorry about that, but what I don't know what to say. Is that going to alter my position on Brains Leaking?
No, hopefully it would have maybe woke him up a little.
No. He was on QE Live a couple of years ago, right? And we brought up a simple topic. I mean, something. I can't remember exactly what it was, but I can remember thinking, how the hell am I talking to this person? That's what I remember.
Hey, John.
John?
Hello.
Oh, that John. Hello.
What's up, Refracted?
Hello.
Hello.
How's things?
Well, been working a lot. Been hectic, really.
You had like adverse weather conditions and stuff.
How's your house?
Yeah, my front door like exploded. The glass in it, and one of my cats got out and was missing for like 2 weeks. So she's probably pregnant.
Go back though.
That's what I was expecting to hear.
Yeah, that's why I asked. Doors exploding, cats disappearing. See what I mean? Worth asking.
Pregnant cat.
Well, at least you're all okay.
Yeah, we went to her parents' house. And they got a real nice underground basement, So we stayed over there through most of it.
Cool.
I'm sure you had a good day yesterday, or should I say Saturday?
Why?
Football of some kind?
All you freaking Tennessee Volunteers beating Bama.
Oh, football. Jeez.
Oh, really? I didn't even know.
Good response. Well, you missed all the goings on. Have you heard that Whitless was exposed for like the 750,000th time?
Oh goodness, what's he saying now?
Oh, he's missed it. Make sure you watch the last QE Live. Enjoy.
You got some catching up to do, son. He came on the show and claimed that he was not a liar while video was being played contrary to what he was saying.
So he was denying the thing he was saying as it was being said.
Yeah. Somebody got to have a quick clip to play, John. Come on.
Nathan's not taking the bait.
Well, he's now claiming that light is moving, but it's not traveling.
No,
and he's always claimed that.
That's a new claim. Stay on the
I said
lie.
he's now claiming. Now claiming, I said. So now would be now, like I was put in present tense.
John, don't you know that you could be moving and not traveling?
Huh? Yeah. What?
What do you mean? I'm sitting here right now and I'm moving my arms and legs, but I'm sitting down. I'm not traveling.
I don't even know what to begin to say to that. There's so much.
How would he deal with the? Sorry, John. I was going to say the photoelectric effect. I watched the video that QE posted on that last night. How would he deal with that?
Well,
Don't
if
know
it was
how-
me,
Don't know how do liars deal with things. Why? I'm just spitballing.
He'll claim
I
atoms
was
don't
thinking-
exist.
You're right. You could take a photon emitter and a photon receiver, and maybe you put an obstruction between them to show that in some weird delusion that photons don't exist.
What about the photoelectric effect that I posted? I can't even remember.
That's what I just brought up.
Yeah, you sure about that? It could have
That's what
been.
I just brought up a minute ago. I said,
I
back in a few
know.
minutes.
Yeah.
Go on, sorry. Go on. Say what you want to say before.
No,
I
I
go.
said that I didn't think it was strictly about the photoelectric effect, but it might have been.
No,
You know what's kind of tough, Brian
posted.
and John? You know, it seems kind of tough, right? It's because he gets put into this place. I mean, whether he deserves it or not, right? Where it's saying, "Hey, describe to me using current terms, what you interpret as the occurrence of what's going on, and if you dare make up a new term, then you're just making stuff up. So so if there's something new, how do we describe it without using either a new term or hijacking
But
an
there isn't
existing
something
term? I
new.
guess it's kind of a tough spot.
Really? That's what you got?
But there isn't. No, hang on 1 second, Neil. There isn't something new. That's the point. The point is that Whitsitt is starting to understand that the thing he thinks is new has already been discovered and it's already detailed.
Yeah, I agree with that part. And what I'm saying is I don't believe he thinks it's something new discovered. I think he's describing the interpretation of it in a different way, but having to use the same terms and then at some points having to, I guess, make up a new word.
What about lying?
Yeah, you can't get around the line.
Well, that's something else.
Yeah, that's something else because we got to deal with that first, don't we?
Yeah,
Well,
Ethan's
that's
on the
what-
back
that's what I'm
burner now.
wondering. Like, how would you describe a wave and a particle without using the current terminology of wave and particle, but then to describe an interaction of two different things without using our existing line? It seems tough. Like, it's almost like you would need a new language to describe this.
Why are we
situation.
discussing that when he said there were waves and then he said that he didn't say that it was a wave? He doesn't believe that it's a wave. How can you deal with that first? Let's deal with that first.
That's what
Yeah,
I'm,
that's what I thought.
That's what I'm saying. I think is connected is the language that we have and the terminology that we have, trying to describe a situation from a different view.
Connected with what? From a different, you mean a contradictory lying view?
No, I didn't mean that. No.
No, I did.
Are you up to date with all his contradictions, or are you just coming into this now? It's going on for years.
Yeah, this is well, that's what I'm saying. So if like even the term force, right? Like we use it, right? Force, like something is acting in a specific direction, right? But is it a force in and of itself, or is it just an interaction between two things, one giving way to the other? And we're saying force, but is there such thing as a force?
I'm not following.
Yeah.
Neither.
Like we
Give a specific-
understand force, right? We
Do you
understand it
have a
because we're
specific
giving.
example here so we could beg the question down the road from the lie? You got a specific example?
Okay, yeah, like density not being a force, just the interaction.
No, from Shitsit himself.
I don't know.
Why don't you come up with one and then get back with us? And then we'll go through your example. 5 steps down after the lying and the double speaking contradictions. That'll be a lot of fun. I don't
And he
think
came back on the show.
I don't think
He
they know
came
the
back.
depths. I don't think they know the depths of this. I guess if I would have had the show on Ballbusters Saturday, it would have got into the depth. Just you wait. This ain't over.
That's what I'm thinking. Because to come in and try to, like, I'm not saying you're defending him, but to come in and even speak on his behalf kind of indict you.
Yep. Not kind of.
Okay, it outright indicts you. What the freak's your problem?
So, am I indicted for wanting to talk to Brian?
No, you just have that empathetic streak in you. You've always had it. I kind of, I don't want to say I dislike it, but I find it interesting. I think you should go for it. I think somebody go get Brian and bring him on here.
He's come on to your show a few times with this ether nonsense, and even Upward Rising Earth.
My show?
Yeah.
Also, back Bevin, you can do F all with an angle.
That's another one.
I don't think the Upward Rising Earth. The last time he was on the show wasn't Upward Rising Earth. I mean, I tried to explain to him what a hypothesis was, like, I don't know, 6 to 10 times, just simply. He never get it. He never got it.
Go back on the other subject. So you an etherite, no tanks? You there? No tanks.
That delay indicts him.
Take it easy, Neil.
Yeah, I don't think he's trying to seem impartial, but you can't be impartial when it comes down to whether someone is or is not a liar.
Yeah, there's no question about it. We're beyond that. It's not only a lie, it's then lying about the lie with which.
Yes. You got it. Yes. Yep. There it is.
Which is great, because it means we can be even more overt when we're like, look, what do liars do when they're caught lying? Lie. What's Whitsitt done when he's caught lying? Lie.
Lie. Right in the face of it, too. I mean,
Yeah.
it's right there. It was played for him over and over and over again. It's right there.
He's succeeded because he's managed to cause audio chaos, and then we've got blame for it. You're like, yeah, okay. The audience is a bit dumber than we thought. Some of the audience.
A bit dumber. No, not a bit. Wormhole, warp galaxies dumber. You can't fix that. It'll be frustrating. You'll get so frustrated with it, you'll want to just leave. But that's just the way it is. But there's a lot of Fogomirians that listen, that are silent listeners. Oh, they get it.
Yeah, a few of them have commented too. One of my members was like, as an audience member, it is really obvious where Whitsitt's lying and how he's lying. Just so you know. Because there's so many people in the comments going, no, it's your treatment. No, it's your behavior. No, you're dividing the flat earth community. And there's so many of them trying to make it seem like there's a voice of them when it's just a handful of people. That a few of my members have gone, all right, I'll oppose this. No, it's really obvious. The guy's a liar.
And it was a Jedi mind trick to begin with. So he's telling you that nothing can exist. So you got a double negative right there, by the way, but we'll shoot past that. So nothing can't exist. Okay? So what is ether? He tells you that's immaterial. It's not part of the physical world. So if you take those two statements, right? So he says that nothing can't exist. So there must be ether, which is another nothing. I mean, how stupid is that?
But if nothing can't exist and the ether is the nothing, and that's
Yes.
immaterial, then the nothing that created the ether must be material. So it's stuff then. Yeah. We just can't see it.
So he replaces his nothing can't exist wherever he got that from. I think it's from Creation Ex Nihilo, but I'm just spitball. Who knows where morons get their information and then delve on past that information. But hello, McFly.
My wife just come back with the car so I can go get some milk. Can you be trusted for 10 minutes?
Oh, yeah.
No, Tank still did not answer the question.
Neil, he left, and he's not gonna answer, bro. He's a charlatan too. That dude always
There you
talking.
go.
He
You
never
guys are
says
retarded.
anything. Yeah, I know we're retarded. Why don't you expose yourself? Go ahead.
Well, all right, I'll tell you the truth. The truth was that I was on the phone for a business call while in the store getting a coffee. And I just got back in my car. Ready? Hear the beeping? Just got back in my car and I heard my name called. So I'm not avoiding you guys or anything. Were you saying something, Neil? I've been listening for the last 3 or 4 minutes.
Nathan asked you a question.
What's up?
Nathan asked if you were an etherite.
Oh no, I'm not like I can see the I guess I can see some of the argument for it, but it's not something I'm sold on or.
Okay.
I'm willing
You
to
can see
listen
the
to it.
argument.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. You can see the argument for it. What is ether?
That's what I want to
What is
know.
the argument for it?
No,
Well,
what
it'd
is
be-
it
yeah, the
first before
argument-
you get to the argument?
Yeah, so it would just be like the foundational necessary substance that causes and allows for the interaction of light and everything else to form.
Okay. Well, you said substance, but he's claimed that it is substanceless medium.
Correct.
Yeah. So that's what I mean. It's difficult to kind of describe. So is it physical, right? Because if it's physical, that means that it then works along with physics, right? So now if we're getting physical interactions from it, then it would be physical.
No, wait. What is it? Let's get back to what it is first. You said it was a substance. Well, it can't be that because he said that it's substanceless. So we're going to have to vigorously define this thing first, and then we'll get to the arguments about it. Follow?
Yeah, again, I wouldn't be able to tell you what it is that's foundational, right? But what it's specifically made of. I guess you can model it like an atom or a molecule. You can model something.
No, you can't.
I don't have
No,
that
you can't.
ability. No.
No, you can't.
I
And I'm
can-
not
I don't have
asking you.
that ability.
I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you, what is it? What is ether?
Yeah, that's what you're asking. That's what you're asking me.
Then we could talk about its effects in physical reality. But until you define what it is, first, like evolutionists do, they never define the monkey, right? They just go right into their evidence for it. Well, if you never define the monkey that you're given evidence for, then all and every evidence can be evidence for that thing you haven't defined yet. Follow?
Yeah, I mean, I don't buy into evolution either. I don't follow that too closely. But
I'm not saying that. I didn't say you did. I'm giving you an analogy of what. Yeah. So the rub here is whatever you're discussing must be first rigorously defined. That is my point.
I don't know if that's. I would probably disagree with that one. First, it has to be observed. I would say, like, you know,
You would disagree
qualified
with
even.
something that you're claiming must be rigorously defined?
Well, I wouldn't say you start with the definition. Yeah, right. First, you start with the observation, or like some sort of something else.
What?
Well, you're getting away from just accepting what he's saying is true. Like the man just basically gave you an example, which is evolution, and you agreed with him. But the whole point of him bringing that up was to say, if because they haven't defined it, they can just claim that anything that comes along is that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I
That's
mean,
the
I guess
point.
that could be possible. Sure, but so what happened? The way I see what happened was I could then, like, again, I'm just trying to understand it as well. So I could try to explain or understand the necessity of it, right? But then for somebody to say, well, what is it, right? What I can do is show you through like observation, or attempt to show you through observation or necessity that this thing is required. What is it?
No.
That's totally that's
Okay.
something else. I have to
All right,
qualify
show
it
it.
first.
Okay, Joe. Why is it, that thing that's undefined, necessary?
Yeah. So the way I'm just understanding, the ether, right, would be like maybe the volume, right? So we have objects in space, right? But you can't have the object in space without the space first existing first. So then you could then ask the question, what gives way to these objects? Is it something intrinsic within itself, or is it within the space?
What gives way
and
to
then
the that doesn't make any? You're going to have to. What do you mean by
yeah.
what gives way to these objects? What does that mean?
Well, if you have like air, right, in a container, right, that's it. You just have
Okay.
air in a container.
Okay.
Yeah. What's giving way for the air, the gas to expand in all directions? Is it just a property of air itself, or is it interaction between two different things?
I'm not following.
That's all right. Yeah. So yeah, if it's so it's either the air acting on its own without any kind of cause causing the effect of air moving in all directions to fill the available space, then it would be like an uncaused cause, which doesn't seem very scientific to me at all, right? Or
No,
it's
it's
the
not.
interaction of two
It's
things.
not science to begin with. It's not science to begin with. What you're talking about is entropy. What we observe always has nothing to do with science at all.
Okay, well then, yeah, however you want to, that with natural
Yeah,
law then.
Yeah, it's a natural. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just pointing out like some of the things that I observe in the argument is it kind of comes into question. It's like, well, okay, do these natural laws just act without any kind of direction, or is it an interaction between something and something else, right? Something necessary and then something acting within that necessary framework?
Necessary framework. You're just talking about the second law of thermodynamics. No, you can't cause and affect natural laws. What does that have to do with the topic anyway? I don't know. Getting off the
Right,
beaten
again, I'm just
path
giving
here.
you my view on it, right? So this ether idea, right, is the things that it kind of embodies is a contained system, and then something fundamental that then interacts with the other, whatever else you want to put into the box. And that thing that
Interact.
is fundamental, this thing, physical interaction. So it will be physical, in my opinion.
So it's interacting with something. This is too vague, man. You have to get hyper specific.
Yeah, that's just like kind of my basic understanding of why I entertain the idea.
Why you entertain? I said you have to get hyper specific. You got a box.
Well, yeah,
you got gas. Okay. So the gas is so there's gas in a container and
Right, and then it's right. You could ask the question: is it just gas in the container? Yeah. If we take all the gas out of the
I guess-
container, what's in the container?
I guess you could ask that question. You could also ask, is there invisible three-toed gnomes in that container that are beating the damn gas particles away? I guess you can ask that question.
Right, yeah, you could. And it does go back to like the argument or the conversation you and Witsit and the guys were having. You're faced with a true dichotomy according to the laws of logic. The law of excluded middle is either true or false. And that is either something or nothing. It's not a false dichotomy, it's a true dichotomy.
It's either what's give me the dichotomy again.
It's either something or it's not.
What is either something or it's not?
What is left in the box once you remove all of the gas is there's either something in the box or there's not.
You can't do that. You can't. That's physically impossible. You cannot do that.
That's what I said. I don't know if it could be well, which part? Removing all of the gas from the box is it impossible?
Yep. Yeah, it's impossible. Yes.
Maybe.
Not maybe. It is impossible. Can't have a perfect vacuum.
Yeah. So then maybe maybe I can't. Yeah, I mean I can't show a perfect vacuum, but yeah, that would be the dichotomy. You can't do it. You can't have nothing. You got to have something, and then the gas, which is something,
You
has
can't have
to
nothing.
have this.
Yeah, no. That's a false dichotomy. You can't. You can't have. I'm having trouble following this. So the main point is you have to have nothing in the container to show that there must be something in there. Is that what you're saying?
No, I didn't say that.
That's what I thought you said. All right.
You have a container filled with gas. You remove the gas. You can say, well, I know that I need the space. Like I know I need the container or the volume, the space, in order to have the gas. But the space must exist in order for me to have the volume. So what is the space that has to exist? The antecedent for the volume. What is that? So I go to the dichotomy. Is it something in it or not?
It's a space. You just defined it. It's a space with nothing in it.
Yeah,
but that can't be the case in physical reality because you can't get that. But conceptually,
right.
So if I remove everything from an area, let's say I got a whole bunch of stuff in this area because that's what we're talking about. Space is area, length, width, and height in this reality, right? So let's say I remove everything from that area. Does the space go with it? Does it not exist then?
No, it's necessary and fundamental. It must exist. Define it, and space wouldn't be the definite. Space is just it would be like saying reality. It's non-informative. It doesn't tell me anything about what's in reality. It's just a word.
It's an area with nothing in it. The area doesn't go anywhere, does it? If I remove everything from that area, like I just said, does the area stop existing?
Right, well, the area is just what we define with our framework with the volume, and it's almost arbitrary. But then we give defined points like, well, it's the area where the hard glass meets the air, or the space in between it.
So length, width, and height is an area. So it's still there because we haven't removed it. We just removed the stuff in it, if that were possible. But the area is still there, correct?
Yeah, but that's the area doesn't. It's not like a length isn't a physical thing you can hand somebody. We have to put something to that, something that we understand.
I understand that, but the area is still there.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. The area is fundamental.
You can't give me the length of length, right? In other words.
Right. Yep. Yeah.
But still, conceptually, we can see that the area is still there.
Yeah, we need a mind in order to. A mind is required for a concept for sure. Yeah. So, what is space? What is the necessary fundamental of this space? If it's just a concept, that the space that must exist in order for the air or the gas to exist within it.
It's not just a concept. There's if I have an area with nothing in it, the area right there, that's not a frigging concept. Huh?
Where I park my car in the morning, that's just a concept.
Well, I mean, it was just a piece of dirt, and then it was just a piece of asphalt, and then somebody came out and painted some lines there and said, "There's your imaginary parking spot area. That's where it fits in between." Yeah. If I remove the lines and if I remove the asphalt, it would still exist in that place, but it's not your space.
Yeah, but it's still space. It's still an area.
Yeah, it's an area that must exist. It's fundamental to exist to then put the lines
If my
in.
car's parked somewhere and I take my car and I move it, the space that my car was just in is still there. Right?
Okay, well, how
Somebody
do we?
else could park there now if they want. Right?
They can, yeah. So if we remove all of the things that we're using to, the lines, the asphalt, the driveway, the building, right? If we remove all of those things, how do we define that space? Once you remove all the things from it.
We have the gas pressure. That means we have container. That means we have the volume of that space inside of the container. That's the space.
Well,
Right,
now
that's
you
like a Witsit
introduce
argument.
container.
The
now
Witsit argument is this: there is something what is nothing that cannot exist because nothing. It must be there, and now we realize that something unite all this stuff like electricity, magnetism, air, gases, and now we call that ether, and that we realize now that why is that important? Is that important because without that we cannot have this system, and now we realize without that we cannot have that system. We have that. That's good. Now we have that. That's what it's claiming. We cannot have that.
Sasha, cease and desist, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The conclusion, John, is we cannot have that. We cannot have this system without ether. That's the conclusion.
No, we didn't get there. We're at baby steps now. We're not just cease and desist right now. Now, Chocolate had a point. Go ahead, Chocolate.
Sorry, I was working. No, it was just to back up the question you were asking. So, got stuff in the area, you remove the stuff, is the area still there? Well, yeah, that's pretty simple. Obviously, it's still there because you just removed the stuff out of it.
All right. Well, what is it? Once you remove all this stuff from reality, right? Once you remove, right, like I said, reality is just a word without any kind of substance to it yet, until we start to describe the things within reality. So you're saying, well, the area still exists. Now you remove all this stuff in that area, okay? Right? You remove the car, you remove the asphalt, you remove the driveway, you remove the dirt, you remove the earth. I don't know. You remove everything. It's just area. What is it? Define it.
An area. Length,
yeah, but that's
width, and height.
non-informative.
It's called space.
It's not informative. That's just like saying, well, reality is reality.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is informative. It just told you there's space there. Now, it's not outer. Let's get rid of this now. I'm not talking about outer space. Are you still talking?
Stuff in that container.
Yeah, he is. No. The area is still there. That you just removed the stuff in the area. The area that the stuff was in is still there. So how do we define it as an area? Hold up,
I've
Sasha.
never seen anybody remove reality.
Remove reality? What do you mean remove reality?
Yeah, remove the shit you're standing in. The medium you're standing in. Nobody's ever removed all that out of a container. When have you guys seen that shit? When have you seen nothing
we
in a
already went
container?
over that. That's impossible. We're in theoretical land. Well, that's fine. We can go there. That's fine. So he's asking me to define. Well, after you remove stuff from this area, then how do we define that area? And I said, area.
I mean, there's still stuff in there that I know of, so I'd say, yeah, there's an area with stuff in it. There's still a medium in there. It's still in there. It ain't all out. Yeah.
You're saying if you move all
Well, the
You you're not removing you are not
Hold
removing
on,
the area.
Sasha.
You're
Sasha.
okay.
Hold. I said cease and desist, Sasha. Now, do I need to say this again one more time?
I guess so.
So, we have this thing we call space. It's an area. It's got stuff in it. When we remove the stuff that's in that area, my question was, does the area stop existing? Obviously, no. Then he asked me, well, can you define that area? Yeah, it's an area.
Which is
Well, I get that part. I get that part. Yeah.
Yeah, but then it's like, what does an area consist of? And you say length, width, height, but length, width, height isn't something actual. It's just an arbitrary conception that we apply to an area, right? So you get back in that in that circle. Not you,
That's
because
not a
everybody gets back
concept.
into that
It's
circle.
not a concept. An area is an area, dog.
Yeah, reality is reality.
Like
It doesn't mean anything.
the only thing that you're saying is let's imagine nothing being in there. Oh no, that doesn't make any sense. Therefore, let me devise an argument against it. An area is an area.
Maybe John can answer, or maybe QE can. I don't maybe touch on it a little bit, right? So, and let me know if it ties in a little bit. It sounds like everybody's saying, but it's still made of something physical that always exists. Can the material world account for itself? Is that what we're saying here with this? That there's always been and will always be material because it accounts for itself.
No, an area isn't physical. It's an area. It's what we call space. So it's not physical, but it's a volume. It's an area. It doesn't go away. It's part of our reality. I don't know how to break this down any further. Anybody else can take a shot?
Yeah, I can have a go. I can have a go. There's a Jedi mind trick taking place where you take this area and you say, if I evacuate the gas from it, right, we'll call that a vacuum, but there's still stuff in it. That's this argument. So you go, okay, let's try and break this down in a different way so people can understand the Jedi mind trick. So if we take a cookie jar, yeah, okay, so we've got a cookie jar. So the thing that we're going to define what's in or not in this jar, the stuff, is cookies. We say, okay, well, we're going to take all the cookies out. Okay, we've taken all the cookies out. But alas, there's still air in there. You're like, but we weren't describing this as a vacuum chamber. We were describing it as a cookie jar. So when we take all the cookies out, there's nothing in there. And Smartass comes along and says, but you can't have nothing in the cookie jar. There's gas in there. Like, but that's a different categorization. So the Jedi mind trick is describe something that specifically just removes gas and then point out that there's something else in there. You're like, what, like light? So what? It doesn't need to be a vacuum chamber then, because that categorization has nothing to do with what you're going to describe as being in there and say, when we categorize it as a vacuum, that's what, removing as much air as possible? There's something other than air in there. You're like, yeah, but then we didn't need to classify it as a vacuum, did we? But that's what the trick requires. Me to have a classification of removing air, and when I've removed the air, say, well, there's still light in there. That can't be right. For there to be light, there's got to be immediate. And that's how this bullshit begins, with a miscategorization. Okay, we're sucking all the air out. So I don't want to hear anything about anything other than air, because that's what this vacuum is for. Not to tell me that once we've sucked all the air out, well, you can't have anything else, and there is. No, this is just a categorization of how much air there is or isn't in this area. Well, let's talk about the area then. Oh my God.
Nathan, do you know that they define a perfect vacuum with not just the removal of the matter, but the removal of the energy? And that's why they can never remove the matter, and they certainly can never remove the energy. So all Witsit is doing is basically pointing out the third law of thermodynamics, because that's part of the third law, and it was established. And I don't even know if he even realizes it. So yeah, we know that's already been established and detailed, long before you were born.
Sorry, I had to step away for a few seconds. Did we figure out why the area is not physical yet?
Why do we need to?
So you can't have nothing. Like I said, that's a double negative. So you can't have nothing. So something has to be in there, and the something is nothing. That's his dumbass argument. That's it. You boil it all down. That's it.
That checks out.
Yeah.
The darkness is the light.
Yeah, that's right. I remember that a long time ago. The darkness is the light.
That's what he's saying.
Light not being illuminated.
The empty womb is the pregnancy.
This is some deep stuff, man. Not for Micah deep. It's been Jedi mind tricked by idiot, double speaking idiot. That's all. You've been duped. You've been duped the same way you were duped about the heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion. He's using the same techniques and tactics they used. So you come out of that nonsense, and then you're drugged right back in by ether drag queen.
You know who else does that?
Who?
Scammers. I'm being quite specific. So scammers love to target former scam victims. They're the most likely to be duped into the scam again. So when someone gets conned into a refund scam, another scammer wants that database. Oh, these people are all scammed, because I can approach them again and go, I can get you your money back. And scam them again. And that's what happens. You're much more likely to be scammed again if you've already been scammed.
Scam squared?
Yeah, you could say that, scam squared. But you go watch any of these scam baiting videos and they talk about it all the time. That the database for the people who've already become victims of scams are the most valuable databases because they're the most likely to fall for it again. As long as you know which scam they fell victim to, you can play on that scam that they fell victim to. And in this case, the exact same things happened. Oh, you fell victim to the ball? Let me help you. Ether.
I think you're right because his latest defense was he's talking about this so much because he wants to prove that Earth is not moving.
I mean, I think I think you're on to something for sure. I think it comes down to some people still want to know how the sky works. I think that is part of it.
Yeah, that's fine. I want to. I'd love to know.
That's me. I wouldn't know how the sky works, but I'm not going to presume to know and then tell other people's stories. That's the problem.
But if I say there's a hum, there's a hum that holds the roof up, and the reason the hum exists is because we can prove it because it's permeation of the. You can't have a vacuum. There's got to be something there for the hum to permeate to make it blue. Now, if I spend a good chunk of time telling you that sound waves create the blue sky, and the hum proves it, and then someone catches me on a double-speak contradiction that absolutely annihilates my position, and I lie about having said that the hum proves it. I never said that. I haven't said the hum proves it for years. I'm just suddenly a disgusting, scummy scumbag grifter trying to take the victims of the globe and scam them again. That's all I'm doing. But that's not to say that the guy comes along and goes, no, well, I was listening to the guy waffled on about the hum and how its sound produced the sky roof. But, you know, don't tell me that we're not allowed to be enthusiastic about finding out what the sky is. It's like, no. Me saying it's the hum and it's sound that produces the blue sky is bollocks. Like, demonstrably wrong. And what, you're going to defend me for lying about it when I'm proven wrong? Because you're interested in the sky. Yeah, so am I. But it doesn't mean that we need to tolerate liars bullshitting.
Yeah, maybe that's why I'm not fully invested in it, because I don't really care too much about how the sky works. It'd be interesting if somebody were somehow able to get to the bottom of it or something. I don't know, but I'm not that.
I agree.
I'm not that interested in it.
No, I agree. I am interested in it. That's why it is particularly egregious to me, because while I am interested, I don't want that fascination to be monetized by bullshitters. Because that's what's really going on. I know you're tentatively saying it, but that's really all they're playing on. We don't know anymore. There was a whole paradigm about what was above our heads. Now we don't have it anymore. So there's going to be a void that could be filled, and they've filled it with lies and deceit and scams and bullshit, doublespeak, double negatives. They've filled it with that, rather than evidence that backs their complete bollocks. There hasn't got any evidence. In fact, quite the contrary. It's been eradicated years ago. But here we are with the flat earthers following this bollocks that's already been debunked. It's like, I can't quite believe my ears. But still love to know
No,
what the
you're the
sky is.
scammer because you say science proves things.
So therefore I'm a scammer.
What do you mean how the sky works? What does? Can you get any more ambiguous?
It would be like the mechanism.
More like
so
what
even in
it
like the,
is, not how it works. Not like how the clock ticks. Yeah, 60 seconds later it'll be 1 minute past. Well, the sky's a bit like that, isn't it? When you say works. But when you look at a clock, you can look at the mechanism behind why the hand moves. What's the mechanism behind the star movement? What's the mechanism behind it going dark and them appearing?
God.
God's not a mechanism.
That's what I meant. Yep.
God's not a mechanism.
How would you ever figure that out? What's the first step?
Well, I guess they're assuming uniformity, that what works here also works there.
Maybe if you have some connection with the creator, you can answer that
ambiguous. That was incredibly non sequitur to my question. What is the first step to figure out how the sky works?
You got to get behind the sky, like you got to get behind inside of a watch. So you got to get behind the sky.
Oh yeah, that's right. Peel the back off.
So
yeah, maybe. Even like the earlier confusion on the terminology of travel. I guess maybe he takes a different approach on it. Like I'm in the car, I'm traveling, but I'm not actually the mechanism. The car is the mechanism. So I guess that would be like analysis, to I am the light, and the car is the the mechanism or the medium. But but I'm still traveling. I'm still traveling because I'm in the car, but I haven't done anything.
The car's not the mechanism though.
Hold on, I think he's going somewhere.
What I mean is just traveling.
Yeah, and then it's like the car's not even the engine. It's not the engine. It's the interaction of the.
Yeah, we went off the beaten path. I said, "What is the first step into figuring out how the sky works?" We just bypassed that. What's the first step?
First, you peel the back off.
No, that's stupid.
Well, you do that with a watch.
That's what I mean. My question to you, initially, was: do you think that the laws of physics and uniformity of nature? Do you think that the sky is right? So, do you think that the sky is different? Do you think that that's
different than what?
That's separate. That's like an outer space, not a. Do you think it's like an outer space that's not relatable to where we are?
This is getting weird.
Outer space. What the hell?
So let's back to my question, so we don't divert away. What is the first step into how the sky works? What do you need to do? Don't say peel the back off.
Is it the front? Peel the front off.
Get the instruction manual.
Yeah, you can either assume that there's uniformity, that the sky, right, that is up, right, at a certain height, length with height is just a conception, and that it's the same, meaning it's universal, the same here as it is there.
Still, you're not going to get your answer, but keep on this line, QE. Keep on this line.
Oh God, it's absolutely killing me. No, you just have to fucking go there, right? That would be the first step.
No, you got this all in
That's
the wrong
right.
order.
Well, that's why I asked.
No.
Yeah, that's why I asked you.
You got this all wrong.
Go there or you are there.
You got this all wrong. Hold on.
There.
Please let me interject. Okay, we got the watch as a comparison, right? Why would you peel the back off the watch? In what circumstances would you feel the need to do that?
Figure out how it works.
If it's broken,
is that what generally people do? If you buy a watch, do you generally buy a watch to take it apart and figure out how it works? Is that why you buy watches?
No.
When was the last time you took a watch apart?
No. But if I wanted to figure out how the watch works, I'd take the back off.
But what would more likely be the reason that someone would take the back off a watch?
To figure out how it works?
No. Because it's broken.
I said that 3 times.
But he was asking you. The sky's not broken. Why are we trying to pry the back off it to figure out how it works? Works, doesn't it? Who cares?
What do you mean it works?
I mean, we're using it. It's functionally operational now. So typically, in my experience, if something's working, that's when you don't want to pry the back off it.
Oh boy. We're off the reservation here.
Totally off the reservation.
What if you going up there, you say go up there, skirt the metaphor for a second. What happens if that mucks up something?
It could, but to figure out how something, this is my point. To figure out how something works, you have to get in that thing or be able to be in the vicinity of that thing to figure out, number one, what is this that where I'm at? What is this?
Perfect. Now we're getting somewhere. So, okay, let's take it to a more basic example. Nothing as complicated as the sky, but the watch. Back to the watch example. So, if you just happen to have a watch and you're like, I wonder how this works, would you pry the back off it? You personally, QE?
Yes, I would.
You'd pry the back off the watch, and what do you think would happen with this? Let's call it a Swiss watch. It's a mechanical watch. What do you think would happen when you got in the first layer?
Probably all the springs, I'd open it up, and I've done this before.
Here we go. So you open the watch. My grandfather was a watchmaker. I've watched this happen. So what happens when you open the watch? It all fucks up beyond any sort of, it was losing a couple of seconds. Now it's in 1,000 pieces on the desk and you don't know where one of the cogs has gone, right?
Yes.
Right. At that point, do you think, I wish I hadn't opened the watch?
Yes.
Right. So typically, in that circumstance, what would you do? You'd go to someone who knew watches, wouldn't you?
Yes.
So the moral of this story is, if you don't know what you're tinkering with, don't tinker with it. Now, there's obviously an argument that if there's something that exists that nobody knows how to operate, you've got to start tinkering somewhere. But the other moral of the story is, when you start tinkering, there's a good chance you'll break it if you don't know what you're doing. So if we don't know what we're doing, and that's everyone, without exception, why would we tinker around with the sky?
Because you're intrigued. You want to know how it works, for God's sake.
Okay. Craig, you there? Craig's a computer technician. What do you think the predominance of his business is dealing with? Do you think it's dealt with just things that have been left nicely to just do their job, and they do their job? Or do you think it's because people have come in and gone, it wasn't quite working properly and I got my screwdriver out? And then Craig's involved.
Hello, mate. Says the biggest tinkerer of them all.
Get off the beaten path, Neil. We got Craig here. Go ahead, Craig.
Hello, Q. It's Stewie. It's Junior, actually, Nathan. You all right?
Yeah, I'm just trying to hint at the idea that is it that typically people who've tinkered with things involves your help because they've made it worse?
Yeah, and they've watched something on YouTube that's led them to believe that it was simple.
Right. And it never is. And you always cause more problems. So we shouldn't tinker with the sky unless we know what we're doing. So we should approach with caution. That's what I'm
I've been
saying.
listening to it. It's a bit of an interesting comparison, isn't it? Because someone already know how to make a watch, whereas nobody knows how to make the sky. So it's a bit of an odd one to say.
Exactly.
Not really compare them.
Exactly. So I'd be doubly cautious.
You're a bit pretentious into thinking that your position out in the sky would affect how the sky works too.
Might do. You don't know it won't.
I suppose you could argue, can I recreate the sky? That would be a good one. And how did I do it? How did I make the sky?
Yes, that's a good place to begin. Can I replicate the effect? Not cause it. That's way too bold. Can I replicate it?
Oh boy.
No, well, can you? Can you create a system that has a day and night cycle?
Got a bunch of gods here, huh?
Nah, Neil's got straight to the point. Say that again, Neil.
Sounds like we got a bunch of gods here.
Right. So to get even close, I mean, I'm way too lofty in that little example. Create a day and night cycle. I just couldn't think of something more basic. Yeah, you're gonna have to be a god to do that. What, to create a little scale version of it? Therefore, what's the first thing God's gonna do when he's looking down on that? He's gonna say, "Get your own dirt," isn't he?
To an atheist, yeah. See, we're way off the beaten path here. You guys,
We
you guys,
are so far off of that.
yeah, you guys took this thing and just beat it.
QE, you still there? Hello?
Hello?
Oh, I lost sound for a second.
I did?
No, I did.
Yeah.
I must have been QE. I think you might have an internet problem. I'm just guessing.
I'm just guessing.
I wouldn't know.
Let me do a test. Let me do a test. Here we go.
That's fascinating. Fascinating stuff. This is really interesting. QE's doing a speed test. You're a member. Bet you feel right proud of that cash you invested in Nathan Oakley 1980 membership right now.
This is.
So first thing we do is, if we were going to science it, QE, is observe the phenomena that we wanted to science. One only. So I'm going to say, why does it get dark? Oh, there's more important things going on. There's a speed test. What can I say?
I know why, because the Earth turns.
Yeah, you're going to have to validate that as a causal influencer, though, aren't you?
So you're telling me what they taught me in school is not true?
No, I said you'd have to validate that as a causal influencer. Regardless of what you told. I don't care what you told. I was told it was caused by the hum. Hum causes the night time to come.
Well, I was also told that 2 + 2 = 4, and that seems to be correct.
QE's gone. His speed test has wiped him out. I'll just do a speed test. Bye-bye.
Wait, did he do a Will Duffy test?
No, he didn't. If I hang this call up, will you all still be here?
And they're all still going to Antarctica with him. That would have had me leave right away.
If I press this lifeboat release button, do you think it'll release the lifeboat? Best check. Oh no! It's going. Well, let's hope we don't have a problem. I wonder what this button does.
What does this eject button mean? Oh
Given he was offering a free ticket that didn't exist and he hadn't validated, would you trust him with 40 grand? Would you hand him over the cash if you did a GoFundMe for this? I literally would not trust him as far as I could throw him. Like, so literally you're telling me you ran an entire game show based on the idea of a competition prize you couldn't give anyone? And you want me to let you book a ticket to Antarctica? I wouldn't let you pour out cereal, frankly. I mean, I think you'd fuck that up too.
Especially when you're basing this whole thing to basically establish something that was supposed to be established already. I'm confused by that, but okay.
Yeah, I think that sentiment was, if this is supposed to be happening all the time, why would you need to go down there to validate it?
Yeah. Like Will Duffy, like Brian said before, Will Duffy said it's predicted by Globe. So I'm confused. When was it predicted for? 2024? Why haven't we seen this yet?
Yeah. Why haven't we got constant round-the-clock footage of it if it's an anomaly that's noteworthy? I know we just got some edited footage. That's good enough. It's one of them. It's a failure point. So if it doesn't happen, that's disastrous because it must for them on the globe when they assume they're dangling off the bottom of it. For us, it's inconsequential because we're not going to assume we're dangling off the bottom of a globe regardless of what they see. For something to affirm the azimuthal equidistant globe projection, because we've got a twilight in Antarctica. You're like, oh, that's just as shitty a standard as they were using.
But my further curiosity leads me to think, so if this doesn't happen, like it's supposedly, in quotes, predicted by Globe in 2024, are they going to come back and say, hey, we got a problem with our model? The same way they would like us to do, you know, like if this does happen, I'm sure they're going to require all flat earthers to say, oh, there's a problem with flat earth because blah, blah, blah. Are they going to do the same thing when it doesn't happen? This thing that's supposed to be predicted but has never been seen before or evidenced before. But yeah, 2024, we're going to get that.
Well, you can turn either or depending on the outcome into not affirming the consequent, into a modus tollens. So if you do get a twilight, you can make a modus tollens that the azimuthal equidistant globe projection doesn't function correctly, and if it does show, same thing for a globe. You can take the globe and turn it into a modus tollens. I've done that wrong because it starts off with an affirming the consequent. So yeah, if correct, just try that once more. If you do get a 24-hour sun, you can turn the currently affirming the consequent for the flat Earth side into a modus tollens, they think. But it does still function because it debunks the azimuthal equidistant globe projection. So say if we see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, yeah, or we cannot see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, right? You turn it into affirming the consequent. I keep saying the wrong fallacy, mixing up the logic with the fallacy. You can turn it into a modus tollens that debunks the projection that's being used if there's an anomaly that doesn't function with the sun's positioning over that projection. So it debunks it. So you can turn it into a modus tollens, that's correct, if there is a 24-hour sun that says that the azimuthal equidistant projection does not function correctly, which would be true. If they see a 24-hour sun, that projection doesn't work correctly. Okay? Yeah, I'll agree. Likewise, the counterpart is if you don't see a 24-hour sun, you can turn their position into a modus tollens. You can say that if there is a twilight in Antarctica, then you can't have a globe because it would require a 24-hour sun. Yeah? So either one that fails can be turned into a modus tollens position once they've made their observation, once they've actually got evidence of one or the other. But does it prove a flat Earth or a globe? No, it doesn't. But it can debunk the assertion of the azimuthal equidistant projection or the globe Earth if either or position fails. Again, doesn't change how Earth is measured,
But
doesn't change how it's functional. Go on, John.
I was just going to say, how do you, like, the modus tollens would be between the antipodal plane of reference as opposed to the plane of reference. There is no globe in any of this, ever.
Okay, I mean, if you take the globe to be the antipodal celestial sphere projected out via Haversine, then it's debunking that if it fails, because the antipodal position, even on a flat Earth projected from within the celestial sphere, would still fail when projected out onto an azimuthal projection if you have a 24-hour sun. But likewise, that antipodal position, if you project it out by Haversine onto a globe, would fail if you don't have 24-hour sun. So you can still turn both positions, flawed though they both are, into a modus tollens.
Yeah, but the globe side of this, or what we call the globe side of it, never use a globe.
No.
That's correct.
The closest they get is antipodal inside the celestial sphere. A flat plane antipodal inside the celestial sphere, I might add.
Yeah, that's the problem.
So
Like,
if this thing
nobody.
is demonstrated or observed this year, will the globe start saying, the globe predicts 24 hours sun in Antarctica in 2025? Is that how this is going to work? Very confused by this. This is very silly.
Well, they're hijacking the celestial sphere.
Hold on one deck. John's tried 3 times.
Sorry, mate.
Go on, Refracted.
Well, they're hijacking the celestial sphere diagram because we've agreed to call it a diagram, and that, they're hijacking that and saying that's the globe, and it's not. It's a flat plane.
Damn, internet kicked me out. Just died. Sorry.
You better be sorry.
Just a few seconds earlier, I was at upload 800 and download 800, upload 57, and the next 3 seconds I was gone. Frick.
Bummer.
That's my local internet.
Want me to do a
Did we
speed test
find out
online?
what an area is yet?
I already knew what an area is.
What's an area?
Length, width, and depth.
That's a concept.
Yeah, it's the description or describe to a given space.
Yes, it is.
I know what an area is.
Well, hold on. I'm still trying to understand this. I've only caught bits and pieces. So, because length, depth, and width are concepts, areas don't exist. Is that?
Yeah,
the
more or
argument?
less. Yeah, that's more or less. We're getting to that point. Yes.
But in reality, what they're doing is they're saying when we take an arbitrarily ascribed area, or even a container, and then take a concept that removes certain stuff from that area, you can't have nothing. You're like, no, in this concept, we've just removed air. We're talking about vacuums. Yeah, but there's still light in there. And? Well, it's got to be travelling through something, therefore we've got ether. Unless I decide to say that light doesn't travel. I mean, that I'll just lie about later. I'm being witsy, of course.
Let's dive
Do you
into
remember
this.
when Neil?
I'm sorry. Can we delve into the subject of the double negative? Nothing can't exist. Please, floor is yours.
Nothing can't exist. I'm playing devil's advocate, or am I just ripping that totally nonsense double negative apart?
Whatever you feel is appropriate.
It's giving me a headache either way. I don't know, this is a lose-lose to me.
I'm not claiming. Go ahead. Sorry.
You're supposed to turn it into the positive statement and say something exists. That's what you're supposed to say. You're not supposed to say nothing can't exist. That's a double negative.
Yep.
But to be describing having nothing, you've got to have a concept to have the stuff that you're describing not having. So when you come to conceptualize or describe things with concepts, you have to have the thing that you're going to be describing the absence of when you say there is no thing. So with vacuums, the no thing is air. With shoeboxes, the no thing is shoes. So when some smart ass comes along and says, yeah, but there's still gas particles in the shoebox, there's still light in the vacuum, you're like, well, let's use a different concept then. How are we going to remove the light? Do you want to put a sheet over it? What are you talking about?
The problem is that they got to say nothing can't exist as opposed to something does exist, because if they say something does exist, somebody's going to ask them, what's the something again?
Because then their argument goes like this, Chocolate. Something exists. How'd you know? Ether.
Yeah, but that's exactly what Johnny did to Adam. When Adam brought it to its conclusion, he said, "You see, so something has to exist, and it's ether."
Well, it can't be, because ether's not. He described it as immaterial, substanceless medium. So that's another nothing.
There you go. You're proving it yourself, QE. So it's got to be something. Ether.
Ether's a nothing.
Can't have nothing, so it's got to be ether. You're proving this for me. You're doing my job for me.
Nothing.
Right. Ether's no thing, so it can't be that.
You can call it what you like, John.
Nothing is something, so therefore ether exists.
You can call it ether, Chocolate, and you just did. Anyway, being a smart ass isn't that difficult, is it? Talking in riddles and offering up double negatives and nonsensical statements to prove your non-scientific, non-provable ether, so you can dupe a load of victims into the same scam they fell victim to the first time with the globe. That's what we're having. So we're getting the same reaction from ether victims as we are from anti-flat earthers. Can't quite bleed and believe it. Why don't you just shut up? Why are you separating the flat earth community?
But that's why it's not even about Whitson anymore.
Well, in this instance, it's only about Whitsit because he's the sky grifter punting this crap.
Well, why are they following it? It's an indictment on you people. You supposed flat earthers.
They're victims of the scam. You can communicate with him. Why are you connecting on any desk? Wasn't them connecting to your computer how they got the money out of you last time? Yeah, well, he said he needed access to the computer so he could figure out how the last guy scammed me. So I've got to give this guy access to my computer via any desk.
Then how come nobody here is fallen victim? It's people that want this fantasy.
They are.
More than that.
They are.
Nathan.
They are. It's about 1 in 100. Back when it was me going on Globebusters, it was probably 1 in 25. The numbers were probably higher. They've all just been pared back from this specific channel. And then there's a few stragglers who don't want to detach themselves from us, but still want to defend the ether belief that they've invested in. Now, those are the ones that you do want to keep on your side, because they're the ones that have, instead of going, sod this, I just want the grift. Look, eventually I'll get the $50 out of the 3-card Monty. They're just lying to me when they say I won't win. It's my day. It's my lucky day. And they're just ruining it over on Flat Earth Debate. Well, those people buggered off already. But the guys who are still here know deep down that there's a con in their midst, or however you say it. They know deep down. That's why they're arguing with us. They don't want it to be true. But that's the same with anti-flat earthers, isn't it? Just can't quite friggin' believe it.
Well, what's the unconscionable bastard's position on this?
Who's that? Adam.
The Adam Meekin.
The emissary.
I think it's reflective of the strength of your position and the quality of your argument, where instead of describing your postulation of reality, you argue about the definition of the word nothing.
Because everybody knows nothing is something.
There you go, Issa. Are you still the emissary anyway?
We ascribed in that position, Neil.
Yeah, but do we need it anymore?
Do we need to arbitrarily ascribe a nonsensical, non-existent position to Adam? We don't have to.
Why would you take it away? Just to be mean, Neil?
Take what away?
Petty? My non-position.
The badge we didn't give you.
Yeah.
Just to be mean.
It's a useful word, Neil. All it does is it describes to the audience Adam's endeavours within the Ethereum community to understand their position. Emissary to the Ethereans because he took on that role. It took work. His label, if you want to call it that, his badge, has been earned. Now, is it arbitrary? Yes. Like most things, though. Right? But there was attached effort, wasn't there, Adam?
Yeah, I drew the short straw.
You certainly did.
We were saying that was the first thing, and it was like, right, who's going to go and look into this?
I'm not it.
Yeah. It is, sadly, a necessary thing, though, because their waffle is so nonsensical. It does require effort to sit down and work through it. Put some not for you to make it make sense to yourself, but for you to be able to construct actually what they're telling themselves this is, and how they trick themselves at each point. Nothing being nothing. The fact that when I say there's nothing there can't be nothing there because that's asinine. That's one of the internal things. If you convince yourself first that the fact that there's nothing is there actually means there's something there, you're well on your way to your first Ethereum badge.
Put together a whole long nonsense waffle poem based on the stuff that you came back with quite a while back.
We still got that.
I've still got it somewhere. Yeah, I don't know where.
And when you sent the blind spot there, he came back okay, but he's not here no more. I think the Etherites got him.
Got who?
That's the bank. Got me.
The blind spot. Remember Adam sent the guy that came in here, kind of liked him, and he sent him to go look into the Etherites, and I was totally against it. Now the guy's just disappeared.
There's some people, they're here to resolve something in their mind, not join the crusade. So he did that, didn't he? Came in, got confused by a bit of the crap, was asked to go and look at the other bit of crap that sits as a side garnish from these guys and give us an appraisal. He did that. He's quite happy. He knows it's flat. He's got better things to deal with, I would imagine.
There was one thing he said. There was one thing he said, though, that was like a little red flag that went up. He said it is enticing.
Of course it is.
Well, he's blind to blind spot, so he might have had an accident or something. That happens to people, if they're blind.
Okay.
Well, it does. If someone's blind, like it could end up out in front of a car, or do you know what I mean, fall over.
No, they got the stick for that. Now it seems too good. Huey's computer just going out the other day out of nowhere?
Did say when I met
Whitson
Stevie
is
Wonder?
onto something.
Did say about when I met Stevie Wonder?
I heard this one.
No, I did. I did actually meet Stevie Wonder. Right, I was at a hi-fi
What
show.
happened?
He was in Las Vegas.
Does he remember meeting you?
Well, he talked to me about hi-fi. Probably not. But yeah, he got kicked out. So we were quite rough with him. So he comes in and he's got this dog on a lead and he just starts swinging it around. It's quite violent. And obviously a few people stopped him. And they're like, whoa, 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 Stevie, what are you doing? He's like, I'm just having a look around. Right, so
Oh boy.
without protestation or procrastination, and at no risk of demonetization, the ether sensation is the manifestation of the vibration when viewing libration and a perturbation in the vibration of a background radiation when we view illumination. There is no postulation in my verbal masturbation because the perception of the visualization of light emanation in a rotation toroidation of magnetization through vacuum evacuations show the maximalization propagation with a motion demonstration phase quantization via quantum induction validation, where we view Michelson-Morley experimentation showing consistent variation in the direction when illumination went on vacation at elevation in atmosphere stratification by interpretation. And that is a miniaturization of the ether explanation. And if you lack comprehension, it's because of your education. And did I mention the free power generation? Long live the ether. This is a declaration and not a theora hypothesization.
See, now, if you would have said that to Whitson, he would have said, see, you got it.
Eat your heart out of one deck.
That was your ether poem. I remember it.
Not only a poem, though, as Neil says, it's actually a very good summary.
That's all from parts that have come from their mouth. Those are all, I could put quote marks around a whole bunch of those. Like 90% of it's quotes.
Did you read my comment that I left in Ballbusters there last night?
Last night, yeah.
Let me just give me a second to read it out. Second now. To solve the problem. Get to it. Sorry for the background noise. Right. Yeah. If the ether was a group of photon-like things that I called ethons, and the excited anti-ether electrons, and this gave the anti-ether eth power, kinetic energy, then I could replicate Einstein's photoelectric effect experiment. I call it the ether electric effect, and be invited onto university campuses and online talk shows as a great inventor and scientist. And nobody would be any the wiser. They could call me Albert Weinstein.
Perfect. Yeah, charge out the photoelectric effect instead. Exactly. Why not? What did you call them? Etons. Love it.
Yeah, and anti-ether, which is
anti-ether. Yeah, why not? Why not?
Well, the sad thing is, he is going to be making his rounds, Brian. He will be on Candace Owens.
Making us all look like dumbasses.
Did you hear what I called myself at the end? Albert Weinstein, because he's always a wine.
Yeah, that wasn't the best bit.
I thought you might like that.
I liked it, Brian.
Thanks, Neil.
I like Etons.
Etons. But that is basically what he's doing, because he has to hijack reality. That's the direction he's going to have to go in. He just doesn't want to tell you about it.
I think you should just stay in your lane, Brian.
That was funny, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, it's just, it was successful. We've got to all realise our flaws in that, right? Because although it's not, it's a generated chaos that we bought into. Now, obviously, that's done so that anybody who can't fog a mirror will go, look how much chaos you caused. And no amount of examples that take the person defending Ethereum views that have been annihilated by way of telling us that we were unreasonable. You can take them through the process of Witsit being the originator of any chaos that was caused and why it would need to be done. And they still won't, they'll still turn around and say, yeah, but you were rude. Yeah, but you swore. So in many ways, him doing that was to get the result that he did get, which was us getting annoyed. So saying things like, stay in your lane, Brian, it's done so that Brian pipes up. And now there's various points that I got latched onto stuff that Brian is under his breath going, don't jump on that red herring. You know what I mean? Because to a degree, we all know what's going on, but he's throwing out so much chaff in a room full of people. You can't help but see a few stray birds flying off after that chaff. They're just going to do it, and that causes audio chaos. And that's what he was hoping for, and he got it. Very hard to control.
But I found it funny because he told you to stay in your lane, and it was about fallacies, and he goes on to say appeal to authority fallacies.
It's just chaff.
So he wasn't in his lane.
Yeah, it's just chaff, though, isn't it? It doesn't mean anything.
Well, it's funny thing about that was by the time he said that to me, I was already angry. But I was trying to say something before that and I couldn't get it in. And I was angry because I couldn't get it in. And what I was trying to say is, don't follow his red herrings. And the first thing he gives me is a red herring.
Yeah.
To follow.
Yeah, because you asked him, what's my lane? What's it?
Yeah,
or he'll say something like, or his other trick is, well, can you just expand on that? Small pause. Because what you're saying is blah, blah, blah. So you start explaining and expanding on what he's asked you to respond with, and then he'll start explaining what he understands it to be after asking you. And then it seems like you've started talking through him. Because quite literally you have. You opened your mic in the short pause, started explaining, and he's still talking. After a direct question to you.
Yeah, that's what he does. He's what he does is he creates chaos. Right now, what you're saying is what something Zanuck used to always do. Zanuck could ask you something, you go to respond, and he starts talking as you're responding, which is a form of creating chaos as well, right? But what Witsit does is he creates chaos, then he claims to be the victim of a lot of negativity that was created by him.
Yeah, look how badly they treat me. Look, I piss down their back and they turn around and get really angry.
I think I got it. I think I got it. Here, review this. He's shape-shifting Mr. Magoo, Ether Clown, double-speaking lion, Surrut sits at 0, projectile diarrhea motor mouse with his basis assertion fallacy after basis assertion fallacy, interspersed with mind-numbing contradictory made-up horseshit. Then Nancy Fag objects when people stop him. Then doth protest, why art thou interrupting me?
Yep, absolutely spot on.
And all these supporters come in. Sorry, Nathan.
But it's just the bit where he says, diarrhea of the mouth followed by Nancy Fag objection. Yeah.
And all these supporters then latch onto that. You know, that's their thing. And maybe some of those people are not just supporters, you know, but they latch onto that and lead the charge against you and QE and whoever has all these negative things to say about us, when Witsit is obviously creating it himself. You know, if I walk into a room and start making big, arrogant statements and negative statements about the people in the room, and then the people in the room all turn on me, can I then claim to be the victim of all a load of people turning on me when I literally got the ball rolling?
Works on retards.
That's the problem, isn't it? It works perfect. Works perfect on a lot of his followers when they're only interested in the treatment he got and not what he did. It's like the other day. Like, what's his name the other day? Oh, I can't remember his name now. He was the moderator for my last debate with Witsit.
Oh, hammer.
He wouldn't admit. Sorry?
Yeah, the hammer.
The hammer. He wouldn't admit. He just wouldn't lay the blame at Witz's door. It was somehow Adam's fault or someone else's fault, or we all shared equal blame, and it had nothing to do with Witz's behaviour directly. You know what I mean? There's like someone kind of making a video and addressing me, but if I come into that hangout and behave like Witzit does, I can't claim to be a victim after that. But they all want to talk about how that Adam is at fault for getting insulted at what Witzit said to him. Do you know what I mean? That kind of thing. As opposed to just address the fact that Witzit created that problem.
But in so doing, that it still achieves the same ends, doesn't it? Whether or not Witzit created a problem. It's like, yeah, we're way off the beaten track, even with that, aren't we? Who cares who caused the audio chaos?
Exactly.
He's lied. We're showing his lie. So now it's who caused the audio chaos? Well, that was Witzit, of course. He'd have to, because he's lied, and we've caught him in the lie red-handed. And what's he doing in response? Lying.
Yeah, but that's like an afterthought red herring. That's a red herring he has set up to happen after it's all over. So people are red herring the way, because I said it to him, I said, all you have is red herrings. And that's what he uses constantly. And this is another one, because that's a red herring away from the fact that he's double speaking and not telling the truth.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, changing the story.
Yeah, maybe, again, because Witzit's relatively green here, compared to us at least, he doesn't realise that we've spent years and years and years dealing with people like Rumpus and Zanuck. Like, these tactics are really base compared to these people. They're not even that well employed. By Witzit.
Yeah, they are, but it's just the amount of people that follow him. See, they put him up on a pedestal so far up that they don't want to admit that the person they followed and put up on a pedestal and basically defended for years that person is just being a fraud. They don't want to admit that to themselves.
Hey, who was that quote at the beginning of the show again?
Mark Twain.
Yeah, easier to deceive someone.
It's easier to deceive someone to show them they have been deceived.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're dealing with now. Like I say, they've poisoned the well so much that there's very few people in my crowd that actually suffer from that affliction. Like maybe 1 in 100 have got a tacit acceptance of the ether nonsense. Most of them have already gone.
So what you have now is people defending Witzit, but stating they're not Ethereans since Tuesday. Right, that's what I dealt with.
Yeah.
You're pre-assuming I'm an Etherean. It's like I'm not pre-assuming you were an Etherean, but now you can't back it up. But you're still trying to defend Witzit.
Or more likely, these people are casual observers of what we do. Yeah, we're in it in a very serious way, and that's why the show is what it is, right? But for your cursory watcher, they're just, well, they might dip into a bit of Globebusters, they might dip into a bit of Flat Earth debate, they might dip into a bit of Blood Over Intent for all I know. But it doesn't matter. They're just casually looking at these things for their amusement on YouTube, whiling away their afternoon after a day's work. And then when it comes to the people who are like, oh, well, I actually do join into the Flat Earth debate server every so often, or I will leave a comment now and again. And they go, well, actually, I quite enjoy Witzit, and you are being very aggressive to him. And then they'll just type that. Now, you perceive that to be, well, you're an Etherean. And it's like, oh, not necessarily. But they might have a tacit acceptance of this shite that they hear when they're just getting a bit of amusement out of YouTube. Now, they're the kind of people who do hang around here if they're going to involve themselves with a Discord server. And they're the kind of people with their casual observations of Ether that they do find quite enticing, as it was put by that blind guy. You go, yeah, you do, don't you? Doesn't mean he's a dyed-in-the-woods going to defend Witzit to the end with his Ether lies. But, you know, don't have to be so horrible to him. Yeah, we do. Let's explain why. And then you separate the wheat from the chaff in terms of who's actually behind the Ethereum nonsense because they're truly invested, and who's a casual observer. I would say that for the most part, the people around us, they're the casual observer category. There might be 1 in 1,000 that are so dedicated to the ether cause that they'll come on the server just to tell us what's what, or white knight for a Witsit when they do genuinely subscribe to both channels. But as I keep saying, they were mostly stripped away by Bob and Jaron. So Witsit's little efforts have made absolutely no difference. Very, very limited difference. Like a handful of people going, I'm so aggrieved I'll unsubscribe. My response, don't let the door hit you on the way out. Bye-bye, victim.
There's a little clique that are I'm looking at this Boston Bears copy video, and I looked at the comments, and there's a few people saying the same things, attacking us for format fallacy. But there's one comment from a guy called Hasbusa, which I think kind of, he's this casual dude. I listened to the whole thing live while doing my cardio, yeah? So it's just something to do. So I'll just read most of his comment. It goes off sideways a bit, but first couple of sentences. Witsit got exposed here. Before the fanboy starts spiraling, no, that doesn't mean he's a shill or that he's a bad person or anything like that. I'm a Muslim, and Muslims don't define the other people's intentions like that. But he did get 100% exposed by QE and Nathan Oakley. That's literally just a fact. I was there. I heard the whole thing live whilst doing my cardio. It was awesome. He then resorted into spamming the chat, calling everyone stupid, women, psychopaths, and narcissistic, and then said that Adam isn't a real Christian and keeps calling Nathan irrelevant. And that gets more views than him, which is funny because an Instagram model, blah, blah, blah. He goes on about Instagram now, basically flat earthers. If you're that desperate, why are you retorting to support your argument with number of views? If you listen to that comment, they heard. So a neutral, got nothing, doesn't think Witsit's a shill or anything like that, but he did listen to it and he heard everything. He got 100% exposed by QE and Nathan. He resorted into exactly what he did, attacked Adam's Christianity, and kept attacking Nathan. The neutral heard it, yeah? We're never going to change the minds of the other Muppets claiming that Adam can't be a Christian for the way he behaved, or Nathan's just shouts at people, etc. We're never going to change their mind because it's not even their opinion. It's just a method of attacking.
A knee-jerk reaction.
Yeah. But what we have got is comments like this, and they're very heartening because somebody who's got no beef but has got ears to listen heard exactly what went off that evening and summarized it beautifully.
Yeah. Because all they've got to lean on, Adam, is what happened to Witsit. And from their point of view, there was a 10-on-1 situation, because that couldn't be further from the truth. Witsit made a point of continually making statements that would invoke anger amongst the crowd. You know what I mean? This was a constant with Witsit, and he always does it. So his followers can only jump on there was 10-on-1 and Witsit wasn't heard, and Witsit was absolutely heard. He was shown to be a complete shapeshifter, whatever his motivation is. Maybe it's just desperation, I think. But that guy obviously heard what really went on from a neutral point of view. So he is a neutral, absolute neutral, I'd agree.
Yeah, it's a shame we have to come off as the bad guys.
I'm genuinely not asked if people think that. It's up to them, isn't it?
Yeah, you don't care about what people think is what you're saying, Adam, is it?
Depends what hat I've got on. You're asking Adam, I know, but YouTube hat on, I do care.
Yeah, Adam, I'm asking, not you. I don't want to hear about YouTube, mister. What were the responses to that comment, Adam? If you have it still there.
He's buggered off, or he doesn't know he's on mute.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't know he's on mute, or he's getting a glass of wine.
Did you want me to strike him?
Strike him down?
Adam, yeah.
No, not Adam. The guy that just played our video without commenting on it, the whole thing.
The guy that just ripped it and re-uploaded it, I would absolutely copyright strike it. I went to, but I didn't because it's not mine, it's yours.
Did you see my message right after that?
I did, I just haven't got around to telling you.
Yeah, because I've never copyright striked anyone. I'm not into that stuff.
But I mean, what I would do if it were me, then, now you've said that, is I would let him know via message, take this down or I'll copyright strike you. Because you know how Ferrari sue people if they put a different badge on the front of their car? It's one of them. If you allow somebody to just take your video and just re-upload it, then you open the floodgates to anybody thinking, I can get away with that too. And before you know it, there's people uploading you shit that you've worked on. Now, in that instance, I think the guy was super chatting you, right? I think that guy was giving money to the show. And even in that instance, he was.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. So what? So because he gave you super chats, he gets to take ownership of your material?
Kind of not my material. It was just my show.
Absolutely your material.
I understand your position. I get it. If it was like an educational video or something, I might have a different stance on it. But with this, I'm just thinking about letting it go.
Okay. I mean, like I say,
speaking about copyrighted material, Nathan.
Say again?
I mentioned a little while ago I'd copy and upload the Bertrand Piccard episode of the Pretty Sure I Can Fly podcast. I've finally got around to doing it, and it's in the main text chat if you want to have a look at some point.
At what, sorry?
Bertrand Piccard, he's grandson of Auguste Piccard. There's some interesting stuff in there.
From the Enterprise?
What, he went up 10,000 feet?
I don't know anything about this. I'm really sorry to sound dumb.
Yep, he went up 10,000 feet in his balloon, right?
Yeah, that's the guy. But this is the grandson of that guy.
Okay.
Oh, he's the grandson. Is he the grandson of... I think I get it. So he's still alive?
Yeah. This guy does all kinds of balloon races and around the world flights and stuff like that. But we've all heard a quote from Auguste Piccard who says it looked flat. But this guy's going around saying he said he was the first guy to see curvature.
Really?
Yeah.
Plus, he also helped Einstein confirm his relativity somehow by doing an experiment while he was in his capsule.
That's doubly good. Confirmed relativity with an experiment. Wow.
The history on it is that what Auguste Piccard said, he got up to just over 14 miles in altitude, and he said that the Earth looked like a flat disc with upturned edges. That's what he said from his diving capsule. His grandson on Wikipedia changed that some years ago and said that his grandfather had gone up in altitude and saw the curve of a globe Earth. And now he's adding in the experiment to prove Einstein's general relativity that he did in the balloon, what he was up there.
He did it in the balloon.
Yeah, that's what was just said. Isn't that correct? Isn't that the statement?
Yeah, that's what the guy claims in this video. There's a lot of waffle in it, but it's interesting. The guy's interesting for all he's pushing shite. But there's a few gems in amongst it.
I'm sure his grandfather was thrown in his grave that his grandson is disrespecting him like that.
Nah. I bet if his dad was still here, he'd be wanting to change it to make sure everyone knew he wasn't a flat earther. Change his own words in history.
Grandfather, not father.
Grandfather. If his grandfather was still here, he'd be like, yeah, what I meant was I saw a globe. That's the normal way of things, though, isn't it? So which would you bet on? If he was still here, he'd say, no, I affirm that what I say is definitely in line with the flat earther of today's disdain. Or would he say, no, I meant it looked like a globe. That's kind of what I was talking about. Which do you
I
think
he'd
he'd
be
go
honest
with?
because I don't think he was indoctrinated as much as his grandson. My prediction is that he would be honest because he was honest about what he saw. He could have come down and said, yeah, I saw a big cord. But he didn't. He came down and said something else, said what he actually saw. Flat disc with upturned edges.
Right, but you can't take him out of time and then say that he would, the indoctrination would be different from that time to this time. So I don't know if you can just gauge it like that.
Well, Nathan is the one who started divining the thoughts of a man who's already dead and what he would say, if he wasn't dead and still alive. So that I say after that really is it more ridiculous than what Nathan is saying? Sorry.
No, it's all silly. You're right. It's all silly.
How dare you? Accuse me of divining the thoughts of someone who's dead after just saying, I think if it was here, he'd want to retain the credibility I think he had. He was more open or something. Just divining his thoughts. Outrageous.
Well, that wasn't divining anyone's thoughts. He went up in the balloon, he came down, he said what he saw. And we have since duplicated that many, many times with high altitude balloon footage. So, I mean, he was, you're the one that started stating that he would be changing his position. Right? You never met the man. I'm only going off of what he actually did do. You never met the guy, and you're saying he changed his position, you would.
No. I said typically the way of things is that people try and change their words to fall in line with the globe rhetoric. That's what we typically experience, isn't it? That's what I said. So based on past experience, that's what I said people typically do, based on past experience.
And I totally agree with you. People generally do that. They try to do that. They try and go back. It's like that naval captain. Remember the guy? Or the general? Remember the guy who did the YouTube video? Who tried to go back? Who had to add in a part in the description saying, even though all the measurements were flat, it's a globe. Remember that guy?
Yeah.
That fraud? Yeah. Right. So people do that. I'm not disagreeing that people do that. But August Picard said what he said. I just think that I personally think, I have no evidence for this, but I personally think that he would just be a man of integrity and just, stick with what he saw. He saw what he saw.
Wait, so to get this straight, somebody in the 1930s went up to about 51,000 feet and claimed that he saw the Earth seem to be a flat disk with an upturned edge.
10,000.
But then in the 2020s, we're being told you can see the curvature from a beach. Okay.
He went up, yeah. Exactly. Yeah, right. He went up 14 miles, whatever that is.
Oh, that was 10,000 feet, wasn't it?
No, 14 miles. 10,000 feet is nothing.
I don't know if it was 14 miles. I think it was about 51,000 feet, something like that, as far as I remember.
No, it was about 14 miles, if you look into it, because Baumgartner was said to go for 21 miles.
You're talking about that popular mechanics article, right? I thought for sure he said 10,000 feet.
But 10,000, that's lower. An airplane goes up higher than 10,000 feet.
I understand that. I'm just talking what August Picard. I remember reading the article and then, just bypassing it, but I thought it said 10,000. Anyone got that article? I think it was popular mechanics.
Britannica says 51,000. Science Institute 75,000. Wikipedia 51,000.
Any more?
Can I make up something too and say I'm going to go with 17,000?
Oh, we're just having guesses. 16.
17,000. Nathan Oakley's coming in at 16.
About $1.
I tell you what, this just so you know you should take all of this seriously. Here's a picture of them.
Nice.
Fucking baskets on their heads, mate. That's like health and safety back then.
That doesn't solve anything. Then we've not got to the bottom of anything there.
Oh, it's 10 miles high. Okay, sorry, I was mistaken. I see the article in Popular. I thought it was 10,000, but it's 10 miles high. Okay, fair enough.
Adam, did anyone inform you that Will Duffy has been in contact?
No, I've seen you. I saw that thing you posted. The final experiment. Are you saying in number 5? Seen your response. That I read that this morning.
Well, it follows on from there, where he doubles down on stating that the globe can predict things, right? But that's irrelevant. And then states, well, neither me or you are pilots, but I have a pilot who would like to discuss this with you. If you want, right? And I come back with a response. I may as well go 1 second in case he responded again. Right, 1 second now. 1 second now, I'll get the responses. So he came back and replied to me, Adam, but I may as well give it to you. The globe predicts countless things. For example, it predicts eclipse paths and a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. You can't deny this. Since neither you nor I are pilots, I found a pilot who will discuss pitch data with you. How does that sound? Question mark. My response, the globe doesn't predict anything, it's a thought experiment, and eclipses are flat Earth, see NASA, the Babylonians, and the solar cycle. And there's nothing to discuss, the pitch data proves it's flat, you don't need to be a pilot to know what a horizontal line is. Maybe you don't understand horizontal lines, but me and the rest of the world sure do, question mark. And by discuss, what you actually mean is debate, and by pilot, you mean Wolfie. Sure thing, I'll do that. My debate fee is 5,000 euros, as I don't like having my time wasted. I used to debate for free, but Wolfie changed that by wasting my time. You could certainly get 5,000 euros together, Will, as not only are you a wealthy individual, but your globe community is filled with people who have money and would contribute. Question mark. Will, treating me like I'm stupid is not an attractive quality, but besides all that, I really hope that you get that money together, as I would crush Wolfie, and he knows it. He also knows, as you do, that the pitch data destroys your Antarctica drift, which is why you are going to get that money, as my time is not free, and I don't like being treated like I'm stupid with. Smiley face. He replied with, I charge 5,000 euros to schedule a debate. So if you pay me that, I will schedule a debate between you and Wolfie, and then I will pay you 5,000 euros for your debate for your debate fee. Sounds like a plan? Question mark. My response that he didn't respond to. Hey, Will, Nathan Oakley said that he will host the debate for free. So now all you need to do is come up with my 5,000 euro debate fee, and we are set to go. Sound like a plan? Question mark. So that's what you're dealing with. Do you want any clarity on any of that, Adam?
Yes, I do. My first comment is there's a lot of misappropriated, out of context question marks that you usually put in your messages. Do you do that on purpose or to piss them off or what?
Yeah, I like to put in those question marks. Yep.
Just fair enough. Carry on.
Read me the last 2 sentences, Brian, because my phone went again. So,
Okay. Of my last comment, is it to him?
yeah, the last
Okay.
paragraph. Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. My response to his comment. His comment was, Brian's logic. I charge €5,000 to schedule a debate. So if you pay me that, I will schedule a debate between you, Woofy, and then I'll pay you €5,000 for your debate fee. Sounds like a plan? Question mark. My response to him was, hey, Will, Nathan Oakley said that he would host the debate for free. So now all you need to do is come up with my €5,000 debate fee, and we're set to go. Sound like a plan? Question mark.
Brilliant. Lovely. Nice.
Yeah.
Did he really try to get you to pay him for doing something he wanted you to do?
Yes.
Did he really just do that?
Yes. He's approaching Michael Jackson and asking Michael Jackson to do a concert for $5 million. And when he agrees, he says, by the way, I charge $5 million to set this up.
It's so pathetically smarmy, which is what you said, Brian. Brilliant. Yeah, great response. It's all right. Nathan will do it for no, so just pay me my $5. Yeah. Now he's got to say no. Trying to be a smart arse didn't last very long, did it? Nicely done.
No, well, the last one was Nathan, because Nathan said, just tell him that you can find somewhere else to do it for free. And I said, yeah, you could do it for free. You'll do it for free. And Nathan said, yes. Yeah. And that way he still has to, because this rubbish about, I charge 5,000, you give me 5,000. You know, when you do the debate, I give you 5,000 for doing the debate. Like, so I do it for nothing. So how stupid do you think people are?
Well, he's that stupid. And
he is.
I'm interested in the debate of horizontal lines. I mean, that's I'm just overwhelmed in my searches when I look for debates on horizontal lines. It's just overwhelming. Can't get through them all.
Well, that's the thing. Like, why am I charging €5,000? Genuine question.
Same reason why I charge $10,000.
Exactly. Because there is no debate. It's just someone wanting to waste your time and have no humility. So once he wants to debate about a horizontal line that planes are not breaking and not violating during flight, then I want to get paid for that. I'm not having 2 hours of my time wasted by somebody who just wants to try and manipulate reality. He wants to gaslight people into thinking that a horizontal line can somehow work on a globe. So I'm not doing that for free.
I had a lot of fun back in the day on his channel, whipping him and his idiot boys around by their short hairs. I mean, it was only me against all of them. Way back there, man. This has to be 2017, somewhere back. It was early on.
You against all of them, and they were still outnumbered, huh?
Yeah, they're morons. Yeah, that's what usually happens. He'll sick his minions on you.
Well, the best part. Sorry, Kiwi.
Go ahead. No, good.
I just want to say that the best part, and Adam will appreciate this, is that when I originally made his original comment to me was a comment on the video I had made and addressed to him. Now, that's the one I emailed to him, and that's the one when he emailed back to me that he would watch the video if I conceded this, and this stupid thing, right? So it was a conditional situation where he wouldn't just watch the video that I was made addressed to him. He wanted me to concede to some nonsense. Whatever it is, he had conditions just to watch a video. And now suddenly those conditions went out the window. Where's your standards now, Will? I thought you had conditions. Suddenly he doesn't have conditions.
I can't wait till December.
Go on. Yeah, me too.
I can't wait till December. Tell you that much.
Yeah, I love Christmas too.
Yeah, Adam doesn't give a damn. Chin up, son.
Yeah. I was thinking, should we start a GoFundMe to get QE Starlink?
Shut up.
It must be terrible in a third world country.
How new are they claiming Starlink is?
How what?
How new?
About a year, innit? Since Muskie launched.
There's been similar systems available for ages. My folks lived out in the middle of nowhere. Nearest neighbour was about a mile away. Nobody had internet, so they all had these similar looking things on the side of their houses. And it gave them okay internet.
Well, that's what I've got in Italy, mate. I've not got a cable. I've got a satellite dish.
Yep.
On my house for my
Standard
internet.
fare. It's just the same piss in a different bottle.
Yep.
Yeah, you're just getting it from the broadcast center.
Just a bigger transceiver. It's probably just a better transceiver. That's all it is.
Yeah, you're just cutting out the middleman. That's what you're doing. You're cutting out the wire that goes to your house. That's what you're doing. It goes. Sorry, man.
Mine points straight to the top of the mountain. Right, and on the top of the mountain is there must be probably best part of 60 or 70 satellites, people would call them.
Satellites on the top of the mountain?
Yeah, it's stuck on top of the mountain on poles. Big towers. Tons of them. Because, literally, you can see Croatia from there. Yeah, it's that high up on the coast. So it covers everywhere. And that's all you do is you point your Wi-Fi sky dish, it's aligned to that, to the satellites at the top of the mountain.
I saw a video recently, because now and again I'd see these things, they pop up and I'd look at them, right, just to see the comments. The comments is what I want to see. And the video recently was about where the internet really comes from. Now, there's a very recent video, right? We know this for a long time. And this guy was explaining, without showing everything that was in the videos we would have seen years ago, the ship with all the cables and all that.
Is it Africa?
Sorry?
Africa?
It's Narnia. It comes from Narnia. But this video was this real snazzy video about how the internet comes from these cables, how it gets through, and how home, and all this blah blah blah. And yet, people in the comments here and there, and there was a couple of people where the penny dropped for them. Not many, but there was a couple where they went. Now I didn't read all the comments because I think there was a couple of thousand. Because it got, I don't know how many views, 750,000 or something like that in no time. But there was a couple of people going, well, what are these satellites for then? The water lights? What are these satellites for then? What's the purpose of these then if we don't? Because the point was that the satellites weren't doing this, or this, and they weren't giving you internet. So they weren't giving you this, they weren't giving this for you, they weren't doing this for you, they weren't giving you internet, they weren't giving you phone coverage. It was kind of more.
They're not giving you GPS.
Yeah, well, they didn't say that, no, because they still make that claim. Right? GPS is still a claim, but they didn't state that. Even though, right, I'm not going to go into the GPS thing now, but even though, right, if you look into it, they officially state, well, with your phone, you're just getting GPS from your local receiver, your local phone company, or your local, land station. You're not getting it, you're not getting it from a satellite to your phone or anything. And planes, they get it from the ground, but the ground gets it from the satellite. This kind of stuff. So it's all the same with surveying. They get it from the ground, but the ground gets it from the satellite. So it's always like a middleman between you and the satellite. You're never getting it. No matter what you're doing, you are never getting it, GPS from a satellite. Never. Right? But this is the thing. They didn't mention GPS or navigation, but they mentioned everything else, and especially the internet. And now in the comments, let's say one every 50 comments, there was someone going, what are these satellites for then? You know what I mean? What's the point of the satellites? Like scratching the head going, what is this? You know what I mean? You're being duped, buddy.
You mean to tell me the signal is not coming from a washing machine floating around above my head now? That's what
Now, that's not going to be the question they're asking, though, is it? The question's going to be, well, what are they for then? or what, as opposed to, so they're not used for that. You know, their cognition always goes to how it can affirm their bias, not how it can't.
But chocolate's description is so spot on because that's what they show you. A washing machine, basically, isn't it, chocolate? With some antennas out of it.
I mean, that's what they look like to me. They look like washing machines with solar panels.
Very,
I used to
very,
draw them as a kid.
very expensive.
That's too funny.
Very expensive, though.
Very expensive. Yeah, that affirms the bias. Why would they put all that money into them if they? Why? I mean, there's people out there making parts for them. Why would they be making all these parts and putting all these rockets together to put them into space if they weren't up there?
Costs more to fake it than it would to just do it.
Yet no one buys more helium than NASA, apparently.
What's this guy like from 20? Is this guy like from 2016 in Discord? You've been freeze dried. You've been freeze dried or doing hard time there, Holmes.
Have you come from the future along a geodesic?
This August Picard thing that raised just a slight eyebrow, but now with NASA's helium intake, you're full on 2016, man. You need to break out of that damn thing.
What Kiwi is saying is that you're coming at us with things that are almost 10 years old.
Feast of nonsense.
Well, it's not exactly the feast of nonsense. No, no, but the point, no, Nathan. Both things that he's brought up were relevant.
Yeah.
It's not the feast of nonsense.
That's correct, Nathan. Nathan mischaracterized it. That's all right. He does that occasionally.
I would say it's just an interesting note to recognize NASA uses more helium than any other industry in the world. I mean, why the hell would they do that when we spend all this money on rockets and stuff? Put washing machines in the air above us. Why would we need balloons and helium?
If I can give you a legitimate reason for why they need that amount of helium, does that mean that there are things in a space that gas is not filling?
Hit him with the wall, chocolate.
I didn't hear chocolate.
Say it again, John.
You idiots on phones in here trying to talk over the internet. You need to step back and reassess.
Well, I think Chocolate didn't hear John because he didn't want to hear him.
What's the matter with talking on the phone?
What's the matter with talking on the phone? Other than roboting and providing background noise, it sounded like a busted damn chainsaw. How about that? For starters.
That was a horrible impersonation. Try again.
Shut
up. Chocolate, John said, just because if he could give you a legitimate reason why NASA need all that helium, does that mean that there are satellites floating around in a sky vacuum? That's what he said.
No.
Well, there is a legitimate reason, and that is the Satelloon program that they've, Project Loon or whatever it is they've got going on.
Is that NASA?
Could they just claim they sell a lot of balloons in the gift shop?
Is that NASA? No, they have Christmas parties for their employees and birthday parties. So, is Satelloon, is that NASA, or I thought that was Google?
NASA have their own version.
Google Loom
Maybe
shut
my
down a
name is
few
wrong.
years ago because it was apparently too expensive to keep doing that.
To keep having balloons, satellite balloons.
Yeah, man.
I wonder if that was just after you pointed it out, QE, with Robert Bassano, with all the details. Was it around then?
That research wasn't mine. I was just with Robert. Robert did all that research on his own. I had nothing to do with it. But yes, yeah, he was all over that. The not only NASA's balloon program. Who else was it? The ESA.
Yeah, Europeans as well.
Yep, European Space Agency. Yeah, I still got those documents hanging around here somewhere.
Is that the guy that done the presentations interviewing military guys about the Dragnet program and whatnot?
I don't know about the Dragnet. He was the one that would just randomly call people at NASA. Robert was unique, right?
Well,
he was so freaking hilarious. I was. Some of the calls you guys didn't hear, they were absolutely hilarious. I loved being around Robert back then.
Where is he at now?
Say again?
It's balloons, people.
Where is Robert Bassano?
No one knows where
That
he's
was a
at.
pretty good impression. That was pretty good.
It was really good the way he said that.
Balloons, people.
It's not what you know, people. It's what you can prove. So I used to always troll him and tell him it's not what you can prove, it's what you know. How about the funniest one personally, and there was a lot of them. We were watching this video on, I guess it was somebody took the shuttle up to fix Hubble because Hubble had some problems with it.
That's what I was going to ask you about Hubble.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we'll get back to that. Anyway, there was this video playing, and we're both watching it. We might have been live. He might have been taping it. I can't remember. It's too long. And we're watching it, and everything's stationary, right? And then all of a sudden, like, the Earth starts spinning behind it. All of a sudden, it was like, what the hell just happened? He goes, wait a second. And he rewound it, and he put it back up, and he goes, what in the flying is going on there with the Earth? He's got that, like, you're free now. I need to find that video. I think we played it a couple of years ago. It's funny. I know it's not that funny. There's no context, but if you see it and you hear,
I remember that video.
Yeah, but I'm picturing it. You're free now.
It starts moving all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's stopped. It was stationary, and then they start the program that starts it moving or looking like it's moving.
I remember a video from this guy years ago where he was talking about military planes capturing the balloons as they're coming down.
Yes.
And I also remember something about a Russian embassy ended up capturing one and displaying it in their embassy. He was an interesting guy. Seemed well researched.
Yeah, well, I knew Robert personally. He's a good man, but I'll just leave it at
that. Would you believe YouTube have recommended his videos to me in recent times?
Really?
Yeah.
No way.
YouTube have been and they've been throwing up stuff from 5 years ago from Ranty and Brandon, right? Stuff to do with Mirage and different things like that. Different videos like that. But they've been throwing this stuff up to me from years ago. I'm getting a lot of stuff thrown up to me from Flat Earth back 5, 6, 7 years ago. And I got stuff, 2 different videos. I think I saved one of them from Robert Bassano in the past few months.
Yeah, you're not lying, Brian. Same thing happening to me.
Yeah,
and I have a reason that NASA has bought all that helium that's used to separate the fuel and the heat source in liftoff.
Yeah. where they are lifting off into nowhere.
What's your point, Adam?
I don't need to barge in. I don't know if anyone saw that. Nathan, the picture I've got up there, that, and Brian, that's Sheffield last week. Sheffield.
I'm not looking. Just tell me what it is because I'm playing a game.
Picture of the Aurora Borealis.
Cool.
You should have told him it was a picture of God.
But this lass with her tits out.
Oh, well, I wish I wasn't playing my game.
I found that video.
Who is she?
I knew I would.
What cup size?
Hold on.
I'm holding.
That's bizarre, Adam, isn't it? Sheffield. What's going on?
I don't know, mate. That makes no sense whatsoever.
I mean, Sheffield is north now, but it's not. It's not northern Canada.
No. I didn't know if you'd heard out in Ireland, because like the north would have surely.
If you were seen in Sheffield, then it was seen in the north of here too. I just, because I'm not on social media, I didn't see anything about it. I could ask my mother; she's on social media. But you know, Facebook and TikTok and all these, that's where they be posting.
But it keeps happening. I mean, I'm not suggesting I know what causes it, but I've never, ever, ever heard of it being this far south before.
Is there any evidence in history of it ever being that?
No, that's what I mean. Not that I'm aware of.
Isn't the Aurora Borealis tied to the magnetic field of Earth?
Well, we're told to if you're on a ball. So what I'm saying, I don't know what's causing it, why it is. It's just notable. That's what we're told, isn't it? Yeah.
Well, not that it's a ball, but say it's tied to the magnetic field.
No, not the magnetic field. Not according to Witsit. It's the electromagnetic field.
Electromagnetic field.
What the fuck? I mean, pardon me. Sorry, I've been around construction for too long.
I think you'll find that it's called the Aurora Borealis.
What?
What?
The Aurora Borealis.
Borealis, that's right.
Yeah. Or the Coriolis. Y'all forget about that Coriolis effect.
Coriolis.
I just called it the Aurora Borealis instead of the Aurora.
All right. Are we done with this intellectual conversation? I found the video.
Yeah, I was just going to make a conclusion right quick. Yeah, Earth's magnetism is with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. That's why you level a compass before you use it.
How strong is that magnetic field, by the way? Do you know?
Less than a refrigerator magnet. I know that for sure.
Yeah, it's 0.5 Gauss. The magnetic strength of your everyday refrigerator magnet is 100 Gauss. So that refrigerator magnet is 200 times stronger than the Earth's magnetic field, you morons. Electromagnetic field.
Why is that important? That's what the guy said.
What?
When that guy came in with all of that nonsense.
When that guy came in, what guy came in where and what nonsense?
A while ago, I'm remembering it with electromagnetism and toroidal fields, and you asked him that question. And he said, why is that important?
Oh, yeah, I got it. Yeah, okay, track it. All right, you guys want to watch this?
Of course.
I don't got it at the right time. Shout out to Robert. Let's just suffer. Maybe I should be close. Let's see.
Now, I know everybody viewing this video, everyone who's going to view this video, you can see it's clear as day. There's a fucking astronaut conducting a fucking spacewalk outside of the fucking shuttle.
Sorry about that, Nathan. A lot of F-bombs. Robert was known for that. Sorry about that.
There's two of these motherfuckers. There's one here and there's one here. But according to NASA, the mission spacewalk was canceled. Fucking canceled. They canceled. Nobody was supposed to be fucking outside. Well, I guess these two motherfuckers didn't get the memo. Because they're outside the shuttle. I'm so fucking confused at this point. I don't know if this is fucking space. This could be fucking underwater in the fucking Aqua Training Center, at the Glenn Research Center. And they're doing all this shit underwater, and this is all fucking computer-generated imaging. Well, they're in low Earth fucking orbit, man. But NASA says the mission was canceled. The spacewalk mission was canceled. But here you have these two fucking yahoos outside the space shuttle, fucking with the Hubble telescope. Incredible, people. Fucking incredible. Absolutely. Wait a minute. We need to go back. Did I just see what I thought I saw?
Here we go. Wait for it.
Did the fucking Earth stop moving? Did I see what I... Wait. Hold on a second. This is what I want you people to pay attention to. I'm going to play this again. And I want you to take quick notes. Let's try this shit one more time. I want you to look at this video. And I want you to tell me what you see. The Earth's supposed to be moving. Oh, did you fucking see that? Let's do that again. Let's go back again. Here we go. The Earth's not moving. Ooh, you're free. Fly and be free. Holy shit. Let's do that again. So you saw it. The Earth's not moving. Boom. Start it back up again. Did you see that shit? Holy fucking shit. Look. The Earth's...
It reminds me, I would have said the same thing. Whee!
Only Robert, right, would give the color commentary like that with all those F-bombs and shit, but it caught him by surprise, right? It didn't register for like a few seconds with him, and then he said, wait a fucking second.
Yeah, until it started moving.
Yeah.
Yeah, when the guy lets go of whatever he's holding on to, they've got the perspective wrong of what should be moving and what shouldn't. And whoever's created this shot has just got it wrong. So they assume that when he lets go of whatever tether he's supposed to be holding, that should create an effect of the stuff moving below. So he stopped it. So it's just somebody who doesn't understand conceptually what should be happening in this imagery. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's funny because he's just suddenly he just goes, "Holy effing shit!" Did you see that?
Balloons, people. Balloons.
Yeah.
He was the person the border was couldn't address. Sorry.
No, those are the good old days, man. It was a lot of fun. Not that this isn't fun, but it was still a lot of fun. This was back when Nathan believed the Earth was flat.
Yeah, it is, but also that was still Feast and Nonsense. When I believed the Earth was flat, you were covering the Feast and Nonsense. How wonderful for you.
Was this last year then?
Oh,
Boom.
We are looking back on this with nostalgic eyes, though, aren't we? Because the guy from Discord was talking about 2015, 2016 stuff. So this is nostalgic to us, isn't it?
Yeah.
Could be low Earth orbit.
It could be, couldn't it, Neil? That was. I don't know where this is. It could be in low Earth orbit. I think that's what he said.
I liked it because Robert was on another subject about NASA canceling the spacewalk, and then having those two yahoos. I don't know what those two yahoos are doing out there.
Maybe he didn't get the memo.
Yeah, that was brilliant. These two MRFers obviously didn't get the memo.
He just had a way about him, right? And then when he kept playing the video and seen that it didn't register with him, see, that's what cracks me up, man. That little, it got like 3 or 4 second pause and said, well, wait, what did I just see? Let me go back.
Sorry, I stated that wrong. He said, obviously, these two stupid MRFers didn't get the memo. He's so real. That's what's the thing about Robert. No BS. He's so real. He just spoke and he spoke and he didn't care yet.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yes.
Did you and him have a falling out, Pee-wee?
Say again?
I was asking if you and him had a falling out, or is he still around, or have you talked to him lately?
That's a bunch of different questions. Number one, not officially. He came back for a little while when we were pounding away at Professor Belland, and he was making fun of him. And say it was a falling out. It was just a strange thing. He just went away.
What I remember is Robert
pissed you off.
Do you not remember his little speech? He said he thought he loved you, and you thought he loved you, and do you not remember all that?
He used to love me.
Was that not him? Oh no, that was Witsit. Sorry, I'm thinking of someone else.
He used to love me.
Daddy QE.
How do you say something like that and still hang around?
I'm pretty sure the same guy also done a presentation regarding balloon launches coinciding with all the rocket launches. I just remembered that.
Yeah, Mr. 2016's back again. Yeah, that's correct. Right. Hope you all enjoyed.
Well, yeah, we did. Absolutely. What I remember about Robert Pisano when the last time he came back, he was saying, "Why are you focusing on this bozo?" Right? He was talking about Phil Bell, as opposed to focusing on NASA. NASA are the key. And you were like, "Nah, NASA are dealt with." You know, second law of thermodynamics. And he said he disagreed that they weren't dealt with.
Really? Is that the way it went?
Yeah, I remember him being on the show. Yeah, I remember he was saying
Yeah,
that.
you were going at it.
Not going at it, but as well as that, I know I can't remember. I just remember that he was kind of boorish, and you were trying to keep it all under control and family orientated on the show. And he was like, "F that! Why don't you effing do this?" And
It sounds
like
quite
that.
negative, so obviously Brian's going to remember it.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's fine.
That I can remember last year. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember
You used to love me, Nathan.
Yeah, you used to
Okay,
love
just put it
Brian.
on record that me and Neil both warned you about communicating with Duffy. Right, we said it wasn't a good idea. We put it on record. Can we just say that at this point, right? Not going to work out well. I want no part of it.
You used to love me, Nate.
You used to love me. You used to love me, QE.
Right after he calls us a bunch of women.
You used to love me, Adam.
I just remember all the good times with Robert, man. He was so off the cuff. We'd just be hanging out. He goes, we'd just get on a topic. You go, well, let's call him. He'd pull up his Skype. It wouldn't matter who it was. We did it to number of people. The last one that I remember was what was that physicist name? He's recently just passed away within the past couple years.
Oh, I know the one. Proper
Freeman.
wanker, wasn't he?
It was Freeman. You know, the famous physicist. What's his first name? Got a unique first name.
Arthur.
No.
Harry?
No.
No, that is his first name. Freeman Dyson. That's his name. Yeah, him. You guys know him? Or have ever heard that name?
Yeah, I'm Dyson.
Yeah, from the Terminator.
Dicey Dyson? Of course we know him.
No, Freeman Dyson.
The Dice Meister.
The Dice Meister, exactly.
Meister.
He's from T2. He creates freaking Skynet.
Freeman Dyson. He's up there, boy. That's a hard pipe hitting physicist, boy. He's British. Born December 15th, 1923 in Crowthorne. Is that how you say it? Crowthorne, United Kingdom. Died February 28th, 2020, Princeton. Want me to give you his bio? Freeman John Dyson, like the middle name, was a British American. He's a theoretical physicist and mathematician known for his works in quantum field theory. That's a friggin' contradiction in terms. Astrophysics, random matrices, mathematical formulation of quantum mechanics, condensed matter physics, nuclear physics, and engineering. That's pretty substantial.
Yes.
He was a professor emeritus in the Institute of Advanced Study in Princeton and a member of the board of sponsors of the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists. He originated several concepts that bear his name: Dyson transform, fundamental technique in additive number theory. I bet you they're lining up for that one.
Didn't Robert describe him as some Yahoo?
No, not Freeman Dyson. No, he respected Dr. Dyson.
Very gentle with him.
Dyson disagreed with the scientific consensus, another oxymoron, on climate change. What else did he do? It goes into his early life and stuff. Yeah, he was a brother of yours over there in England. He went to the university.
The Terminator.
Did he?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, he did. Yes.
I mean, seriously.
And in the movie he did. And he wasn't English either. He was an American guy.
This is kind of cool. The origin of life. Dyson favored the dual origin theory. What the hell? I never even heard that. That life first formed as cells, then enzymes, and finally, much later, genes. This was first propounded by the Russian biochemist Alexander Oparin. I've heard that name before. JBS Haldane developed the same theory independently. In Dyson's version of the theory, life evolved, Freeman, in two stages, widely separated in time. Because of the biochemistry, he regards it as too unlikely that genes could have developed fully blown in one process. You think, Freeman? Current cells contain adenosine triphosphate, or ATP, and adenosine 5-monophosphate, or AMP, which greatly resemble each other but have completely different functions. You mean like functional specified complexity? Yeah, you must have thought that. ATP transports energy around the cell, and AMP is part of RNA, the genetic apparatus. Dyson proposed that in primitive early cell containing ATP and AMP, RNA and replication came into existence only because of the similarity between AMP and RNA. This is convoluted nonsense. He suggested that AMP was produced when ATP molecules lost 2 of their phosphate radicals, and then one cell somewhere performed Eigen's experiment. Oh, he's way. Okay, sorry I had to expose you to that. The Dyson sphere. I've heard of that. In 1960, Dyson wrote a short paper for the journal Science titled Search for Artificial Stellar Sources of Infrared Radiation. In it, he speculated that the technology advanced extraterrestrial civilization might surround its native star with, again, I apologize for exposing you to all this. One method of searching for extraterrestrial civilizations would be to look for large objects radiating in the infrared range of the, the electromagnetic spectrum. I think we need to devote some time to that, because that raised some questions from the peanut gallery during the discussion with What's It. Anyone recall that when they were sending me super chats saying, well, when was light removed from the electromagnetic spectrum, QE? Remember that?
What did they say?
They said, when was light removed from the electromagnetic spectrum, QE? That was the question.
That is the dumbest question I've ever heard in my life.
If you got the right answer. Why?
It was never in it to begin with.
I was asking John.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it was never in it to begin with. Nope. We're going to delve into more of that coming.
Hold on. But surely light is magnetic.
Light is neither electro or magnetic or waves.
But don't you have all those special light magnets?
Other than that, I guess it's all right.
Right, but they're asking you when light was removed from the electromagnetic wave, right? Is that what they were asking?
Yeah. When was it removed from the electromagnetic spectrum? The correct answer was it was never in it in the first place.
Right. Yeah. But why are they asking that of you? I mean, it just seems stupid.
Well, I think I made a comment that light's neither, that was never part of the electromagnetic spectrum. Light's neither electric or magnetic, i.e., it doesn't have a charge and it's not a wave. So it can't be an electromagnetic wave. Remember his electromagnetic waves and electromagnetic fluctuations and shit like that? That's what.
Yeah, but that what he's talking about with the I don't know what he's talking about, but the electromagnetism, or when they talk about that as light as a wave, they're just referring to the different frequencies of light, I thought. So what? It doesn't make any sense to me as a
You
question.
just need their terminologies. So it's electropa and electrifa.
Well, you know where to get it from, I think, because I've been looking at stuff concerning things like that in recent months. Well,
Africa?
Africa. It's the terms online. Even if what they state is radiative heat is electromagnetic waves, heat transfer. So what they say is that the sun's light heats the earth electromagnetically. That's officially what they state. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Have you never had your fridge door fly open on a sunny day?
But things like that, statements like that's put out there, and people then start including the terms electromagnetic with the light spectrum, when it shouldn't be. There's no part of the light spectrum that I'm aware of that is electromagnetic, electric or magnetic or electromagnetic. Any of the three. Like, it's really, our X-ray is electromagnetic.
According to them, yes.
Yeah, and UV rays.
All of it. The entire light spectrum. Is the electromagnetic spectrum. That's synonymous. Same thing. Saying the same thing.
When
That's
you say
what they
according to them, who's the them?
Who's they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the secular authorities. That's
yes,
what they.
I didn't know if you were referring to them or Witsit people. Sorry for putting in.
No, hold on. I've just looked it up. It's actually Witsit, surprisingly. He is the citation.
No, that goes well beyond Shitsit. So they've been calling it, I don't know, probably since Maxwell. James Clerk Maxwell. I think he was the first to coin that. If I'm not, I could be mistaken, but somewhere in that
Is
vicinity.
Maxwell photoelectric effect, or is that Einstein?
Photoelectric effect actually was Heinrich Hertz, and then
okay.
is
I was wrong with both.
No, you're right. But what you don't hear is Heinrich Hertz first discovered the phenomena, then his laboratory technician, I can't recall his name, pretty famous guy.
Leonard.
Went on who is it?
Leonard.
Is it Tony?
Yeah,
Tony.
Leonard. Not Tony. But then Einstein stole it. He didn't exactly steal it. There were a lot of questions about it because, like I said, up to that point, light was waves, and that was it. I mean, for a couple hundred years after Newton died, because Newton.
Stop. I've taken a stop. What did Maxwell do?
Maxwell said that they were electromagnetic waves, that they were light was waves.
Okay.
That's what more or less what you. Go ahead.
What was the name of the man? His name always escapes me, but he was in the video you shared.
Is it Ian? Ian? Was it Ian?
No.
Frank? Was it Frank?
He was in the video.
Was it Frank?
I'm hearing Frank. I heard it was Frank. I heard Frank.
It was Terry. Terry, that was his name. But
no, I don't know.
But the guy in the video who started using a counting game. Like, what's his name?
Planck. Was it Uno? Was it Uno?
Planck.
Number one.
It was Max Planck.
Yes.
I don't know that game. Max Planck. How'd you play that?
Yeah, well, it's probably from that video, it's true. And I couldn't state that Einstein stole anything. I think he actually showed that what Max Planck thought was just a way of completing something was actually the actual way. I have to give Einstein credit for that. I mean, that you have to be not stupid to do that, what he did.
Well, that's what he won the Nobel Prize for, was the photoelectric effect, not for general and special relativity. Isn't that strange?
So what, that they ascribe the fact that he's a Nobel Prize winner, they just don't mention what for?
Well, what was funny is that in the video, QE, the guy was saying that at that time, his special and general relativity, that element of what he was doing in general didn't matter. It was, people were much more focused on light and its behavior and things like that. So it wasn't until after that time that supposedly, like, even though he had replaced, he replaced Newton in 1915 outright, but yet they make it out as if this was a big deal back then, when supposedly, from what the guy was saying last night on the video, that back then they weren't even bothered about the general relativity. It was the photoelectric effect they were all bothered about. That was what they wanted to know about.
Yeah,
We're
but
giving
they
a
didn't.
different impression.
Yeah, but they didn't like that either because, like I said, for years, ever since Newton, well, they had to wait for Newton to kick off. But Newton opined, I don't know how he came to this conclusion, that light was made of corpuscles. And
Made of what?
It was corpuscular. It was particles. Light was made of particles. Newton opined. I don't know how he reached that conclusion, but that was his stance. But there was another guy right around that time that held an opposite view that it was waves. Guess who that was? It's
Who
our
was in
old buddy.
opposition to Newton?
Yeah, it was our old buddy.
Who?
Darwin.
No. And he was actually the one that codified ether into some.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Oh, you're talking Huygens.
Wixit's guy, your fellow countryman.
Huygens.
Exactly. Huygens, yes, said that light was a wave. So that was a battle that went on for a very long time, even after Newton's death. So the way they portrayed it in the literature was that Newton had such a profound effect on people that you didn't go up against him. Even after he died, it took like 150 years to start coming up against him. So Huygens in Dutchland, shout out to Betty. Huygens was the one that proposed ether. He needed ether because, now he didn't propose it. It was well before him. But the idea of what it was proposed by Huygens. And James Clerk Maxwell even identified Huygens as the discoverer, or not the discoverer, the inventor of the modern day ether. And ether was needed for what? Propagation of light. Why? Because light was a wave. See how it all ties together?
Yeah. Yeah, he also needed a medium for the planets to move through as well. That was part of it as well, wasn't it? Am I incorrect? Huygens?
Yeah, I think that was part of
Wait,
before what?
Before we blow past this, what you just explained. Now, Wixit has worked very hard to tell people that what you just said is exactly not that. It's the opposite.
I don't see how he could do that because I got it right here. James Clerk Maxwell, 1878, Ether, Encyclopedia Britannica, Volume 8, 9th edition. He states, ethers were invented for the planets to swim in, to constitute electric atmospheres and magnetic effluvia, to convey sensations from one part of our bodies to another, and so on, until all space had been filled with 3 or 4 times over with ethers. The only ether which has survived is that which was invented by Huygens to explain the propagation of light. End of citation.
Beautiful, right there. The propagation of light. I mean, now I don't know if you ether guys are still there in the panel, but remember, you guys are the ones saying that it's a wave. That's what you guys are saying. We're saying no, but you guys are explicitly under the assumption that it is a wave. And because of that, the necessity for ether, et cetera, et cetera.
Well,
this citation right here.
No, it's not them. And you're wrong in effect because Wixit claimed it was waves in the beginning. It depends on when you ask him because he then outright denied that it was a particle or a wave.
Well, he has since, just to support Eli here, if you listen back to the after show, where that was a big train wreck, that he claimed, and one of the things he was trying to make a bet on was that he could show and measure this wave.
Huh?
That was one of his bets.
Right.
What?
Right. Yes, he did.
Yeah.
I'll take that one. I'll take that bet. Let's do it.
Yeah, he was like 50,000 or something. He was betting Nathan. Or 10,000 or something.
I ain't got 50 grand, but I'll take that action.
Hold on. It says here that in 1865, Maxwell demonstrated that electric and magnetic fields travel through space as waves moving at the speed of light.
Yeah, well,
he never demonstrated that. He never demonstrated that. He just, said it with a baseless assertion. I want to see this measurement.
Hold on, it's another Witsit word. He proposed that light is an undulation in the same medium that is the cause of electric and magnetic phenomena.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it'll be difficult, Neil, to differentiate between the speed of magnetism and speed of light being the same.
We run into a problem,
but I
though.
hear you.
We run into a problem from the chair, professor of physics at Yale, Professor Shanker. All right, so today we're going to shoot down Newtonian mechanics and Maxwell's theory. We're like the press. We build somebody up only to destroy them. He's got a good sense of humor, by the way. We build up Newton, shot down. Build up Maxwell, going to get shot down. Oh, really? Continues. So here's what you do to find out what's wrong with electrodynamics. I mean, Maxwell's theory. It all starts with double slit experiment. So everything looks good for Maxwell till you start doing the following experiment. Guess what he did? He talks about a story back in the day where they had a light source, a really weak light source. And they pulled it back away from, I don't know whether it was a single slit, double slit, wouldn't matter. So they pulled it way far back away from it and then put a photo detector behind it and just waited and waited and waited and waited. And as soon as that photographic plate was exposed to this tiny discrete chunk, as soon as a dot appeared, that was the end of Maxwell. That's how Professor Shankar described it in his block of instruction to his students. That's it. That's it.
I'm reading a lot of crap by him, boy.
As soon as a what appeared, I didn't hear that part.
As soon as that film was exposed to a discrete chunk exposure, it was all for Maxwell. It was over. That's what he's saying.
Well, he did come up with the first colored photograph, so we got to give him some credit.
Well, the problem really is in the misunderstanding of the conventions, right? Because you're going to take diffraction patterns and try to describe them, and then you put it in a scale and call it the electromagnetic spectrum. I think it's almost designed to get people confused.
But what is so funny about this? I mean, Maxwell, James Clerk Maxwell. You're talking about he's all that in a bag of chips, and all it took to destroy him was a single little dot on a photographic plate.
Yeah, because it can't be a wave then.
Exactly.
Is that the point? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you'd need at least 2 dots or more than 2 to show a wave.
No, you wouldn't need dots anyway. It would be exposed and across the entire transverse dimension. 2 dots kills him even further.
Yeah, what I mean is that to even, if you were to plot it out mathematically, you would need more than 2 dots for that function.
It's just listen. If you listen to the presentation is online. It's a video from Yale, and the way he does it, and the way he looks at his class, the way he explains it, it's like that's it. Yeah. Yeah, that dealt Maxwell and electrodynamics a death blow. It was that easy. There you go. Listen, I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe the chair of physics at Yale is probably a moron too. But maybe.
Wait, hold on. Who's claiming that you don't know what you're talking about?
Oh, Witsit people.
Hold on a second. He was nominated the third greatest physicist of all time.
It was a paperback book.
It wasn't a hard copy?
Just on Whitsitt's claim there, John, right? Just to go, I'm going to go back to what you were just talking about there a moment ago, QE. But just on Whitsitt's claim, because it's connected, Whitsitt's claim is that he can measure or detect a wave. And he had a 10,000 or 50. He threw out a few. If you listen to that whole thing, he threw out a few different bets. One of the bets was towards me, I think, for 1,000. But I couldn't get information on it because everyone was arguing. So you couldn't get. I wanted to hear the full details of what the bet was, because I suspected, and I know 100% I'm correct, is that what he's going to be doing is basically trying to. Part of what he was doing with this thing with the wave is he was trying to get you to bet against the existence of the light spectrum without knowing it. He was going to show you the light spectrum because he was going to detect certain elements of it. He was going to call him a wave, but what you have to do to take on the bet, from what I could hear, is basically go against the existence of the light spectrum, which would be on a loser immediately, wouldn't it?
How could he do that? How could he do that when he already said light's not a wave?
Yeah, which is what I focused on.
Yeah. Listen to it, John. Listen to it, Q. Even listen to it. What he says. Even AI came in. Even AI Overlord came in and detailed the mechanism he was going to use. How he knew it, I don't know, but he detailed the mechanism that Whitsitt was going to use.
He's been saying it for years.
The wave is the medium, disturbance of the medium that is the light. The double slit is not an experiment. It has a man-made device.
Did you hear that?
You dumb bastard.
And he's denied he ever said that. Do you guys remember that?
Yes. He said we took him out of context.
Yeah.
It doesn't interact with the electromagnetic spectrum light. So
electromagnetic spectrum is light.
And when we look at quantum mechanics, there is impedance in free space. A vacuum has impedance. There's electromagnetic energy in a vacuum. And this is what people used to call the ether. Quantum mechanics is beyond retarded. And
Pause a second. That is not what people used to call the ether. That's what he's now calling the ether. What people do call that is the light spectrum. And it's part of the third law of thermodynamics. It's a whole part of it. Why you can't have a perfect vacuum. Nobody said that there isn't energy between, radiation energy between those little molecules. Nobody made that claim. They all claim that there is. And he's making it out completely backwards.
When we look at quantum mechanics is beyond retarded.
How so?
It is the medium. Trying to get where he says light's not a wave. It's
light
in
is the medium.
Yeah, well, he says that, but explicitly stating that light's not a wave. Does it? I don't know where it is. I got a whole compilation here. It'd be needle in a haystack. Go on.
Yeah, just like John, John, the other night he was claiming to me, you'll hear me talking with him at the very end of the after show part that Nathan has. It's about 3 hours long, but he tells me that light is the medium for light. That's what he's telling me.
Yeah, bro.
But
yeah, Brian, doesn't he typically say that the light is not a wave? A light is the perceived illumination of the vibration or whatnot of the ether. Right? So
Yeah,
light
let
is
Nathan.
just
You know what?
perceived.
Shut up and let Nathan read his whole thing again.
No, please don't.
No,
That's what he's saying.
But he does say that. No, but no thanks is correct because he has said that. He's told me all different kinds of things. No thanks. That's one of the things he has said, though. I mean, not just what he said publicly. He said it to me. Certain things like that changes over time. But
like
as
the
I said
movie gets
before,
excited.
Yeah, well, as I said, exactly. That's why I'm saying the darkness is the light, because the light is already there. Go on.
I'm sorry. No, go on. I'm sorry. I hit something.
Because that's why I always make the joke that the darkness is the light, because the light is already there. It just needs to be excited to show itself. So it's hiding in the dark, basically. Go on, Q.
The excitation of light.
Hiding in the dark. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. You're just hiding in the dark.
Right. What I'm more interested in this bet about the measurement of a wave and where he thinks he's going to get that from. I'd love to see that.
Well, he didn't want to go into that, and when I tried to take him there, he wouldn't do it. And then later he was like, well, when we look at what mainstream described light as, I was like, brilliant, let's talk about exactly that. And then he lied about having used the word mainstream.
He said he never said mainstream.
He didn't want to get into that with me, defining how they get to it being a wave. That would be the mainstream. So he just lied about saying
Could you imagine saying, hey, could you measure out 6 foot of this 2x4 for me? And then like get this kind of reaction from somebody when you just want to measure.
And they say, and then after you measure, they say, I never asked you for a measurement of 2x4.
No, it's worse than that.
Is the medium.
It's like saying
he pulled that.
No, it's worse than that. It's he's saying measurements are retarded. When you come back with
he pulled that mainstream with me initially, right? And I said, wait a second. What the hell is that? Do I need my fishing pole? What the hell is that?
Yes, I heard that.
All right, I got an imbecilic compilation that might have it in there, so let's listen to this 1 second.
Phenomena is electrostatics.
Oh, you'll like this, Nathan. You guys are all like this. Listen closely.
Naturally occurring phenomena is electrostatics.
So the naturally occurring phenomena, i.e., the dependent variable, is electrostatics. Yeah? Everyone got that? 35 seconds later.
So what we're going to do is we're going to take an object and we're going to manipulate that independent variable of electrostatics. That independent variable of electrostatics. Naturally occurring phenomena is electrostatics. That independent variable of electrostatics.
Yeah, you got that one?
Let me tell you what
I
he's
thought it was
doing.
a natural occurring phenomenon.
That I find very
Good,
pleasing.
Eli.
So when he's pressed on it in the presence of people that know better, like us, he will tell us he never claimed that any of this was scientific. And that's where we're strawmanning him and his ideas and his whatever he's trying to do.
That's one thing he does, yes. Yeah. And what does that have to do with what I just played?
Exactly.
Yeah.
What you just played contradicts that.
I see where you're going. Yeah. You got it. Yes. My point was he switched up the independent and dependent variable. But your point is on point. It's another side point.
Your point, QE, is also on point, which is that we never claimed that he claimed it, even though Eli was just pointing out that he did go through. You know what I mean? So he's saying that we're strawmanning him with something we never said because we're saying he did something that he actually did do.
It's a convoluted wreck, man.
He
Hold
said
on.
it was never science, but he could prove it logically.
Yeah. No, this is that. Oh my God. Well, this is.
So a wave is a verb. Okay, a wave is just a type of movement. So a wave is a verb. It's not what something is.
The wind is also a verb?
So this is the mind-numbing level we're at, folks. We're down here at second grade retardville with an ass clown who doesn't know what nouns and verbs are. From Merriam-Webster, wave, noun. A disturbance or variation that transfers energy progressively from point to point in a medium that may take the form of an elastic deformation or of a variation of pressure, electric or magnetic intensity, electric potential, or temperature. You're up.
Actually, you can't have light without electricity.
Did he just say you can't have light without electricity?
Yes. I'm getting to that. Ever hear of glow sticks?
Candles.
How about fire?
You dumbass.
Yeah, there is no speed of light.
Hence why we have things go 3 times the speed of light.
Yeah, there is no speed of light.
Hence why we have things go 3 times the speed of light.
Yeah, there is no speed of light.
You know, it'd be interesting to see a debate with Witsit and Witsit.
Nicely put. Yeah. You need some medication. What's the last one? Hopefully it's that.
You're an intellectual dumbass.
Yeah.
No, it's not on that one either. Shit.
Just play them though. They're all good. There's no bad material in
Okay,
there.
so it just has to do with the light. So the sky moves, right? You know how we see the sky move? In the same direction that the sky moves around us, if you shoot light in that direction, it goes faster. And as you go higher and higher, it gets faster and faster. The closer you get to the sky that's moving, the faster the light moves. Yeah, there is no speed of light. If you shoot light in that direction, it goes faster. Yeah, there is no speed of light. The faster the light moves. Yeah, there is no speed of light.
This is what it is, okay?
Yeah.
You're an
ass clown.
Okay, so it's just.
That's a good one. I should play.
I think that.
Whatever. Pause.
Oh, this is a good one. Go ahead.
Yeah, just before you start this one. Yeah, that's why I brought up the other night. I brought up the ring laser gyro. I said, so in interferometry, you're saying the light is not moving further in one direction than the other, right? Well, I brought up, I think, yeah, and I was heading for this because that last clip where he's talking about light moving faster east to west than west to east and moving faster when you're at higher altitudes. It's like he was trying to say that light was moving, but it wasn't traveling. It can't be going faster and not traveling. You know what I mean? I could not get to there. There was too many people coming in. Thanks, Nathan, to ruin it. But so I couldn't get there. But that's where I was going because this was his big proof. Go on, thank you.
Yeah.
I think that.
Whatever.
I think everything is really crazy. What I think is crazy. I think that everything is the same thing. And it's just different versions of it. Everything is water. Everything is light, matter, water.
Are you high right now?
All the same things, just different vibrations.
And everything vibrates. And ultimately, we have to become masters of vibration to work through the dimensions of this plane. This is the 3rd dimensional plane. So this physical.
Whatever.
Physical. This is the physical plane. Now, if we close our eyes.
Whatever.
And we envision something, our brain doesn't know the difference between a thought and actual reality.
You go, girl. So I would say the creator exists beyond it, like within it maybe, but
which one is it then?
Yeah, that's what I think. I have heard that about like how all these seemingly like divine properties of water. You can attribute all kinds of things to water, like it morphs around any situation, like it always adapts to the situation. It seems to there is no way to get rid of it. It's perpetually in a cycle as if it were omnipresent.
This is what it is, okay?
Do you think maybe the guy's stoned?
He's got that covered.
Be formless, shapeless, like water.
John, why are
You put water
trying
into a cup.
Omnipresent.
John, why are you interrupting, man?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Bruce Lee.
Yeah, you never interrupt Bruce Lee, man. The fuck?
Yeah, I messed up. I can't believe I did that.
You can't take it back.
understand.
Things have changed now.
You never interrupt the guitar solo. Shout out to Adam. And you never interrupt Bruce Lee, man. You don't tug on Superman's cape and you don't piss in the wind, John.
I am ashamed.
You should be.
Ashamed.
We all feel the same way.
It's perpetually in the cycle as if it were omnipresent.
This is what it is, okay? So empty your mind.
He's got that covered.
Doing, you're interrupting Bruce Lee.
Water.
I had to right there. It was just out there, right? I had to do it.
Shapeless. Water. When you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my friend.
And outside
everyone dies when people die, it's because of dehydration. Even if you're shot, it's the water leaving your body.
What about if you drown?
If you don't have water, you're dead. Everything. It's delivered everywhere angelically. I don't know.
What do you want?
What about if you drown? I never heard that.
Cutting off circulation either way.
Or they will say things like,
Oh, we already got that one. This is a good one.
You seem as if you like to talk. I like to let people talk who like to talk. It makes it easier to find out how full of shit they are.
I'm just saying, whatever light is, clearly gets to the receiver faster in one direction and higher and changes throughout the year. And it consistently does that.
Riddle me this, you double-speaking moron. How can light move in one direction faster and not have a speed?
Yeah, there is no speed of light. Whatever light is, clearly gets to the receiver faster. Yeah, there is no speed of light faster. There is no speed of light.
You unlock this door with the key of
retardation.
Beyond it is another dimension. You're moving into a land of
bullshittery.
You just crossed over into
empty zone.
That's so dumb. Damn. Oh shit. Here we go again.
I'm just saying, whatever light is, clearly gets to the receiver faster in one direction and higher and changes throughout the year. And it consistently does that.
No, there's not a journey because there's nothing traveling. What the light is already there.
So out of one side of your face, you say light clearly gets to the receiver faster in one direction. Then at the other side of your face, you say the light's not traveling, it's already there. So how can light not travel and be already there, and at the same time be traveling faster in one direction to get to the receiver, its destination? Por favor.
You serious? Let's put another shrimp on the barbie.
So we have the respawn remedial retard, double speaking lion surat, shits at 60, guns ablazing out of the gate ether argument. from FED episode 1702 from 8 months ago.
Well, we have electromagnetic waves that we can show, and either it has a medium that it's waving through, or it's waving through nothing, which is an asinine claim.
So we have electromagnetic waves, which this moron thinks is light, waving through a something medium because they can't wave through nothing. Therefore, his something medium is ether. 10 days later,
the wave is the medium.
I went to everybody's head. The band. The band's a winner.
Good. Any more?
Well, I predict that people who have followed him will, from this point on, some of them anyway, gradually end up coming back in embarrassment. But what they will say is, QE, you were right all along, should have listened to you. But the way you went about it, it's just if you were a bit nicer about it and blah, 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 they're going to do that. Not all of them, but some of them. They're going to start trying to critique how you were trying to show them they were being duped, as opposed to the fact that you were showing them they're being duped. They're going to try and do that to mitigate from their own embarrassment.
There's only one way to treat an asshole, and that's the way QE treats him. Sorry.
Well, yeah, I mean that is kind of what they always done with, like, if you ever brought up how do you have gas pressure without a container? They go, oh, that's a QE argument. They just try to make it personal. They're just, I guess that's how people are.
Tell me, you fool. You fell for one of the classic blunders, the most famous being never get involved in a land war in Asia, but only slightly less well known as this. Never go against the Sicilian when death is on the line.
Wow, where did that come? Did that come from one of those hard pipe-in surveyors?
I heard it's Sicilian.
Oh
yeah, that was chocolate.
Come on, line, man. You guys, come on.
It was The Princess Bride, and it's awesome. I love that movie.
Good job. Somebody knows the damn line.
Is that the one with Andre the Giant?
Yeah.
That was the guy that was leading the kidnapping plot when he
See,
dies.
you keep on using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
Yeah, they're going to critique QE for how we expose them. Right? If you had just been a bit nicer about a QE and just been a little bit more detailed and just did this and this and this and this way, I wouldn't have been duped for so long. That's what they're going to do.
That's not how you treat someone you once loved.
Yeah, but I mean, all of that's irrelevant. Who cares how QE gave them the information? You know, what they did with it after that, it's all on them.
Yeah, but this is the thing. To mitigate from their own embarrassment for being duped so heavily, they're going to try and somehow put the blame back on QE for how he was exposing with it and how he was pointing out that they were being duped. It's going to be somehow QE's fault for not exposing him in a nicer way.
Okay, well, then they better go back all the way to the beginning because QE was refraining from going. So they better go all the way freaking back.
Neil, it's not working, man. We're just saying they need to go all the way. If they went all the way back
Okay, am I coming in clear now? I took it off car phone. They better go all the way back because QE did not want to go after this kid.
Well, if they take it all the way back, QE was really polite and gentle with a lot of the information when in the first things I seen on this topic that he was involved in. He just kind of become an animal after a bit.
Yeah, it's definitely down to how QE exposed them. If QE exposed them in a more nice way, then I wouldn't have been so duped for so long. So it's even though I was an absolute bonehead and wouldn't listen to reason, right, it's partly QE's fault.
Yeah, that's such a lame excuse. You know, could you imagine somebody trying to use that in anything else? It's like, oh, I didn't know that fire was hot because you didn't tell me nicely enough that it would burn me, and so I got burnt. It's your fault.
That sounds like the health and safety policy, government health and safety policy here in the UK.
Well, that fire was technically water that is different vibrational. Everything is water or something. So that's cool.
Didn't hear a word of that.
So John just brought up fire.
No, your mic's buggered. It's come disconnected or something.
Ah, okay.
Try again.
You should know.
Yeah. I keep trying though, so try again, Chocolate.
Mike.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Chocolate.
Chase them away, you mean bastards. If you'd only been a little nicer.
Yeah, that's the problem. We weren't nice enough. QE wasn't nice enough in the way he exposed the BS that was being put out there that you decided to latch onto and believe. Even though he told you outright and showed you and got audio clips of the nonsense being spewed, the doublespeak, and showed you where he was wrong, everything he did, but he didn't do it in the nice way that you're looking for him to do it, to have done it in. So that means he's somewhat responsible for your stupidity. That is the direction. That's my prediction, and I will be shown right. They may not say it directly even to QE, but they'll be stating it. You know, that if he had done it a little bit different, I would have known a bit different.
Well, they
So
are
I'm
already
saying that.
stating it.
Well, what you have at the moment is you have a group of people out there who are stating, although Nathan kind of disagrees, but he tends to disagree a lot with me, is that they're stating, look, you're pre-assuming I'm an Ethereum. I'm just stating that, you know, that Witsit might have something to say, it's worth listening to. And it's like, yeah. Right? You're trying to back up in your own mind, right, justify you staying subscribed to Witsit and following Witsit and listening to Witsit, even though you know that what he's pointing out has been a heap of rubbish. And it's been shown to be a heap of rubbish. But you won't now latch onto that rubbish and put your name to it, but you're stating that Witsit is still worth listening to. That's what you're stating. That's what's going on out there. They won't. They never. Go on.
Well, so we have got an audience, so we need to appeal to them. If you have been in any way affected by this nonsense, then you can contact 1-800-AETHERBS. Men are standing by to help.
Eat the bullshit.
The Ether Victim Hotline.
It is the victim hotline. It's called the Ether Victim Hotline, specifically.
Well,
Yeah,
you know,
we've
I
got
know.
Adam. Go on.
I was just going to say, I noticed that a lot of times where like QE's getting a bad rap, he's actually trying to do a favor to the person making the claim and getting them to specify, you know, what they're actually talking about. And people get offended by that. And they want to get all resentful towards QE for just trying to make the point clear. I noticed that several times.
Defining things is highly unreasonable, John.
Well, I mean, that's how they act. You know, when he wants them to be, you know, specific about a term they use, and then they act like he's just horrible for doing it. You know, it's like just a weird thing to observe.
What do you mean, like him saying, "What is ether"?
Well, no, I mean, not just necessarily that, but that is part of it. You know, just asking someone to be more specific so that their claim has more validity, you know, so you can actually understand what they're talking about. It's like they don't want you to understand. They just want to say these baseless assertions and you accept them. And just another thing, QE is one of the more decent guys I've ever spoken to. Like, I don't think it's fair the way he's being treated by this community as far as he's not nice enough. That's absurd.
What's wrong with this community, John, is that a group of people who are worried about mannerisms and politeness and not worried about getting bent over and, you know what I mean, being urinated upon. They're not worried about that side of it. They're worried about how someone's, you know, is showing someone else some feigned respect, you know, in a discussion or a debate. You know, you give MC Toon some feigned respect you're supposed to give, and he's supposed to give you some, even though you have no respect for him and you know he has none for you or anyone else. You know he's a lowlife. You know, things like that. It's like, why should I show respect to someone that has not earned it? They don't have my respect. They're lowlifes, they're liars, they're idiots, they're pretenders. They're not getting my respect. End of story. The last thing is literally one of the reasons that I started following QE was because of how he went about doing things. Right? He didn't care about all that rubbish. I couldn't give a damn about whether someone swears or someone gets the point across in some kind of a more of a brutish manner, whatever you want to call it. Right? I couldn't give a damn. All that matters to me is that the person is being honest, right? That's all that matters. But these idiots are more interested in whether somebody is being polite as opposed to being honest.
Yeah, I mean, that is silly, and I agree with you. But the thing is, QE, as far as I've been able to tell with every interaction I've been a part of, he starts off the first time he meets someone being extremely polite to them. You know, and then as it moves forward in the conversation, he might get irritated like anyone else would. You know, I just don't see why there's such a standard being held to him.
Well, the thing about it is that QE speaks truth and nobody wants to hear it. So does Nathan. Nobody wants to hear it. So does Adam. Nobody wants to hear it. So they're the bad guy. Now, they can't point at Adam as much because Adam generally, unless he has a good few drinks in him, he's not as animated as Nathan or QE. But you're the bad guys if you point out the truth. People don't want to hear that there isn't an ether. They don't want to hear it. Like, they don't want to hear just it is what it is. They don't want to hear that. They're not interested in truth. They're not interested in facts. They want there to be some kind of a great mystery that they're trying to solve, as opposed to, no, the mystery just doesn't exist.
Yeah, I'm sure that is part of it, you know, but the standard of you're not nice enough. I mean, how many times can you think of on QE's show where he stops the entire panel from making fun of someone just so they can get the claim out? You know, I've heard that several times.
Yeah, always. Always. Like he allows someone to make their claim and make their statement all the time. You know, I mean, if someone makes a stupid claim or says something stupid, whose fault is it? That's that person's fault. It's not QE's fault, your fault, my fault. You know, so whose fault is it that you make a stupid statement or a stupid claim? That's your fault. And if you're not then willing to learn about why it's wrong and accept why it's wrong, you deserve what you get. I mean, why should we be nice? What? Why? Where has being nice and polite got the word? Where has it gotten to? Where has it gotten to? Look at the world we're in today. Where has it gotten to? Where has it gotten the word? All this nonsense. There's never been more lies and more lawyers getting away with murder. You know, silver-tongued devils getting away with all kinds of intellectual murder. You know, we only went through a couple of years there only recently of total lies, total rubbish. You'd be attacked. You would have been attacked in the street for trying to tell people you're wrong back a couple of years ago. And now they're all out saying on the internet, you know, I don't believe any of this stuff. It's like, well, if we had told you that 3 years ago, you would have attacked me. You know what I mean? So there's no point in being nice. People don't get nice. Nice doesn't solve the problem. It doesn't. Nice does not solve the problem.
Right. I agree. But the thing is, who can you point at that we weren't nice to and shut them down immediately? Like, that just doesn't happen. I mean, the way to respond to a liar is, you know, I wouldn't say you need to be nice, but like, who has ever come in to Nathan's show and not been able to make their claim because we weren't nice?
No, Nathan allows everyone to make their claim. He might pull out the power to afterwards, but he allows them to make their claim.
Right. Just like QE, you know, there just seems to be an unreasonable standard being held that you have to be nice to someone even after you've shown that they're a liar or you know, it's like, I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't see why I have to be nice to someone who's a proven liar and a proven fraud or a proven scumbag. Why do I have to be nice to MC Town? Why? I always use him as an example. Why? Why do I have to be nice to him? Why do I have to give him any respect? In the world, where you work, John, is respect earned? Have you ever come across anyone giving someone respect that they didn't earn in some way, shape? I'm not talking about general. I'm not talking about like, you know. I'm not talking about, you know, shoes and manners in the gas station where you're saying sorry to go past you there. You know, someone in the aisle or whatever. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about respect, personal respect. Like, if you don't earn the respect, no one's going to. You don't deserve it. It's that simple. Now, if you do deserve it and people aren't giving it to you, that's a different story. But if you don't deserve it, you don't. You know what I mean?
But that's the thing. QE has earned the respect. He's earned it. He's not receiving it. Is what I guess the thing that's really bothering me about it. You know, like.
But that's the thing, yeah, 100%. The community are not seeing the person that has done. I mean, they're not seeing it. They're not given the respect that should be given. But they're given They're giving too much respect to Witsit and not enough to QE. But QE's not doing it for that reason. He's just pointing out that Witsit doesn't know what he's talking about, and he's double speaking and lying. So is Nathan.
Right. Yeah, but the weird standard of, oh, you weren't nice enough. That's I don't know. It's this guy, like the guy that, you know, has formulated 95% of the arguments used today wasn't nice enough. Like, it just seems so disrespectful to even say it, you know?
Yeah, why does he have to be nice to you? Well, who are you that he needs to be nice to you? Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm getting at? It's like in any other, I'm going to use the term, sphere of life, right? You have to earn your respect. You don't just get respect, you'll get your general everyday respect from common man. You know what I mean? With just through manners or whatever, and you'll give that, and you'll get that, right? But as far as actual respect goes for any particular thing, you have to earn that. You don't get that. You don't just get respect. So if someone is critiquing Kiwi on his manners, it's like, and they're putting that ahead of what he's done. That means not only are they not showing him respect, but they're expecting respect from him. Why should he respect? Like, who are you? Who actually are you? What have you done?
Yeah, that's definitely a problem that it's just completely nonsense to the the information and how they've dealt with it, and they want to bring up this ridiculous stuff. It's just it seems like it's spitting in the face of someone that's pointing out that you were duped, and then you were mean to the people who try to point it out to you.
So I'm the bad guy here for disrespecting a liar, eh? Is that where we're going? Okay. I can live with that. No, I can live with that. Listen, I am the bad guy. Hey.
Are we all in agreement?
Yeah, we got it through. Yeah, we're all in agreement.
The bad guy, because you're never going to see a bad guy like this, let me tell you.
Yeah, I don't know, John. The whole thing is, you formulated a lot of this and done the research to get the citations for 95% of any argument that's being had.
Brian's going to take umbrage to that. You don't want to say that shit. It keeps on. Don't keep on saying that.
Well, no, the
I also
formulation
take
of the
umbrage.
argument that we have about. Okay.
He's just a swell guy.
No, I'm not going to argue with that.
That's fine. It doesn't have anything to do with that. Listen, I'm just being disrespectful to a liar. If that's what I'm charged with, I can live with it.
Well, I won't argue with John saying that you formulated 95% of all the arguments in this arena. If you don't argue when he says I formulated 96%.
That's fine. What did you have to say, Nathan?
63.7% of all statistics are made up on the spot.
All right, then. Which housekeeping question is not his?
Speaking of housekeeping questions, that's a good point, John. Thank you very much. We've been kind of shirking our responsibilities with this book.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to get back on this and finish this up. Adam, are you here? Probably not.
Strictly speaking, we're still in an after show, you realize?
Yeah, I realize that. I don't want to do it now, but we have to schedule maybe Wednesday. When he comes back, because I'm going to take my leave from you here in a few minutes. If he comes back, see if Wednesday's a good time after the show. Yeah. And is it good for you?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Yeah, because we've been doing this. This is starting to get painful because every few weeks there's something that comes up and diverts our attention away from it. I'm starting to get a little bit aggravated with it. So
yeah, me too, but it's one of those. We're all going to be in the right frame of mind and want to be doing it and not have other obligations when we're doing it, and that can't always be the case. So I'm cool with it. Don't worry about it.
Maybe it'll happen as it's meant to happen.
Yeah, but I just want to. We promised by December or by the end of the year, and we need to get that done.
I don't doubt it'll get done by the end of the year or by Christmas.
I might stretch into next year.
I'll tell you
Okay.
what, y'all should do a book about writing the book, because just listening in to a couple of sessions, that was generally awesome.
I think Brian already had the idea to write a book about writing the book a couple of weeks ago.
Well, my idea was about writing a book about the writing of the book.
That's right. Sorry, my bad.
Well, what if we made a movie about writing the book that was going to be written about writing the book?
And then we did a radio play on that.
I think we're getting somewhere. We might have an infomercial soon.
Yeah, in seriousness, though, it is going to be a good book.
Do you want me to do the audio version complete with color commentary?
If you so desire.
Absolutely.
What the words actually mean, not what the words on the page are, but what they really mean.
Yes. Everyone wants
yes,
that.
You can do
Everybody
that.
wants that. Everyone.
Can I get it in Braille?
Yeah, get in Braille and shove it up your arse. Yeah.
That might have actually been a blind guy asking if you can get it in Braille. Was that a serious question?
No.
Hey, what chapter y'all on? Do you have a projected time of completion or anything like that yet?
Projection? I don't really know what you mean.
Do you have where are you at in writing it? Like halfway, quarters of the way down?
Oh, you were talking to me in corporate. I didn't understand. Did I have the projection for the time that projected ETA is imminent?
Have you any spreadsheet to go with that? That you could put it forward in a
What
presentation?
you're telling me is you have no idea how much more is going to be in this.
Oh, we know. Yes, we do, because Adam put it into a spreadsheet and then graphed it.
And I feel like your tone's hostile.
If Adam put it in a graph, I accept that.
Yeah.
Yes, we do. That's not even a joke. We do actually have a spreadsheet on this.
Yeah. I wasn't joking.
I can actually
Here it
forecast a
comes,
projection
John.
with that spreadsheet.
There it is, John. There's the graph of what's done and what's not.
Well, it seems like you've only got a little bit of information left to fill in. Cool.
And that's how fucking good that spreadsheet is. He's
That's
never
right.
even been introduced and he understands it. It's brilliant.
Only Robert Pisano can do that.
Yeah, but we inverted the colors. The red is things that are done, and the green is what we have yet to do.
Oh, okay, no, that's bad then. Everything I just said is wrong.
You ball of logic there.
Balloons, people. Balloons.
Balloons. So now, since Adam's back and not just listening surreptitiously, what about when we need to jump back on this book?
Okay. I'm busy tonight.
Wednesday.
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 We've got a show tomorrow, haven't we?
Hopefully, we held the show tomorrow.
Have you checked if your internet's okay?
Yes, but it's sporadic. It hasn't dropped me yet, but I'll do another speed test. But there's something going on here.
Might I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
Did you get it working?
What?
Get it working? Can you have working internet?
Did it work? Yeah, that's a great suggestion. Thanks.
No problem. I'm here to help. After your show went off the line, I assured everybody that I was okay. They were all very grateful.
Looking good now.
I feel
What
like
did you
this
do
drive
with ball
humor is
busters later tonight?
I got a question here too. Would there be a I just got a message. I think it was like a week ago that it said update available. It says Intel network adapter driver. And I didn't install it. Could that be an issue?
It depends on if it's interacting with the software kind of thing, you know.
Where's Anthony at when you need him?
I won't worry about that. It just sounds like one of these parts and cars that you don't need.
Yeah, that's what I'm concerned with. It says Intel update available, Intel network adapter driver.
But see, that doesn't make sense. If it worked before the update, then it should still work. So it'd be if you downloaded it and it started messing up then.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like
I'll ask the tech guy when he comes.
I'm at 150 and 29.
What? Huh?
Saying 150 up, 29 down, or the other way around.
In what way? What?
29 up.
Oh, you're doing no, he's doing a speed test. So I'm at 575 download and 57 up. So that's right in the lane. But that doesn't mean that in 5 minutes it's not going to tank. See what I mean?
Yeah, but how do you upload or download something if Lite doesn't have a speed?
We're not talking about Lite. Oh God. Yeah, it's a speed test, right? I got it.
Hey, John,
Yeah,
is it possible that the storms that we had recently and all the work doing to fix the lines is causing your issues?
Yeah, but that wasn't in my area.
If I go back to this, Brian, and it then describes a manifestation rate, trouble.
Yeah, well, if you think about it, jokes aside, like the first thing came to mind for me, even though it was joking, it still came to mind. It's like, how can you have to upload or down? How can there be an upload or download rate if there isn't a need for point A to point B? Shouldn't it just be instant?
No, it was already there.
Exactly. So there's no reason to upload or download it then, if you understand what I mean.
What's your problem? Is it just as soon as you
It's
try
not
and
like changing the pants without leaving the pants that you're in.
Yes. Look at this sucker go down. It pisses me off right there with the download speed. But my upload speed's good. See, this is the one. This is the key for streaming. Saturday, this was below 1. Yeah, below 1. Now upload. Yeah, there you go. Even though this pisses me off, I'm paying for 1 megabyte. But I can deal with it. This is the speed. This is the one right here.
Yeah, but if Ether was real, all you would need is a code. A code that's in ones and zeros. That's all you should need. If Ether was real and the light is already there, that's all you should need. And that code should manifest the video for you or whatever that you want to download.
Ones and zeros are descriptions of discrete chunks of information. That's not describing a wave.
Yeah, but if it's already there, technically the video is already there. You just need to write code to manifest it with. So the video that you haven't made yet is already there. You're just going to take all these parts and make them into a video and give me the code, and I'll have instant video. I'll have no need to download it.
That's kind of
And you
half
won't
right.
have to upload it.
You've, in your journey to be ironic and sarcastic towards ether nonsense, you're kind of half right? It only exists as a probability. The video doesn't exist yet until it manifests. Well, you've got to actually manifest it. I mean, it is that simple. But you're kind of half right, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm actually looking for people to take this serious because
Well, I don't need to. It's already established in quantum mechanics. I don't need. No offense to you.
no, I mean as a retort to Witsit and his nonsense.
Oh, is that where you were going?
People,
Oh, well then, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, because I'm not saying I discovered something. My point being is that if what he says is true and what he's trying to tell his followers is true, then uploading and downloading would have to not exist.
I did actually see on Wikipedia once it was talking about Schrodinger. It did mention you had thought of it a couple of weeks prior.
I'm trying to manifest some positive radiance right now, Brian, in the hope that I can conjure up a copy of Weird Science.
Positive radiance.
What are you talking about? It's already there.
But I've got to get it to manifest. Now, the way I do that, if I focus deep on the metaphysical and get through my own radiative energy and a perturbation in the ether, then I can activate and manifest Weird Science on my PC. Now, stop interrupting me while I'm trying.
Yeah, Nathan, there's a lot of negative energy around Adams, around Nottingham at the present time. How is he supposed to manifest the positive radiance he needs to self-create the movie Weird Science on his computer, with you adding to the negativity?
It's clearly already there, or has the potentiality to be there. Just stop it. Buzzkill.
You're killing the manifestation, you
Am I
bastard.
being blamed for the non-manifestation of Weird Science here?
Yes.
Oh, my bad.
Well, in a way, you kind of ruined my ability to make money because the manifestation of that money in my wallet is not happening now. And I'll just blame you for that as well.
Seems only reasonable.
But all jokes aside, why would we have to upload and download things if Lite is already there?
This isn't science. This is weird science.
Yeah, it's kind of...
If the movie Weird Science is already on my computer, and all I have to do is manifest it via a code, the ones and zeros the ones and zeros as a code just instantly manifests it from the ether, right? So it comes up as the movie on my computer. Why do I need to spend time downloading it?
You don't. It's already there.
Why would it take me longer to manifest it onto someone else's computer than it would be to manifest it down to mine? I've got 149 manifestation rate compared to 28. So if there isn't speed, why is one way quicker than the other?
And you know what? I'm a bit outraged that they use the term megabits, gigabits, and terabits. It should be megawaves, terawaves, and gigawaves.
It's manifested bits per second.
But they're waves. Got to be waves, not bits. Bits aren't waves.
You guys got the theme song to Weird Science in my head. No. Thanks.
Is it manifested, you see, in your head?
Yeah, it first manifests in your mind. And that's how you connect to the ether.
That's Nathan's negativity. It was almost there, and then he redirected it.
It's not my negativity. No, it's a societal negativity against being binary. You know, they want those bits to choose what they want to be. Seems only reasonable.
Non-binary.
Oh yeah, because you got to take in the propagation of it can be both 1 0 or 1 0 and 0 1.
Just because you're assigned at 0 doesn't mean you're a 0.
But you don't have to identify as a 0 if you don't feel that it's who you truly are.
I've always felt like a 1.
According to the laws of weird science, none of this works unless you have a bra on your head. So
Nothing more than a handful, or you're risking a sprained tongue.
I ain't gonna lie, that went over my head.
I'm shooting, so don't interrupt me. Don't be calling, don't be Skyping me.
Excuse me.
All right.
That means he wants someone to call him because he wants to be needed.
He wants to be needed. Listen, there'll be a show tomorrow. For right now, I'm planning on a show, but I can't promise anything. It's out of my hands. All right.
Okay. Looking forward to it.
I'm not going to get excited.
What a train wreck, man. Just a train wreck. Saturday. Can't believe it. All right. I'll catch you guys later. Catch you. All right. Later.
See you later.
He ran away. He just couldn't handle the mega gigs of waves and stuff.
He ran away. You know, all jokes aside, it would do life if what which if what which is I can't even say it.
All jokes aside,
if what Whitted has been claiming was true, then what he's been trying to punt, then there was absolutely no way that I would have to download or upload. Like all I would need is the binary codes that will show me, that will allow my manifestation machine, sometimes called a computer, to manifest the movie for me. I might have to pay for the code. You know what I mean?
It wouldn't be a binary code, Brian. It would be a transverse code.
Yeah, okay. But I would definitely be able to just instantly manifest it. There'd be no download, upload, none of that. It wouldn't be necessary. We wouldn't even need, I mean, would we need the internet? If you know what I mean. In the way
Seems
that
like
we
a
have
waste
it.
of time if the light's already there.
Well, yeah, what's the point? If it's already there, what's the point? I think we're breaking new ground here.
We dug way too deep into stupid and we're breaking new ground. Is that what you're saying?
We're trying to dig our way out of it. With Adam and his, was he positive radiance? Adam, when you speak like that, it makes me crack up laughing because I know you live in reality. It's like people who are, it's like actors. Actors who are very good at playing bad guys are often themselves genuinely good people. And actors who are good at playing good people in movies and good girls in movies are often genuinely bad people or whatever in reality. You know, because you can often mirror what is the opposite of you. You can mirror that. And when Adam said positive radiance, it's because he knows the heap of rubbish that's put out there for people to believe, naive people to follow and believe in. And when he says stuff like that, it cracks me up because I know he's living. Adam is not living in fairyland.
No, just to the west. I went on Flatside last night. That was fun.
What happened?
How'd that go?
Well, the guy ran off. It was on Neil's favourite topic, the millennial reign of Christ. So I said, "Oh, can I get in?" And literally he ran off just as Flatside was berating him. So it weren't that good, really. Another guy turned up, but he was more against it, and I was like, I wanted to speak to a guy that was like for it, if you know what I mean. So
That's what I was trying to ask you. Was the guy for it or against it?
oh yeah, he was for it. Yeah.
And why did he go off? Because he didn't like getting berated, or?
Yeah, he was giving a presentation. He was allowed to speak, and then they started speaking, and this other Adam came in, and he started wanting to, ramble, and this guy was just over talking him, and it just got a bit tasty. By the time I joined in, he quit, so didn't get to ask him any questions, which was a shame. I said it was my favourite topic.
Did he get into the proof of this thing? Is the lack of proof of this thing? Did you get that far with him, or did they
I
get
didn't
that
get to
far?
speak to him. He'd gone. He kind of rage quit.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, it's really hard claim to make,
I'm all for it. Refracted. I'm all for it. Neil's convinced me.
I thought Neil was against it.
Neil is trying to hold his tongue right now. Adam is calling him out. Neil's gritting his teeth and he's driving around.
He's the devil that brought this topic to the table.
Yeah, he kind of wedged it in there several times, didn't he? Made us look at it.
Just on a slightly different topic. Last night, I posted it into Ballbusters. This video about this navigation system. How they're trying to move away from GPS because GPS is not reliable because it can be blocked, and you can get GPS that tells you you're in one place but you're actually somewhere else, or tells you that you're in one place but you're actually somewhere else. They can do that to planes. Militaries can deal with that. I'm not saying everybody can do it, but they're looking for some kind of a navigation system that's like the INS, like the inertial navigation system. Now, submarine uses an inertial navigation system, but also has sonar and stuff, so it helps it to guide it, which is basically ring laser gyros, accelerometers, that kind of thing, because they can't get any signals for GPS underneath the water, supposedly. But this navigation system is quantum. So they're using molecules or atoms, and they're using lasers, as opposed to using, let's say, because they were saying, as far as inertial navigation systems go and interferometry, they've reached basically as far as they can reach with interferometry in what it can do and how they can use it. They've used it for all the things that they can use it for, and now they need to make the steps forward. And they're talking about this being a thing coming up in the close future, where basically they're heating and cooling a group of atoms and using them within a vacuum chamber. And the heating and cooling, I can't remember exactly how it works, but the heating and cooling is constantly happening, and it's showing them due to how they fill the chamber. It's with the lasers, because there's 6 or 8 lasers all pointing towards these atoms at the center, and they're showing via the movement of them when they are broken apart to fill the chamber, when they come back together again. Because by cooling them, they concentrate them. You know what I mean? Because it takes away their kinetic energy, and they bring it down to super cooling and heating in quick bursts, and that gives them a pattern, a navigation, a way of once they know the destination they started from, they were saying like with a submarine, once it knows the destination it started from, then it can record absolutely every movement, and if you know what I mean, and it knows. Obviously, you'd have to have a certain amount of known information beforehand, which we do have, but the way it's pretty interesting what they're talking about, how they're going to navigate using this process. So it's pretty good, but they're still going to need an inertial plane of reference. You know what I mean? Because that's what they're all working. Even though it'll be purely digital, there'll be no, they won't need gyros or any of this kind of stuff. But it's very interesting what they're doing. But it's still going to be overcomplicated more than it needs to be. But I left a comment for a guy, and I asked him a question because he started showing how GPS works, and how he showed was exactly how they claim. How GPS, how a receiver finds its position with 4 satellites. This kind of rubbish. And I just asked him, do you let me know when you have figured that out shown that work geometrically? I haven't got any reply from him yet. So I'm looking for this guy to get this guy's attention, because he's some kind of a physicist. Sorry. But it was a heating and cooling of these atoms, and using these lasers to determine, via the lasers, what's actually happening. As in what direction via a pattern, what direction, whether the submarine is going left, right, up, down. You know what I mean? Slanting or sloping down, pitching down, pitching up. So they said that there's going to be something that hopefully will eventually be within your smartphone. So it's interesting, isn't it? You should watch it.
Have you put a link to it?
It's in Ballbusters.
Okay.
I pulled it up. I was having a little look there. I will watch it. But now, I'm off to watch Forest. So, see you guys tomorrow.
See you, Adam.
Have a good night.
Enjoy.
Guys.
Best of luck.
Hey, Brian, what you were talking about, the heating and cooling of the particle. What?
Yep.
How? And that's going to help them navigate by knowing, like, what?
I missed the end of it. Navigate by knowing what?
How is that going to help them navigate? I'm just curious.
Brian?
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. Sorry, John. It's via the lasers. I think it's, if I remember correctly, it's via the lasers. Where there's 6 or 8 lasers surrounding it. Let's just say the atoms are in the center. There's 6 or 8 lasers surrounding it, and by heating and cooling this constantly, if I remember correct, I'll have to maybe watch again to get the full of it. But by heating and cooling this constantly, you create a situation where the disturbance in whichever laser, because it's the lasers are surrounding it in all 3 axes. So via which laser is disturbed, that tells them whether the submarine banked left or right for whatever, this kind of thing. So it's having the lasers. So the thing is in the center, and you have lasers at the top and at the bottom, front and back, 2 sides, and I think maybe could be even more from different angles, 45-degree angles or something. But the whole point is that it tells the disturbance within how the light is disturbed at a quantum level gives them a readout, basically, on a screen.
And with that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I'll see you all in the next video.